Ma aspetta, ma avete provato? Sì, sì. Non va lo stesso? Miseria. Cosa è successo? Chiamo adesso Alessandro, però devo uscire. Sì, sì. Adesso ci vediamo.
It's working. It's all right there. It's all right here. Okay. Let's see, is this working? This one's working. Okay. Let's give you our speaker. It's okay. You can have to tuck it maybe down below somewhere. It's doing nothing. Okay. First check. Okay.
So, good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. So, good morning. Sorry for the delay. We had technical problems with the Zoom. We can now start this first morning session, which will focus on expression through monuments and imagery. The first speaker is Maya Vasileva of the New Bulgarian University, and the title of the paper is Expression through, the Westernness of the Phrygian Culture. Yes.
It's okay. Shall you please?
Yes.
To change the.
Right
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to thank again the organizers for inviting me and for putting up this very, very stimulating conference. The present paper aims at drawing attention to Western affinities of Phrygian culture. Inevitably, I will mention some issues that were already discussed yesterday. I will not deal with the question of Phrygian migration from the Balkans or with the early Iron Age handmade pottery found at Gordium, about which we've heard yesterday. Phrygian studies in the last decades tended to emphasize the Anatolian nature of Phrygian culture and to elaborate on the Near Eastern influences that it had experienced. Explorations have mainly been centered on borrowings from and emulation of Syro-Hittite models. The impressive architecture of and finds from Gordium provoked the statement that Phrygia was, and I quote, the counterpart for other major monarchical polities of the time, principally those of Assyria, Urartu, and the new Hittite states of northern Syria and Tabal, unquote. However, Jeffrey Summers has recently noted how different the Anatolian plateau and Phrygia in particular from the new Hittite world was in the first millennium BC. His observations prompted me to further elaborate along this line of thoughts. It is true that Gordian citadel mount is comparable to the northern Syrian cities in the sense that they all had walled citadels, lower fortified and or outer open or fortified towns. Carchemish and Samael's injury are the best parallels. Nevertheless, in terms of architecture, the plan of the Megaron was persistent on the Phrygian citadel. It was applied both in freestanding buildings and in the attached rooms of the terrace building in the early mound, and was used again in the Middle Phrygian period. Scholars suspected two of the largest megarons of being the palace and a temple, Megaron 3 and Megaron 2, respectively. And as we've heard yesterday, there is another possible and earlier candidate, as we heard from Brian Rowe, for a palace. This type of architecture looks westwards, if not to Europe, at least to Western Anatolia. Megarons have been known at Troy since Troy II early Bronze Age. Not simply the mere architectural form, but the prestige functions of the buildings at Gordian, Troy, and Mycenaean Greece are comparable. Megarons have also been discovered at the later site of Kirkenes. The gates of Kirkenes and Gordian are, however, completely different from the new Hittite examples, as Jeffrey Summers reminds us. There is no sculpture in the round discovered at the Phrygian capital. The only exception is the monument from Kirkenes, which pedestal bears a Phrygian inscription, and on top is a human figure interpreted as, quote, powerful male figure, ruler or deity. And also the lion figure, the second possible example is the lion figure that Brian showed us yesterday. The fragmented readily photo states from Gordian were usually interpreted as evidence for Syro-Hittite influence in the Phrygian art. Animal images, lions and griffins, dominating the preserved representations. Only two fragments of human figures are preserved, one of which bears boots with upturned toes, upper left. Direct stylistic parallels for the architectural decoration of the Gordian early Phrygian citadel are lacking, but the closest similarities have rightfully been noted by Kenneth Sams to those from Carchemish. Some of the orthostates from Ankara, however, display different style that is closer to the Greek archaic art, I mean lower right, this blue. Their dates cannot be specified as their original scope and context is unknown. A recent study on Syro-Hittite monumental art argues that the orthostates at Carchemish and Tamau were put up at ceremonial open spaces and aimed at reiterating the ritual performance, quote. The processions represented those stone, mirrored, and at the same time inspired processional events. Neither the architecture of early Gordian nor Phrygian religious context, as we know it, would accommodate such a visual decorative program. And you can see where it is supposed the original place of the orthostates was, and it's not in the courtyard, but in this rather small space. So it's the idea is quite. If this is the case, the idea is quite different from Carchemish. Ideological messages were displayed in Phrygia by quite a different means. They seem to be rather expressed in the tombs and on the rock-cut monuments. The orthostates might only be interpreted as an intention to bring the Phrygian ritual into an urban setting, which was otherwise mainly performed in open air in the highlands. The attempt, however, was short-lived, as Lauren so noticed yesterday, as the practice of relic decoration did not continue into the Middle Phrygian period of the citadel. As it has already been noted, there is no evidence for production and use of seals at Gordian and in Phrygia in general. Very few items were found in early Iron Age and early Phrygian contexts at Gordian, 1 and 3 items respectively. Unlike the Near Eastern polities, Phrygians did not use seals for administrative or trading purposes. Nevertheless, they stamped extensively their early pottery, which brings them closer to the Balkan ceramic tradition of the period. Only one ivory pedestal stamps a seal, which finds a parallel at Kamarkalekiu, has been referred to as betraying Neo-Hittite influence. The titles of Midas inscribed on the Midas monument at Midas City, Lavakte, Vanakte, Intative, point to the Aegean world. There is a long time going discussion from where the Phrygians could have picked up these titles. A definite answer cannot be so far provided. I have argued elsewhere that southeastern Anatolia, Cilicia, was one possibility. A recently discovered personal name, Muxus, on a wooden beam of Tibulus you saw the picture yesterday, interlaced once again the Phrygians with the late Hittite Anatolian kingdoms, the house of Muxus from Ku, Karatepe, etc. However, southwestern Asia Minor cannot be excluded either. Both locations have been discussed in the context of the Ahiava question, thus in view of the possible early Greek presence on the Anatolian shores. On the other hand, southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria were the areas where most probably the adoption of the alphabet occurred, both by the Greeks and by the Phrygians. The new chronology of early Gordian poses again the problem of an independent adoption of the alphabet earlier or simultaneously with the Greeks. Phrygia differed significantly from its contemporary neighbors in the way it used literacy. As far as we know, there are no royal inscriptions and also any historical text written in Old Phrygian past the so-called black stones of Tiana, which are interpreted as public and historical texts by club Greeks, but remain mostly impenetrable. No building inscription was discovered, like those found in the Near Eastern monarchies, to which Phrygia was often compared. All of the old Phrygian inscriptions are dedicatory, and most of them on rock-cut walls. The latter are concentrated in the highlands to the west of the Phrygian heartland. Stone slabs with written texts were only sporadically used. If there was a political message, it was probably transmitted through a religious statement. Phrygian language was not an Anatolian one. It is classified as a Paleobalkan language. Credible parallels with Thracian language are very hard to draw due to the very scarce Thracian epigraphic evidence. Still, Thracian onomastic material, though of later date, mainly of Hellenistic and Roman imperial time, could offer some opportunity for theoretical comparisons according to the standards of modern linguistics. This opportunity is discarded in a recent study of Phrygian language, where only the close relationship with Greek language is emphasized. This view, accepting the Balkan origin of the language, still points to the Westernness of Phrygian culture. A lot of graffiti and several stone inscriptions in Thracian were published from Samothrace and Zorin Mesembria on the opposite coast. Unfortunately, most of them have not so far been understood. On the basis of the graffiti of the 6th, 5th century BC, Claude Griggs was able to isolate a dedication formula in Thracian, as well as to find the Thracian version of the divine name Bendis, a Thracian goddess, and it is Bendis. I'm not sure how to use the mouse. Okay, lower right at the beginning, you can see from right to left, the Benzi dating. He pointed out some graphic similarities between these graffiti and old Phrygian script, and the common preservation of the phoneme E, the so-called glide. Otherwise, isoglosses seem to be mainly found in Greek language. That is why Greeks postulated a scrap-book between Greek, Phrygian, and Thracian. Regarding the religious sphere, again, some differences from the Anatolian and North Syrian contemporaries are worth noting. The matter count in Phrygia stands out against the prevailing male storm god-like divinities among the neighboring states. The only exception is Carchemish with its patron deity of Kubaba. One can follow a decade-long discussion of the possible relation between Kubaba and Cybele. The important point in the comparison is their functionality. Both goddesses were patrons, guardians of royal power. And again, parallels could be drawn with the asynchronous Thracian evidence on religion. Despite the writings of the ancient authors, which mention male divinities worshipped by the Thracians, there is not a single image in Thracian art that can be interpreted as a male god. All representations seem to be those of goddesses. And finally, I would like to briefly remind about the burials under Cybele. There is no such practice in Anatolia prior to the emergence of the Phrygians. No matter how early and different the Phrygian wooden tombs are compared to the Thracian stone-built chambers of the 5th, 3rd centuries BC, the ritual of erecting an earthen mound finds parallels in the Balkans. as well as the funeral banqueting. So in conclusion, the territory of future Phrygia was at the western periphery of Hittite kingdom in the late second millennium BC. Phrygians possibly found ruins on their territory of their yet to come state. Potential Luwian borrowings have been discussed elsewhere. However, there are major differences between Phrygian society and its contemporary neighboring polities. These differences betray Western, Aegean, and Balkan affinities. It can be assumed that the Western, Balkan, or Thracian element amalgamated with local traditions and under the Eastern inspirations formed the middle ground Phrygian culture. The available archaeological evidence does not allow us to so far define the type of Phrygian polity. It was different from the new Hittite kingdoms, but what to compare it with? The scholarly questions have started to be posed yesterday, Gloria. Was it some specific city-state under the Near Eastern models, or was it closer to the Aegean varieties, for example, like Etne and Poleis, as Catherine Drycock hints? Yesterday, we heard about canton states, so unless more important Phrygian sites are explored, we won't be able to answer these questions. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much for this analysis. Maybe time for a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question which might be a rather stupid one, and this excuse me with my incompetence in Urbanization. So yeah, we observe, for instance, at Pergamon, so right at the west, the finding of large so-called Phrygian fibula dating, let's say, late 9th, perhaps 8th century BC. This is still discussed. They might come from a Zulus context. Similar things a bit later, we see an Aigai, not the Macedonian Aigai, the Ionian Aigai. So my question is, I mean, even if this had never been Phrygian territory, in sense, how do we interpret this? Do we have to see Lydia as the big transmitter? Or is it possible to see a direct Phrygian cultural influence, exchange, whatever, up to the Aegean coast? It's a question to Dr. Vasileva, but also to the other.
Thank you very much for this question. And there is no, in this discussion, there couldn't be a stupid question. This is very interesting and possibly, well, I've always considered that Lydia is the potential transmitter. And that's a very, very interesting find. I would be happy to have the reference to such a fibula. We don't have parallels in the material from the early Iron Age cemetery at Aigai has more parallels with Thrace, but Phrygian, well, however, inappropriate technique labels, but Phrygian fibulae are very distinctive. So we don't have such fibulae in Macedonia or in Thrace in this early period, 9th, 8th century. So But yeah, probably both ways through the straits and with the mediation of Lydia. This is possible.
I would like to indicate the uncertainties or to put the boundaries or defining of boundaries of Phrygia. Initially, all the scholarship located Phrygia, Corbion, or in the lower upper area of Tanaris River. But the more finds come out, these borders are shifted towards west. And now you have shown the second slide, the map on the second slide. And as you see, the boundaries of north and west is shifting time, and usually the inscriptional evidence is by the way, Maya, this map has several mistakes.
I know.
In present, for example, Akalan, and it's wrongly placed. But as you see, boundaries are shifting. By the way, you find 8th century Fibula appeared also in the immediate hinterland of Aeon, even if we're talking about it. And the influence or the presence, what should be supposed? This is often questioned. Yesterday, I asked the Kuhn paper, what should we expect to define a settlement as a Phrygian settlement or Phrygian influence settlement? This is the question.
Yeah, you're right. Well, this every time I explain that this area, highlighted area, is the zone where Phrygian monuments or Phrygian finds were discovered. And this material is from different times. So I know the map is inappropriate, but this is not the borders of Phrygia, but just the area where Phrygian finds occurred.
Just a brief comment from Jeff Summers.
Oh, yeah.
Referring to seals. He
Yes.
says he completely agrees that there are no Phrygian seals, but there are also no Neophytite seals or impressions either in the plateau.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Jeff. So Phrygia is comparable and in the same context as the entire plateau. Yeah.
I have a comment in support of your analysis. You mentioned, and I think that this is something that Nathan and I should be work for Lady Amora. She's not here, so she will be here in a while, so I can say that. We're a tiny bit late, but you are absolutely right that the spread of the cult of matter is really a divide. If compared with your point was certainly with the one of the strong God. So this is really the point, and my comment is that also at Carchemish, of course there is Kubaba, but Kubaba is not the main god. The main god stays casual in the late bronze, and then are princes later on. Whereas where we have Phrygia, the prominence of the stone god disappears. So this is, if you want, of course, how do we see archaeology? Just to start answering questions that you're feeding us with. Well, this is, for example, one significant point that we should have in mind. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you.
I think we have to shift to the next.
So the next speakers are Massa and James Rosenberg of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. And the paper, the title of the paper is Peak Sanctuaries and Sacred Mountains in Phrygia and Surrounding Regions during the Late Bronze Age.
Sliding for a moment so we have better view of the screen. Let's see. Adjust as we do.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thank you to the organizers for having us here as well. In this paper, we will discuss a feature of Iron Age archaeology on the Anatolian plateau that new evidence is suggested is ready for investigation, namely the sacred peak sites that appear in several different forms and that represent a transformation of related practices attested textually and archaeologically in the preceding Late Bronze Age. Little synthetic study of sacred peak sites in the Iron Age is taking place, unlike parts of the Aegean world where they are much more common and consequently much better understood. Collating the disparate lines of evidence for Iron Age peak sanctuaries leads to several related arguments, especially that these sanctuaries provide a fresh perspective on the much debated Bronze and Iron Age transition in Anatolia, where several noteworthy aspects of continuity from the late second into the early first millennium are discernible. In addition, South Central Anatolia emerges as a newly recognizable hotbed of interaction between Iron Age polities and cultures, possibly indicating a shift in the political and cultural center of gravity from within the bend of the Kızılırmak in the north central Anatolia during the time of the Hittite Empire. We will make these claims primarily through a detailed case study from the Konya Plain, the enigmatic sites of Karada and Kızıldağ. These sites strike us as being part of the sacred landscape of the nearby city of Turkmenkarahuy, and the remarkable mix of Phrygian, Syro-Anatolian, and Assyrian cultural influences attested here points to the region having played a key role in cultural exchange. Hittite religious beliefs and practices can be recognized, among many other things, for two characteristics that distinguish them from their Near Eastern contemporaries. The first was a highly syncretistic attitude toward deities and regional practices of worship, and the other was the Hittites' naturalistic belief system, according to which landscape features like springs, caves, rivers, and mountaintops could assume great mythological and ritual importance. Hittite cult inventories preserve long lists of deities associated with such topographic features. And these lists include the sacred mountains themselves that could be summoned for ritualistic purposes, and they're often named individually. But besides being themselves religiously significant and invoked in rituals, mountaintops were also where a wide array of local storm gods resided. As a result, mountaintops were important for Hittite religious beliefs, both as active participants in the Hittite pantheon on the one hand, and as providing the dwelling place or other infrastructural support of divine figures on the other. One outcome of these beliefs associated with mountains were religious practices that actually took place on or near mountains themselves, practices that required infrastructural support in the form of temples and other built features. In some cases, these installations are known archaeologically, and others, our evidence lies in the historical record alone. One of the most well-known mountains in Hittite mythology is Mount Daha, likely to be identified as the modern Kerkenesta in north central Anatolia. Religious activity in the nearby town of Zifalanda, possibly the site of Uşaklıbeylik, revolved around the storm god of Mount Daha, including worship that took place at a tent erected by a stele on the mountain itself. The mountains are also named in a host of Hittite religious texts, and the festivals taking place on or near sacred peak sites are ubiquitous. Hittite terminology, again, too quickly. Hittite terminology provides some indications of the associations peak sites held as venues for religious worship. The word Hekur was used to denote a rocky outcrop or mountain peak, which often assumed divine attributes and could itself become a sanctuary with built features. Subclasses of the Hekur include those described as the Einad Dingir Lim, or divine stone houses, royal mausolea, and the Hekur Sag Ush, eternal peaks, referring to memorial monuments for the deceased's cult. The other Hittite term that is important here is huwashi, meaning cult stele, an object that appears frequently in ritual texts and cult inventories. Although a great deal of variability in the text is likewise present for this term, there are several key attributes that are repeatedly attested. Its material is usually stone. It is typically a fixed installation, although in certain cases it can be small enough to be transported. It is most frequently situated extramurally, such as on rocky outcrops. It embodies a deity and thus receives cultic care. Though generally left undecorated, it may occasionally bear a relief or inscription, and it's often situated in a building or enclosure that can be entered through a gate. Iconographically, the huwashi is reflected in the hieroglyphic Luwian sign for stele, present, for example, in inscription Boazkui 1 and 2, which themselves consist of bases for now missing stele. Texts associate these cult images with rocky outcrops in many cases. Because most of our late Bronze Age stelae were found in secondary contexts, such as within the walls of much later buildings, it's difficult to reconstruct their original spatial and social contexts. However, one may propose that several of these stelae, despite being engraved with inscriptions, were considered huwashi. In the Iron Age, our textual corpus is restricted to monumental inscriptions that are generally brief and offer none of the detailed rituals and cult inventories that are ubiquitous in the late Bronze Age historical record. However, there is an increase in certain categories of archaeological evidence, including the development of the stele phenomena. While we do not know the term used to identify them in the Iron Age, their formal similarities with the earlier late Bronze Age examples suggest that they may belong to a similar class of huwashi monuments. Furthermore, there are a small number of textual references to mountains that indicate a strong level of continuity in religious associations held in conjunction with peaks into the early first millennium BCE. The late 8th century Bulgar modern inscription, for example, written by one Tarhunasis, is situated on a rock face in the Taurus Mountains, 20 kilometers from the Cilician Gates Pass, and records how his overlord Warpalawas, of the more famous relief and inscription at Ivries, had donated to him the divine mountain Muti. That mountains possessed a divine force seems an underlying assumption of the text. The same is demonstrated by the Hisargic one inscription, which refers to the offerings of gazelles to Mount Harhara, presumably to be identified with the nearby Ergiesta, or Mount Argaius, on whose slopes the inscription was found. Tekir Debent one, also found ex situ on the slopes of Ergiesta, names that mountain as the divine Mount Harhara, and likewise the Karada one inscription located at the summit of the Karada volcano names presumably that very peak as the divine great mountain. For all of our historical sources referring to Hittite rituals pertaining to peaks, there are precious few archaeological examples of peak sites that one can point to confidently. The general absence of peak sites from the late Bronze Age is all the more vexing given the presence of textual passages indicating that such must have existed. The Emir Ghazi inscriptions on the stone altars of Tutalia IV, for example, describe setting up cult objects and stelae, including likely the Emir Ghazi altars themselves on divine Mount Sharpa. Given the proximity of the village of Emir Ghazi, where the altars were found in secondary context, to the nearby Mount Arasama, it is likely that modern Mount Arasama is the late Bronze Age Mount Sharpa. But the Konya Aerially Survey Project visited the site in 2015 and dated an oval fort at the mountain summit to the Byzantine period, although they note the possibility of earlier constructions. For now, unfortunately, Mount Arasama is symptomatic of our understanding of late Bronze Age peak sanctuaries on the Anatolian plateau. We have textual indications of cultic ceremonies atop the mountain and even its likely location, but little accompanying archaeological information. By far the clearest example of a late Bronze Age peak sanctuary dedicated to a mountain god is found at Kushakla, the ancient city of Sarissa. The city is located on the bottom slopes of Mount Karatonis, identified as the Hittite Mount Sarissa in festival texts. Festival rituals performed by the Hittite king at Mount Sarissa can be reconstructed on the basis of tablets found in Hattusha as well as at Kushakla itself. These texts refer to several features that should be discernible archaeologically. These include a huwashi of the storm god located outside the city, an adjacent huwashi of the stag god, a nearby spring named Supitasu, and a nearby building known as a halentua. In short, we would expect to see not far from Kushakla an extramural sanctuary with some or all of these features. And remarkably, 2.5 kilometers south of Kushakla, and now several hundred meters higher in elevation, just below the summit of Mount Karatonis, is located a complex that the Kushakla project associates plausibly with precisely these features. Most conspicuous in this complex is a circular pond known as Gulgidi that can only be the Hittite Supitasu pond. West of the pond, atop a small promontory, is an unexcavated temple. Just downslope to the northwest is a second, much smaller building. It is thus highly likely that the large temple structure is the Hawashi sanctuary referred to in the texts, while the smaller building nearby possibly served as the Halentua structure. In short, the Kushatla-Gilgadi combination represents one of the best archaeological examples of a festival venue specified in historical sources. The ancient city of Sarissa and the pond temple complex at Sukitasu consisted of a sacred landscape in which the king would perform sacred rituals at both locations, proceeding between them at marked intervals of time. As striking as this converging archaeological contextual information is for the Sarissa Sukitasu Peak Sanctuary, the site is equally noteworthy for its uniqueness. Other late Bronze Age sanctuaries associated with outcrops exist, but are not as well understood. Quite a bit more ambiguous, for example, despite being far more extensively researched, is the Yazilikaya complex outside the Hittite capital at Hattusha. Although not situated on the slopes of a mountain per se, the site's presence inside a conspicuous karstic outcrop clearly associates it with the rocky setting itself. Despite our identifications of some of the deities and kings depicted in the two chambers reliefs and the excavation of Yazilikaya's associated architectural features, an understanding of the site's function remains elusive precisely because, unlike Sarissa, there are no texts that can be definitively associated with the rituals that would have taken place there. We are on a slightly sounder footing with Yazilikaya's Chamber B. To start with, the Yazilikaya complex in general accords very well with the Hittite word for rocky outcrop or peak, as described above, but Chamber B specifically possesses additional indications that this portion of the Hakur was used as a Enadinger limb, that is, as a divine stone house or royal mausoleum, in this case for Deucalion IV. The large niches carved into the walls of Chamber B bring to mind a columbarium, and the deities depicted in the chamber's relief are typically understood to have chthonic associations. As others have argued, it thus seems logical that Chamber B was where the remains of the deceased and deified monarch rested, at least temporarily. Similarly, the Hakur Sagush mentioned in the bronze tablet treaty between Kurunta and Deucalion IV, identified since Aten's edition of the text as referring to the memorial monument of Kurunta's father and Hittite king Muwatalli II, may thus be tentatively associated with the rock monument of Muwatalli II at Sirkelliguyuk in Cilicia, topped with two cup marks for receiving presumably netherworld-related ritual libation offerings. Intriguingly, excavations at Sirkelli have recently brought to light a monumental building, the Steingebäude, with large stone walls built up to and indeed using as a wall face the rocky outcrop on which the Muwatalli II relief is carved on the opposite side. A building that the excavators then cautiously identified specifically with the Hakur Sagush of the bronze tablet. A similar monumental structure is found at Gavur Kalisi. Brief excavations and site survey identified a Cyclopean structure built into and above the rocky outcrop at the top of the peak on which three monumental Hittite reliefs were carved. The only room within this structure is a 3 by 4.65 meter chamber with a roof capped with monolithic blocks. In short, between the peak setting, the reliefs, and the monumental building with a single chamber, the whole site has the appearance of a late Bronze Age funerary complex, and thus is another strong candidate for being both a Hakur in the sense of a rocky outcrop or peak, and a tomb monument where the Hittite kings or other important individuals perhaps may have been laid to rest. The nature of the evidence for Iron Age peak sanctuaries is quite reversed from the late Bronze Age. Here, Iron Age archaeological evidence for significant rocky outcrops and peak sanctuaries is more robust, but unfortunately is not accompanied by relevant textual sources that describe the rituals that occurred at them. Archaeologically, we discern a fairly clear geographical pattern. Distributed around the western edge of the Anatolian plateau are several dozen step monuments of the Phrygian tradition. These have been described and summarized by Suzanne Barrett-Erces in her 2006 volume and are related to her other categories of Phrygian rock-cut monuments, namely facades, niches, and idols. Although, as she notes, outside of the Phrygian highlands, it is the step monument that is found predominantly. Barrett-Erces describes how many of these rock monuments, and step monuments specifically, are located in rocky outcrops that stand out from their surroundings, are visible from great distances, and are situated atop prominent ridges. The precise religious significance of the step monument remains frustratingly ambiguous, although a relationship with the Phrygian cult of Matar is generally assumed. To the best of our knowledge, there is no direct late Bronze Age precedent for these step monuments. To the east is the second major group of Iron Age rocky monuments, stelae, that are accompanied by an inscription in hieroglyphic alluvium and occasionally also iconography, and that are associated with the Syro-Anatolian polities of Tabal and Tuana. No synthetic archaeological treatment like Bernd Ersa's exists for this corpus, although of course the inscriptions have been collated in David Hawkins' corpus. Frustratingly, many of these stelae were discovered reused in much later architectural contexts. Nevertheless, from the few examples we know of in situ, stelae and stelae sockets, these too were often associated with rocky outcrops and peaks. Unlike the steppe monuments, which have a slightly lengthier chronological distribution, the stelae are most frequently dated to the 8th century. The reappearance of stelae several centuries after the Hittite Empire had disappeared is intriguing, particularly since they are highly evocative of the Hittite Huasi monuments and quite possibly had a similar cultic function, especially in light of the late Bronze to Iron Age continuity of beliefs associated with sacred mountains we've already described from text. Even if this tradition was reintroduced to the region from the Syro-Anatolian world, as some have suggested, the association with peaks and rocky outcrops still suggests a lingering late Bronze Age cultural practice. There are a small number of examples in which these two Iron Age traditions converge, all associated with South Central Anatolia. One example is the monument of Ivries II, recently reanalyzed by Lorenzo D'Alfonso, which consists of a Western-style steppe monument with an adjacent Eastern-style relief depicting two humans leading an animal, presumably to an offering. Furthermore, at the top of the steps is a large socket resembling similar sockets for stelae at other monuments nearby, suggesting that Ivries II combined all of a stelae, a relief, and a steppe monument. The monument is traditionally dated to the 8th century, although D'Alfonso has recently proposed a date to the 11th century, partially on the basis of findings from Kunukwieg. For our purposes, what is significant about Ivries II is the fact of its merging of cultural traditions, fusing Phrygian steppes with Eastern reliefs and stelae on the southern edge of the plateau. That South Central Anatolia may have acted as a cultural interface zone between Western and Eastern Anatolia during the Iron Age has provided stronger support by our own recent work at the site of Turkmenkarakuy and the reinterpretations it has caused for the famously enigmatic monuments of Phrygia and Karada. In 2019, our team began an intensive survey of the site of Turkmenkarakuy, which the Konya Regional Archaeological Survey Project had already identified as the most significant Bronze and Iron Age site in the archaeologically rich Konya Plain. Our results suggested that during the late Bronze and Iron Age, the settlement expanded off the already massive 30-hectare tell and into a lower town that stretched upwards of 125 hectares in size. We will test that hypothesis, by the way, this summer in an extensive geophysics campaign. That same season marked the discovery of the inscription now known as Turkmenkarakuy I, authored by great King Hartuku, in which he claims to defeat Mushka as well as a coalition of 13 other kings. This inscription, combined with the site's size, suggests that the site was almost certainly Hartuku's capital city and presumably the political center of a regional kingdom whose name is still unknown. Since the inscription is dated paleographically to the 8th century by our hieroglyphic alluvium specialists Petra Kudakubura and Theo Venenhout, there are significant chronological implications for Hartuku's other monuments in Phrygia and Karada. Our team has argued that in light of Turkmenkarakuy I, all of them should date to the 8th century, a dramatic revision to what had been an emerging consensus that the Phrygia and Karada inscriptions must have been written somewhere around 1200 BC. This proposal has received significant pushback very quickly, and a variety of alternative reconstructions have already appeared. The related lines of argumentation are complicated, and we will not deal with them further here, even though following yesterday's discussion is probably the only part of this paper any of you care about. Suffice it to say, for now, that we maintain our original position that all of Hartuku's monuments were likely created in the 8th century and by a single individual. And an article in the upcoming issue of Autorientalische Forschungen that was led by Michele Massa will explain the arguments in great detail. What is significant today is the unavoidable realization that during Hartuku's reign, the settlement of Turkmenkarakuy and the sites of Phrygia and Karada must have been closely related. So what exactly was the nature of that relationship? A closer look at the sites can help us answer this question. The extinct volcano of Karada towers over the surrounding landscape, and upon its highest peak, named Mahalich, are two inscriptions by Hartuku. Unfortunately, this precise location is inaccessible, being located within the premises of a military outpost. But excavations by Ramsey and Bell at the turn of the last century documented architectural features that were reused by a Byzantine church. The sacred nature of this reuse, combined with the inscription of Karada I, which refers to Hartuku making a dedication in that very place to the celestial storm god and the divine great mountain, presumably Karada itself, suggests that this spectacular peak setting was used by Hartupu as a venue for conducting religious ceremonies. If Karada's cultic function seems clear, we propose that a similar purpose lay behind the site of Kızıldağ. Unfortunately, Kızıldağ has never been excavated, despite being so well known for its reliefs. Several survey campaigns have taken place, however, which have identified the famous Hartupu relief scene and inscription on the so-called throne monument, inscriptions 2 and 3 carved just meters away on the same rock outcrop. Kızıldağ 4, an inscription adjacent to a step monument, and the now lost Kızıldağ 5, a brief text that names Hartupu's father Mursili. All of these monuments surround 2 rings of Cyclopean fortification walls that encircle the mountain peak. We propose that one of the site's primary functions must have been as a peak sanctuary used by Hartupu from his nearby city. For one thing, Kızıldağ 4, which narrates Hartupu's thanksgiving for defeating Mushka and other unnamed territories, is attached to a step monument, which of course had cultic salience. And the setting of Kızıldağ 1 to 3 on the mountain's rocky outcrop overlooking the vastness of the Konya Plain is a truly astonishing and inspiring locale. Key here is the newly realized significance of Hartupu's capital at Turkmenkaru, for that site is clearly visible from the throne monument itself. The 3 sites of Turkmenkaru, Kızıldağ, and Karada, in other words, are all intervisible. We therefore argue that Hartupu used Kızıldağ and Karada as related peak sanctuaries for the performance of state-sponsored religious activities like festivals and other rituals. It is easy to envision a relationship between the settlement of Turkmenkaru and the peak sanctuaries of Kızıldağ and Karada, not unlike the archaeologically and historically well-understood relationship between the late Bronze Age settlement of Uşaklı and the peak sanctuary complex of Sukitasu described earlier. Indeed, it would seem that Hartupu has intentionally created a monumental peak site in the late Bronze Age Hittite tradition. If that analogy holds water, then we should envision Hartupu leading periodic religious journeys out from his city and up onto the mountains to perform sacred rituals there, perhaps adding to his monumental program every few years in the process. Extrapolating again from late Bronze Age precedents, we wonder whether it might be viable to consider Kızıldağ something like a divine stone house Teykur, or the resting place of Hartupu. Besides late Bronze Age parallels for this usage of rocky outcrops and peak sanctuaries, plus the site's obsessive repetition of his deeds and multiple inscriptions, the seated figure of Kızıldağ 1 is a well-known iconographic trope of mortuary scenes in Iron Age Syro-Anatolian reliefs, and thus we would not be surprised if future excavations provided further evidence along these lines. The nature of the transition from the Bronze Age into the Iron Age is of course a complicated topic, and scholars have gone back and forth in their assessment of continuity versus innovation of cultural practices. An emerging consensus in the past several years is that the process was highly variable and regionally determined, such that different processes may have been taking place even in adjacent areas. While several transformations are undeniable in north, central, and southeastern Anatolia, for example, Lorenzo D'Afonso has recently examined the results from Kınıkuyuk to propose a model of urban reorganization in south central Anatolia, recognizing that in this particular region, certain aspects of post-Hittite continuity are equally undeniable. Our arguments here contribute to that line of thinking. If we are correct in reconstructing Turkmenkaru, Kızıldağ, and Karada as an integrated cultic landscape consisting of a settlement and 2 nearby peak sanctuaries, and especially if it did serve as the rocky burial place of Hartupu, then we have a strong example of elite cultic continuity from the late Bronze into the Middle Iron Age, as well as additional indications of continuity in belief systems associated with sacred mountains and their associations with significant political centers. This model fits nicely with other indicators of ritual continuity in the area, like the late Bronze Age Hawassi stele, finding early first millennium descendants in stele found on rocky outcrops. This aspect of religious continuity in South Central Anatolia is particularly intriguing given the evidence we have seen for cross-cultural interactions in the area. Indeed, the Konya Plain and Niğde region seem to have constituted an interface zone between fairly different cultural traditions. The Western so-called Phrygian practice of carving step monuments finds its easternmost expression here, while the Eastern Syro-Anatolian practice of erecting stelae and relief carving finds its westernmost examples here. Indeed, as we have seen, sometimes aspects of these 2 traditions are expressed in a single monument, like at Ibris 2 or Kızıldağ 4. The relief of Kızıldağ 1, of course, is famously Assyrianizing in style, such that Kızıldağ has characteristics of not 2 but 3 cultural backgrounds, not unlike the primary relief scene at Ibris, which likewise displays a Luwian inscription adjacent to a figure with both Assyrian and Phrygian features, with a fragmentarily preserved Sur-Anatolian colossal statue that stands in the vicinity. And not shown here, by the way. The nature of South Central Anatolia as cultural interface zone between East and West is perhaps one of the most exciting topics for archaeological research in this area, and one that we hope our continued work will soon be able to illuminate even more clearly. Thank you very much.
Hi, James. Thank you for that talk. It's really interesting. I wanted to know if you looked at the evidence from the top of Midas City. I seem to recall there are some carvings there associated with the Phrygian settlements on the top of that. Yeah, that would be a much more Western expression. And
Thank you. No, I have knowledge that I'm not aware of that, but I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stefan. I completely agree with your interpretation of your point that the design Carvara has considered managing its zone. I wanted to ask about the inscription Phrygia 5 mentioning Musili. So, do you think that that zone was initially used by Archipel's father as a sacred place, and then Archipel following up on the step of his father, who also monumentalized further this site? So I think that this is on the other side of the discussion about
Yeah, thank you. Why don't you hand the mic to Mikael? He'll probably answer better.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, we tried to find it. Because it's very fragmentary, we do not know whether the dimension of Mufili is because he is the commissioner of the inscription, or whether it's again the Archipel son of Mufili, right? So we do not know who's the author of that. So it could be simply again.
I think Rochester had a question in the back.
We have one from Jeff Summers, might be a short one, and then we can.
Okay, sure.
Stop it after. So from Jeff Summers, thank you, James. Where is Gulada for
Gulada is a part of the paper that we cut since we couldn't make any sense of it. To be honest, I mean, yeah, we don't know. or at least I'll say I don't know. Michaela wants to make a comment, but yeah, you go ahead, Michaela.
I mean, of course, it's a perfect site for exemplary,
Right.
but there's no evidence, convincing evidence for cause.
Right.
And there is a vigilante, and the recent excavation that made quite clear there is a large place for retinue for like seasonal coming there, but equally the summer comes.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. There is no
Military
evidence
fortresses and
for
stuff.
cause.
No, Gulada.
Gulada, sorry.
Yeah. But you're right, Jeff, that is clearly a site that needs to be incorporated in the conversation somehow.
Thank you so much, Dave. Well, I think, sorry, so I need to expand a little bit, so my own this year, so just to work for people, so that for the audience, that needs to listen to what we not only the possibility of dating and the evaluation of these monuments, which studies even before the so the second institution was formed. And well, to begin with, so I think so we know actually so the quality or so the people which are group over. So this must orange, and so this is the crucial question. Yes, how was group move as I agree. So move basically leads to hold power over, and so the question is the dynamic and accuracy, so to get power over, so it's to conquer, or just more like say them is to hold power over to rule. I think so in tradition, certainly in tradition, yes, we know they work very well, they keep that up, but we do not know, so to say, so this point, so this relation is resolved if they assume something rule, so this is the rule of Mansa and Munch, so to say, so they just the ethnic name, slightly modified with the suffix. And yeah, so to well, just to emphasize once again, so the evidence of the many graphic features, but also the whole style of the inscription is very much connected so with the late Bronze Age. And that's what you mentioned about the centuries and the Peku and so on, those in the same direction. And so the my hypothesis interpretation would be that our knowledge is basically a legal concept from the West and brought this tradition of ceremonials, which I think is one of the so my Brazil that this tradition that comes from the Balkan area, and so the sometimes in the grace we do find the ceremonials which are comparable with the regional ceremonials. And so the scheme of basically, well, not oriental theme, but the theme of the Balkan. We don't believe the central and it offers some features from first of all from the also say empire tradition, divided by tradition, which we modify.
Thank you. I'll let Petra reply, I guess. Go ahead.
I'm very familiar with artifacts and arguments, and we should certainly continue this discussion after my talk. Where I will go over the readings again. So here is where we are really going to this week. The inscriptions both comes on 4 and Tutankhamun talk about Musha. So I understand where you're coming from Masha and Musha, but I don't fully disagree with it. I won't be able to, within the confines of the presentations, go into your arguments specifically. I'm writing an article where I will engage in your work. So, in reply, Harpoon is not the king of Masha and Muwa, I'm familiar with the arguments. Does Muwa mean to control or does it mean to conquer? There is something to say for both. So even if Harpoon controls Musha, it is not originally its own part. We can talk a little bit more about that after my presentation. So it's not a matter of semantics here, but when we say where you control an area, my claim is simply you don't talk about your own kingdom in terms of controlling. You talk about what you have conquered perhaps, and then control. So there we have another agreement of opinion. I think you should continue after my talk.
So technical problems, Thomas, his value is presented up to the grade here. So now, of the Anatolia to Athens, with the favorite argument bird of prey as bird of power in Phrygia.
Thank you. So the aim of this talk is to better understand the impact of Phrygian traditions and cults on material culture by focusing on the representation of birds of prey, widely attested as an independent object, as an attribute of the goddess Mater. Birds of prey were surely part of the central Anatolia everyday life in the Phrygian period. Rather, they should have been related with important human activities since they ended up playing a big role in the iconographic milieu of these populations. I'll try here to offer an overlook on birds of prey depiction in the Iron Age Central Anatolia and to explain the enormous iconographic success of this subject. Raptors, oaks, and eagles representation seems to have a wide chronological spread, but a very focused geographical concentration. They appear in Phrygian art from the mid-9th century BC and continue down to the 6th century BC with some possible later remnants. This popularity has to be somehow underlined and understood. I gathered in almost 30 archaeological pieces, more than 15 from them coming from the site of Gordian. This fact could be explained in remembering that only few sites with a clear Phrygian presence have been explored and excavated, but at the same time, it seems to point out a marked and popular iconographic motif at this site, considered the seat of a Phrygian royal house and probably the Phrygian capital. Depictions of birds of prey made of various materials, as we will see, have been found throughout the Phrygian levels of the citadel of Gordian, and at the present day, other few central Anatolian sites, mainly Bogatsale and southern Anatolia minor sites, have revealed birds of prey depiction very similar to those from Gordian. I chose to proceed per materials in order to try to highlight some similarity between the style of the artifact presented. An attempt to organize the material in a chronological sequence would result very hazardous, since most of them come from old excavations and fortuitous findings. A case point is the dating of the pieces from Gordian, which should be re-examined and re-evaluated in the light of more recent studies. Raptors statuettes made of stone represent the most numerous material category of Phrygian birds of prey. Rollerne in 1999 cited 19 stone examples of birds of prey, most of which are clearly raptors, but only few of these have been published. These statues are generally made on small scale, ranging from 5 to 30 centimeters, and are carved out of various types of stones, such as alabaster or porous volcanic stones. One example is the little alabaster bird figurine from Gordian. Another one is the bird of prey from the Lipchik's collections, which presents strong and precise form that emphasize the compactness, proportions, plastic division of the body, and a non-naturalistic character. Both these birds of prey are carved in round and seated in a compact vertical pose, firmly rooted with the sharp talons, and have a sort of collar around the neck. Another small stone-made raptor comes from Bogatsale. It comes from a very interesting context, the Phrygian shrine excavated in front of the propylon of Thai Temple 1. I would like to introduce also a finding coming from the archaeological site of Nidek-Nikuyuk, located in southern Cappadocia. Actually, this small stone bird represents the starting point of this research, since I got interested in Phrygian raptors through looking for comparanda for the unique finding. The bird sculpture was found broken in two pieces, the head detached from the body, in a 4th century late Achaemenid century. The stone oak is roughly carved and rejects any naturalistic restitution, while the attention of the artist seems to be focused on the rendering of the static pose of the animal and on marking with black pigment the anatomical features. As the eyes, the beak, the collar around the neck, again, the feathering, the talons, in order to give the solidity to the object. Another small alabaster sculpture of an oak comes from Ova Auremia Siriuk, a site located in central Anatolia, not in Phrygia, but in the kingdom of Tabal. Let's switch to another material category, the one of ivories, which appear to have been very popular in the Phrygian craftsmanship. In the Phrygian shrine of Bogatsale, together with the stone raptor statues, an ivory statuette seal in form of a raptor was found. The object is clearly a high status belonging, from some reason located in a votive repository. A similar object comes from Gordian again, when another ivory stem seal has been found. Leaving the ivories, a metal object, perhaps a precious pendant, again from Gordian, retraces exactly the precedent image of the resting raptor. Furthermore, terracotta birds of prey can be found at Gordian, Alisharayuk, and Bogatsale. We will now deal with a particular testimony of the Phrygian culture, the wide corpus of graffiti. It has to be underlined that birds are the most numerous class of animal found in the Megaron 2 drawings. Megaron 2 plays some important role in the elite community in the early Phrygian Gordian citadel, and it seems plausible that the building was only for occasional use, intended by someone as an audience room for a ruler or a banquet room, or as others suggested, as a cultic room. Here I present only a few explicit examples of the dozens of birds of prey documented on the Megaron 2 walls. The raptors are normally shown alone, and only rarely they are part of larger narrative scenes. Many of these drawings emphasize the physical traits of the birds of prey, such as the large and elaborately feathered wings or the hooked beak. The pose of this drawn raptor is, as already seen, the one of the resting, static animal, not occupied with the hunt or flying, but seated and calm. Why so many birds of prey drawn upon the porous blocks used for the construction of the Megaron 2 is still a matter of debate. The Gordian drawings were added to the stone prior to their placement on the walls of Megaron 2, and they clearly feature working sketches for the early Phrygian Megaron. In this way, we could suggest that the drawings could have had a practical meaning, used maybe as models for certain decorations, or perhaps even a cultic meaning, functioning as a foundation offer. It is interesting to note that some similar graffiti have been recognized also on some pottery shared from the same site. But for what it concerns pottery, birds of prey appear also on the painted decoration of some published vases from the Gordian destruction level and on pottery fragments from other sites. Based on what we have seen so far, the seated bird of prey in the Phrygian art was an established figurative element which recurs on different Phrygian products. Clearly, the symbolism of the bird of prey carried important ideological meanings. What do the Phrygian artists want to emphasize? A certain point for an answer could come from four possibilities, which resume the theories developed by various scholars. In the first case, raptors could reflect real-life examples with the added connotation of elite status, but birds of prey have long been associated with swiftness, keen eyesight, and excellent hunting abilities, and depiction of them expressed the wish to transfer this quality to the elite of a society. Raptors are hunters, and we know very well how important hunt for the elite's self-definition in the ancient societies. However, we must remember that the birds of prey represented in Phrygian art are not depicted while hunting or with their prey, but in a static and resting pose. Ferocious scenes are avoided, as well as flying or eating scenes. Roller states that the majority of Gordian 2 Megaron's drawings do not depict the multiple layers of political, religious, and other deep meaning, but they are based on actual observation and interest in depicting avian wildlife. The idea that these representations do not contain any direct allusion to any symbolic meanings doesn't seem acceptable when we compare them to all the other birds of prey images seen so far. Birds of prey category was chosen by the Phrygian artists because it had something more, a specific value that made it preferable. All the raptor objects noted above were very high status items, probably held by very high status figures with constantly need to reinforce and demonstrate their powers. Collins has just suggested to interpret birds of prey specifically as a symbol of political power, completely independent of deities, at least at the beginning. The iconography of the birds of prey would be a political reference to the Phrygian ruler in particular. Disregarding this reading of the enormous popularity of birds of prey in Phrygian art was convincing, but not sufficient if we keep in mind that the statement that politics and religion could not have been separated, no way in the ancient societies. Then, if we believe in a direct link between birds of prey and Phrygian elites, we should accept a cultic meaning of this animal. In order to offer a fourth theory which attempts to explain the birds of prey success in Phrygia, it is opportune from now to introduce another iconographic theme which involves birds of prey, the iconography of the goddess Matar. In the first millennium BC, and more precisely from the 7th, 6th century BC, the bird of prey appeared regularly in depiction of Matar from Gordion and other sites in central Anatolia. The relief from Gordion and Bakcheliver and the Yash statue, in these reliefs, the goddess is shown with a bird in her left hand and a drinking vessel in her right. The bird is wrapped firmly and in a restraining action typical of the bird of prey, and the profile of each bird is that of raptor. Other statues and reliefs from Gordion show anthropomorphic figures holding again a bird of prey. Roller argues that the association of the predators with the Matar was intended to reinforce the goddess' idea of power. The predator would have a practical value, and it would give the goddess a helpful function in relation to humans. In this way, we would have a hunting goddess accompanied by its helpful animal. But the interpretation of bird of prey, just a hunting companion for the Matar, is not enough. For some reason, the people from central Phrygia chose the birds of prey and not other animals like the lion or the predators in this case, other predators. The depiction of birds of prey permeated the Phrygian artistic panorama long before the association with the goddess, and even more than Matar image if we look at the archaeological material. The first graffiti from Gordion depicting raptors are dated to the 9th century, and many of the stone, ivory, and terracotta materials should be redated and placed before the 7th century BC. Let's give a look to the Hittite past now. In absence of written sources, we could try to explain certain iconographic choices looking at the local past. It's hard to prove continuity of a certain tradition throughout century and even millennia. However, Phrygians could have sourced from the former Anatolia traditions from some elements as the image of the bird of prey. The bird of prey as an attribute of male hunting deity is as old as the iconography of the Kanishkarum II period and continues in the Hittite times. From the Hittite figurative cultures, various meanings for the birds of prey emerge. We find sacred scenes with a sort of god of wildlife marked by association with the bird of prey and the stag, ritual scenes with a seated god holding a bird of prey and a bow, profane scenes with a naturalistic depiction of the bird of prey hunting a hare or a fawn, profane scene with a standing male human figure holding the kalmush, the bird of prey, and the prey. Goddesses are less evidently concerned with birds of prey and hunt in the Hittite culture. We have two seals impression from Kultepe and Bogatskoi with a goddess seated on a mountain sheep holding a goblet and a raptor. Seated goddesses with the same attributes are rendered in relief at Al-Choyuk and Firakten. We don't suggest it in any way that the Phrygian Matar has something to do with the Hittite seated figure. Instead, we are interested in the iconographic representation of a goddess with a perched and resting bird of prey in her hand. The attitude of the raptor is very similar to the one of the Phrygian representation, which I presented before. The bird is depicted in profile and seated and seems to characterize the goddesses as a specific attribute. It is possible that the iconography of the Hittite goddess associated with the hunting birds survived in the Iron Age, particularly in the Phrygian Courland. There is no advantage in oversimplifying the pantheon of Phrygian area, but we know of the tenacity of Anatolian tradition in many instances, and we have to consider the possibility of Bronze Age elements in the nature of some Celtic phenomena emerging from Phrygian sources. That being the case, we can assume that bird of prey as an attribute of a female figure was a religious, political, and maybe high status symbol already used in the Hittite iconography. Whether the Phrygians adopted this iconography when they arrived in Anatolia or they had already developed it and assumed the resting raptor image is still a matter of debate. Let's introduce now a short question about the bird of prey attested in the hieroglyphic name of the Syrian goddess Kubaba. A certain similarity of the Phrygian bird of prey and the sign Avis, which appears between the phonetic syllables Ku and Baba, written in Anatolian hieroglyphics, should be noted. The Phrygians did indeed use some of the visual iconography of Kubaba to depict their mother goddess, but in general, the points of closest contacts between Kubaba and Phrygian mothers seem to rest in fairly superficial features. It is important to say that the bird of prey has never been associated to Kubaba as an attribute. The Carchemish goddess has other typical attributes such as the lion, the mirror, the pomegranate. In any event, it's intriguing the fact that the name of Kubaba is always inscribed near the deity representation and includes the symbol of the bird of prey. The symbol used in the Anatolian hieroglyphic avis and is clearly represent a seated and resting raptor with folded wings. Regarding the scripture system, the presence of the bird of prey symbol in the name of the goddess is considered superfluous. What matters is that the symbol avis is never omitted next the Kubaba images, probably because it had become mandatory part of in the goddess iconography, which also included the divine name. The visual association between the Anaeotite female goddess and a bird of prey could be another source for the great success of the Phrygian bird of prey. It is possible that the Phrygian artists, who didn't care about the fact that the bird was in fact part of the name of Kubaba and not an attribute of her, were influenced by the pose, the good attitude of the raptor, and even the association with a female goddess. To sum up, I observed a strong tendency of Phrygian artists on depicting raptors in a specific attitude, the one which see birds of prey seated in a very compact pose, firmly rooted with the sharp talons and with the wings firmly grasped at the two sides of the breast. Another recurring, if not constant, feature of the Phrygian birds is the collar around the neck, whose meaning is still not clear. Stilistically speaking, the birds of prey iconography doesn't follow a precise, unique model, but a certain degree of freedom is given to the local artists. The pose of the animal and the attitude, the compactness and the anti-naturalistic aspect, the bond with elitist and religious context are respected, but the formal rendering of the subject is not the emanation of a sole center of power. For what it concerns the meaning of bird of prey, this should not be considered mere hunting alive or man of God, and it doesn't convince that they must be considered just a symbol of hunt, since the attitude of the raptor in the Phrygian iconography is always resting, associated with no hunt scenes. We have to look for other skills in these raptors, maybe their magnificence, their direct link between the earth and the sky, the ability of waving in the wind, or of looking the human events from an eye point of view. Moreover, the extreme popularity of this animal in the Phrygian artistic panorama has to be stressed with a spatial geographical focus upon the ancient city of Gordion, and a chronological stress again on the late early Phrygian period and middle Phrygian period. Another point is that from the Achaemenid conquest of central Anatolia, so from the last quarter of the 6th century, when Phrygia is no more a political entity, depiction of birds of prey generally stopped. Raptors in this way could be interpreted as an identification mark for the Phrygian community concentrated in central Anatolia, which maintained some iconographic values for at least 4 centuries, from the 9th to the 6th century BC. Evidently, this iconography was not adopted by the Achaemenid rulers and was even abandoned by the Phrygian still living culture of central Anatolia. But some remnants of the Phrygian birds of prey could be attested at Nidekinikuyuk and Ovarendia Siruyuk, 2 sites located outside of the traditional boundary of Phrygia, both located in central southern Anatolia. It is possible to suggest that an image, as the one of the bird of prey, fallen out from use in its originating region, was still in use in peripheral areas which appropriated iconography and cultic objects in use some decades before in the Anatolian plateau. The reception of the bird of prey appeared to be only one of the Phrygian cultural traits which passed from the central North Anatolia down to Cappadocia. Even we cannot totally comprehend the meaning and the ideology on which a certain iconography is based, in the case of the resting bird of prey, we can at least evaluate the power of this image held in Anatolia. Before concluding, I present a further and last case studies. Here you see just few of the dozen of terracotta or metamorphic vessels found in the recent year in a trash deposit of a Caltech area at the site of Nidekinikuyuk. and the objects are dated stratigraphically to the 1st century BC. What kind of animal are they? Could be interpreted as bird of prey. The question remains still open for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So it's very interesting to hear. So my question is just out of curiosity about the name of Baba. And the artist sign, even if it is superfluous there, the position which it displays is very weird. Because, so if it is a symbolic sign, why we shouldn't place it as a determinate, either pre-post or post-post, but just inserted this in the middle of the name? Is there any explanation about this?
I have no explanation. I mean, I'm not a linguist or a philologist, so maybe someone of the philologists here.
Oh, okay.
I looked at this as well when I analyzed. I looked at the sign itself, the meaning of the Andes 128 Wa, but not necessarily in Kuba. It is the reading Wa in certain sense. So what I noticed is that you have very rarely they use Andes only. So most spellings are really what you show. Deus, who, Aves, Baba. And that's overwhelmingly the case. I think we have Deus, who, Aves, Baba. So at one point we thought, okay, so there are a few cases of Deus, Aves, and so then we need think, is Kubaba also the name of a bird? Okay. I mean, that's purely speculation.
Yeah.
But it is a possibility, and we do not have a bird name in the technical part. We don't have bird names in America. People have suggested comparison with other birds in other societies, but you have to. I connected the data on the footnote in my article. I can send the article to you or if you want.
Just as an addition to this, I also had at this, because I was talking about this article first, and there are a few that's what I must like could check. A few attestations also without habits. So there's who rarely, I think on some schools, and so these really think that to some degree there is a cover why it's not connected necessarily, as you also said. So I would look at all these things, and to me the fact that there are some there's values interesting, but also that there are some without values. And just one of these kind of spellings that are really hard to explain. And one thing that I really look into this is all the singular stations without the description, because let's say sometimes original space may be important, and let's say there is not a space would only be hours. That's where we look into for explaining unorthodox spelling. So that's a very interesting thing.
We have one comment from the street, from Tomas Pispali, who's participating virtually. He says the Messer stele is another layer or peripheral monument that retains the association between a female deity and birds of prey. So perhaps something to look at.
Okay. Thank you.
We're actually probably at a time where we should, yes, one more round of applause. So as we readjust the schedule, we'll have a coffee break now, probably 25 minutes. We'll try to shave off a little time to get back on schedule as we go through the day, but hopefully everything will be resolved and back on track for anything else. So coffee will probably be another 10-15 minutes, so it might be a break and then coffee. Thomas, if you can hear us, give me one second. I'm going to load up a few PowerPoints and then pray that we have.
Sure. Okay. Okay. I'll be here. Just
great. And I'll test that.
Yeah, that looks okay. So I can get this out?
Yes, I already ejected it. So
I would like to do it in the way that Pilar sits here.
Okay.
And is doing the presentation.
Here.
And I would speak here. Okay. And so I don't know if we place this microphone.
Yeah, I might just slide the two mics.
Yeah.
These ones are much better.
Okay, actually.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, of course. Maybe I can even see if I can get an attachment because it looks like that's just the same thing. So it's support.
Yeah.
If not, we'll do support. Thank you. Okay, so where is this plug? All right, so my assumption, Thomas, is that we have to manage the actual audio equipment in the back. So I'm going to play with a few switches and see what we can come up with there. For the audience at home, since you are getting to enjoy this process of us figure out our live stream, this is active troubleshooting for audio without, at least for now, tech support, but hopefully they will be here. So please bear with us for a few minutes while we try to get this working.
The technical troubleshooting is the most important part in the academic process.
Tomas, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so right now, yes, if we plug in the speakers, well, so the speakers actually don't do anything. The speaker setup that connects to the computer doesn't broadcast any sounds from the computer. So somehow the speakers are only connected to microphones. And when we plug in the speakers into here, then it is somehow registering as both the microphone and the speaker and doesn't allow us to communicate.
Right.
So one option we're going to try, which is probably going to cause feedback and be impossible, but it might be our last attempt to do it in this way. I'm going to activate the microphone here and try to place it as close to the speakers of the computer and see how good or horrible that sounds.
Oh, so you want to like amplify the computer's speakers through the microphone?
We're going to give it a try, but I don't know.
Yeah, let's try. Yeah. Although it might be.
You want to speak?
Okay, I'm speaking. Is it any better? Is it working?
Keep speaking.
Testing. Yeah.
Okay.
So far everything is.
So I just have to stay here like this.
It's going to be crazy. We have to balance the computer because the speaker's on the bottom and put the microphone there. But
okay. Yeah, that will be okay. But there's no feedback, right? So it's not causing any
feedback here. I will hop onto the restream to make sure that they can actually hear the talk. And through Zoom, once we give you screen share, you should be able to control your own presentation. But we can test it out.
Okay. Yeah, I can test it out while you check the stream.
Okay, perfect. Let me just test this here.
Oh yeah, I cannot share it now because the your sharing is on. You will have to switch off the like the placeholder, the little.
Yeah.
You just have to. You have to stop sharing so I can start sharing mine.
Sorry. Jumping between.
Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm sharing now.
Okay, so it looks good here. Let me
visible?
just check on the restream. I guess looks good on there.
Okay.
Actually, because you're on stream. When he was talking with us, holding it together, did it sound okay?
It still wasn't on like that. We should try it again.
Okay. Okay, let's sure, sorry, 1 second. So that's up there. Adahan, can you hear me on the stream? Okay, Tomas, we're going to test one more time with the speaker to mic setup.
Okay, let's do it.
Just say something for testing.
Yeah, just for testing purposes. So yeah, my topic is carving yourself a niche in Anatolia, Phrygian rock cut monuments in a regional context. Yeah, this is the testing phase.
Great, thank you.
So is it audible in the room?
We will let you know in one moment. There's a slight delay.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like it's good. So we're just going to position this. I'm going to disable our. Actually, looks like your screen should be good. I'm going to go check over, make sure it still looks good on the screen, and then in maybe 3 or 4 minutes, assuming we can corral everyone into the room, we can begin with your talk, and I'll transition over for the others.
Okay, so it will be about like. So I should be ready to begin like in about 5 minutes.
If that works for you.
Yeah. Just checking. Okay, good. Thanks.
His voice is clearer than yours.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to mute just for 1 second. Actually, yeah, I'm going to upload a few slides and prepare for the next session as well. And then we'll set back up and I'll let you know when everyone's kind of in the room and give you a minute to prepare. Do you have a I can email it to you.
We have a flash drive. Where is mine? Okay.
Let's see. Thomas, we are just waiting for the room to refill, and then we will begin. So probably another minute, 90 seconds, because I don't see a lot of movement yet, but we're working on it.
I can sit here.
Okay.
Under behind this. Could I press the PowerPoint?
No.
Okay. Before we begin.
Lorenzo doesn't have to do it. What? Lorenzo doesn't have to do it. That's yeah, he's able to. Tomas, if you'd like to share your screen, we can get it up on the board and get ready to go.
Okay, just a second.
Sure.
Okay, so here's my screen.
Great, yeah, it looks good here. We're just we'll have somebody kind of here to make sure that the sound continues to function for us.
Okay.
And I can help introduce this one. And then we'll get the ball rolling in maybe 30 seconds.
Okay.
Technical difficulties. I will introduce Thomas. Since he's from the last session. What's it's the short session. Well, this is no, it's all right, everybody, we are about to begin. We have found a solution for Tomas Cybele's presentation. Since we cannot connect his computer to the speakers by any means, we are using a microphone against the speakers. It appears to sound good on the live stream, so we will hope that it sounds good enough for the duration. Please bear with us. There's not so much we can do, so do your best to listen and enjoy. And Tomas, you can begin whenever you're ready. Yes, Tomas, you can begin if you couldn't hear me.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I could hear you just a little bit. Okay. So thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for accepting my paper and accommodating my online participation. It means a lot to me to be able to be here despite all the circumstances. So in my presentation, I would like to share some ideas and observations regarding the spatial perception of Phrygian rock cut monuments in a regional perspective. And several overarching themes have already been touched upon by the previous participants. It's both the use and modification of natural features in religious contexts in Anatolia and other regions. I really appreciated the sober and very balanced formal comparison of rock cut monuments between Urartu and Phrygia yesterday, for example. And also the importance of geographic locations, like mountain peaks in one of the previous in peak sanctuaries in one of the previous presentations, and also the expression of power and control through monumentality and the modification of the landscape, as was demonstrated yesterday on the example of Sardis. And of course, the question of Phrygianness and the sort of the character and affiliation of the Phrygian civilization, Phrygian culture, was also discussed. And the rock cut monuments are indeed the calling cards of Phrygia, We have several unique types, which are characteristic only for the Phrygian cultural circle, but there are also parallels and similarities. But the problem is that rock-cut monuments are a rather tricky and even sometimes treacherous material to tackle, especially in a comparative aspect. On the one hand, most rock-cut monuments lack hard evidence regarding basic chronology, the context of creation, or their intended use. On the other hand, there are many formal and spatial similarities, and in many cases it remains to be established whether these similarities are due to mere coincidence, some sort of environmental predetermination, or universal typological traits, or perhaps shared regional practices, or maybe some direct link, such as influence, imitation, or sort of a cross-pollination in the development of said features. Luckily for the Phrygian rock-cut world, we have many important contributions. Susan Bernd-Erse's seminal Phrygian rock-cut shrines also is a wonderful compendium of data and analysis. There are also a number of scholarly works on rock-cut reliefs and features in the south and southeast of Anatolia, on Neo-Hittite rock-cut reliefs. However, if we turn to Western Anatolia is not so well covered. For example, for Lydia, we have the important overview of Charles Roosevelt's From Gygax to Alexander, in which many landscape monuments are collected. But for the numerous rock-cut installations and sanctuaries found in the Greek settlements on the coast, we have no fundamental work or catalogue, although there is currently a strong interest, a strong scholarly interest in this topic, so this might change in the near future. In this paper, I will concentrate mainly on the step monuments or throne-like monuments, beginning with the Phrygian Midas city, and then compare them with possible regional parallels. As I said, the southeastern direction has received more scholarly attention, and also it was discussed already today. So to broaden the scope, I will try to add to this and compare the Phrygian examples to the monuments located in the Western Anatolian and Aegean region in Lydia and Ionia. I will not consider the Thracian possible parallels because that's out of my scope of expertise. So these parallels that I'm going to touch upon are in any case not new, but still somewhat underdeveloped. However, I will not be talking about the questions of the genesis and the comparative chronology. For the purpose of my presentation, I will simply consider these monuments as, well, basically created sometime between in the first millennium BC, hopefully before the 4th century. But there are still many other things to consider, both in regards of individual installations and the broader corpus of Anatolian rock-cut monuments. And hopefully these investigations can supplement the study of our Phrygian monuments as intersections of perhaps royal or noble, aristocratic and divine power, which occupy their own specific place in the stone-cut worlds of Iron Age Anatolia. So I begin with Midas city and Phrygia. This place, already well covered in this conference, was probably a sacred city, and it has the highest concentration of Phrygian rock-cut installations. There are the various cultic facades, the altars, step monuments, tombs, so many things. I would like to draw the attention here to a small group of monuments situated in the northwest corner of the plateau. In the catalogue of Susan Bernd-Erse's, they are numbered 78 and 79. They are considered among the relatively early monuments, but dating is always problematic. They lack inscriptions or figurative reliefs. Perhaps this is why they generally are not really considered in scholarly works, and no finds can be associated with them. But despite the lack of such distinguishing features, I think, in my opinion, this cluster is a great example of a specific perception of landscape and a good example of how places for the creation of monuments are chosen. So there is this big boulder that stands on the very edge of the plateau. It is worked from the eastern side with several steps cut into it. And on the two sides of the top step, there are two vertical protruding parts, which indeed resemble armrests, with the boulder forming sort of the high back of the perceived throne. And there is the second smaller monument, which is the small niche to the left. This is 78. Let us examine the landscape around the monument. When we approach it frontally, we behold this breathtaking panorama. And one would assume that this was a conscious choice of the creators who followed the natural inspiration. And this photo, I think, can convey the breadth and depth of the scenery, but in real life, the effect is even stronger. Of course, we cannot equate our contemporary response to ancient sites, but the idiosyncrasy of the view cannot be ignored. And as I wish to show, not only such emotions such as awe can be considered, but also a symbolic charge attributed to this location and the panoramic scenery as well. So if we accept, at least for the purposes of this presentation, that such monuments were altars, then we can hypothetically reconstruct the perception of the rock and the landscape in the context of a ritual, be that a one-time event or a repeating festival. A person who wants to make the offering then approaches the altar, which is a rock, a feature of the natural world, connected to the land. But it is also artificially modified and turned into this artificial structure that otherwise, without the human interaction, doesn't exist in the natural environment. The rock is located on the edge of the ravine on a natural border, sort of the meeting point of two different spaces. At the same time, the scenery beyond this border opens up before the spectator. So this bird's eye view, the ability to perceive a large territory like a bird of prey. Yeah, these capabilities can be then connected with either the religious figure whose altar or place of epiphany this is, and in this case this might be Matar, but this is just conjectural. So if we take the throne analogy at face value and imagine that at the time of the approach, a person or a statue is situated there, then the occupant of this throne, let's say, is highlighted before this scenic backdrop, an overview of the land that he or she rules over and protects. Alternatively, the occupant who may be seated there can be associated with the deity. In any case, the deity's power over the world materializes and becomes evident through the symbolism and placement of the monument. And in this connection, I will just briefly turn to a monument that was well presented in one of the previous papers, Kızıldag, in the southern reaches of Anatolia. This is a well studied place, so I will just skip over some of my text. But I would like to stress one of the things that James talked about, and this is the interconnection of these various installations and their intervisibility with both between the sanctuaries and the settlements, the cities. And I too would like to sort of envision the rulers of the city of Türkmen-Karahöyük sort of leading their procession to Kızıldağ and perhaps then over to Karadağ. And I would also like to think that the link between the two peak sanctuaries or the two mountains was also very strong. For example, Kızıldağ 4, the stabbed altar, could have been oriented both towards the Kızıldağ mountain, but at the same time, the Karadağ mountain was also visible from it. So the offering had sort of two orientations. So and already today, and probably even more in the future, the chronology and interpretation of the Kızıldağ complex will have a strong bearing on our understanding of Phrygian rock cut monuments. And of course, there is the often cited parallel of Kızıldağ 4, another monument of Hartepu, to step monument number 70 in Midas city. But this also leads often to the consideration of a specific type of monument, unlike the large ornamented facades, which are very Phrygian. But other specific types of monuments were not just purely Phrygian creation, but an element of a wider cultural tendency in Iron Age Anatolia. However, it's also worth noting that, at least in my opinion, but now I've heard that others agree with this as well, that the Kızıldağ complex is not a typical Neo-Hittite rock-cut complex, because it emphasizes a sort of three-dimensionality as opposed to the two-dimensional reliefs. And of course, there's the Luwian inscription and the relief, but they are placed upon the surface of a rock volume that is much more in keeping with models we find in Phrygia and central Anatolia. And as for monument number 70, which I will not analyze in detail here, I will just quickly note that this is one of the rare lucky occasions when we have the inscription on a step monument, a Phrygian inscription on a step monument, which shows that this step monument might have been a dedication by a ruler of Modra, perhaps. Therefore, it is tempting to understand this monument as a dedication by the leader of one of the interrelated or allied tribes of the region, who all worshipped at the same shared sanctuary at Midas city. But let me now just move on to Lydia and to Mount Sipylus. This area is of special importance because of Pausanias, who calls it his home country and mentions it several times in his work. His interest is mainly in the ancient history of the area and how it still lives on in monuments. Pausanias recounts the signs that prove that Pelops and Tantalus once dwelt in his country, and these include both like natural locations connected to these mythical heroes, tombs, these rock-cut thrones, sanctuaries, even a statue created from a living myrtle tree, and an ancient rock-cut statue, Niobe, and of course even Niobe herself turned to stone. Pausanias' mythographic itinerary attracted much attention in the 19th and 20th centuries, with scholars and travelers trying to match the description of to real features of the landscape. And today we have, in general, a good understanding of which places Pausanias might have meant. And the author and his guides, of course, populate the land with legendary kings of the Lydian dynasty, or the Tantalid dynasty, like Pelops or Proteus, who are mentioned also, which is I think is important. These kings are mentioned also as creators and patrons of monuments, which is of course relatable to to the practice we saw in Phrygia and on Kızıldag or in other Anatolian places. Because I think that despite the very mixed chronological, tempological, and ontological mishmash, as Felipe Rojas called it, this mishmash that's Pausanias' text, these legends can contain a trace of the local tradition, which retains knowledge, if not about the exact dignitaries, but about the practice of royal or aristocratic or high priestly dedications of rock-cut structures. So in this context, it's interesting to examine the so-called throne of Pelops. We can be quite certain that Pausanias attached this label to a rock-cut structure on Mount Sipylus next to the narrow canyon called Yarikaya. Carl Humann was one of the first Western travelers to describe this monument, and he instantly connected it to the throne of Pelops. And it was also soon discussed by others who posited that the throne probably served some religious purpose. The lofty commanding position, this is a quote from William Ramsay, the lofty commanding position points to this conclusion. And he added that it probably wasn't a grave, but rather an altar on which offerings were placed. And George Bean also thought that this was originally an altar, but in view of its shape and size, it may have well passed in antiquity under the name of the throne of Pelops. So the structure itself is this gigantic niche shaped like a bisected hollow cube, and its position in the landscape is most peculiar. Here on the northeastern segment of Mount Sipylus, the mountain is separated from the main body by a canyon. And the throne stands on this outcrop, here where the red arrow is. The throne stands on this outcrop on the edge of a dangerous void. The chasm behind the monument is at least 150 meters deep. So such extreme geography could be understood as the working of mighty natural forces. And indeed, Pausanias even tells a story about a town destroyed by an earthquake. Thus, it can be said that a special location was picked for the creation of this monument. This is a place where the working of the forces of nature is visible, and where there is a clear-cut border between spaces, where there are both rocks and water. And next we can examine the scenery. So if we turn the other way, not towards the throne, but away from it, or if we, sit on the throne, we overlook the whole plain of the Hermos River, and the view of this fertile land conveys a sense of prosperity and riches. And we also see the road connecting two important cities, Magnesia and Sardis. Thus, this elevated watchtower-like position of the monument fosters the idea of dominion and control. The so-called throne itself is actually quite big. It's not really meant to be sat on, as it can be seen in these various methods of interaction. But perhaps it wasn't even meant to be, perhaps it was meant to be occupied by a seated person. And I suppose that it was supposed to be stood on like a balcony with a tall parapet, which, now that I think about it, is also comparable to archaic Greek altars. But let's see what happens if we consider the view like from the throne. When approached frontally, the niche is aligned with the dominant feature of the landscape, the summit of Mount Sipylus. And if we extend the vertical armrests of this altar, then they highlight the peak of the sacred mountain, giving it a natural monumental frame. So in this case, the peak itself is sort of left to the god. Mortals get to look at it through this ritual window of this altar. And next, I would like to travel further to the west and take a look at Ephesus on the Ionian coast. Actually, there are numerous rock-cut features in Ionian cities. Often they are centuries of Cybele, various niches and altars. But the one I would like to talk about is located in Ephesus on the southeastern slope of Bubuldag, the ancient Mount Pion. This installation was already described by Otto Bendorf in the early 20th century, and additionally measured and studied by Anton Bammer and Ulrike Mus in 2006. The scholars pointed out the, quote, Phrygian character of this monument and stressed that it is one more piece of evidence that shows that Ephesus was a contact zone between the Phrygians and the Greeks. They also note that there was possibly a spring on the mountain here, and that the rock-cut altar might be connected to it ritually. So the monument is situated some 200 meters above sea level, midway up the southeastern slope of the hill. And from what I was able to ascertain just by the maps, this means that the monument lies higher than the settlement itself and higher than the top of Panayırdag, however, still lower than the top of Bubuldag or the top of other nearby mountains. The monument itself is oriented towards the south, and after 3 steps, there is a rectangular platform with clean-cut sides, somewhat similar in configuration to the balcony of the throne of Pelops overlooking Sipylus, or some monuments in the Phrygian zone. I think a very interesting comparison would be the altar at Baikei, at the necropolis. At Ephesus, however, there are also 2 libation halls present, a central one to the south and a secondary one slightly lower to the east. So in my opinion, the configuration and spatial orientation gives some rather clear clues about the dedication of the altar. Towards the south, the central libation hall is oriented towards an important location in the vicinity, which is Mount Solmissus, Aladah. So the secondary place points towards the valley with its several river streams, or perhaps the mountain over the valley. But likely the main star is, of course, Mount Solmissus. The mountain and the grove beneath it are said to be the place in the Ephesian tradition where Leto hid and where the Curetes protected her while she was in labor. I don't necessarily think that the rock-cut altar has to be connected with the rites of the Curetes, but it could have been a stopping point, one of the stages during the city's sacred processions, and perhaps in its original conception was a place to offer libations towards the deity associated with Mount Solmissus to the south. And I would like to examine one more monument, this time on the island of Halki, just off the coast of Rhodes. This monument is cut into an irregular boulder on the slope of a hill. It is a sort of a double throne with a shared armrest in the middle, and the names of Zeus and Hecate are carved under each respective place, giving us a rare example of a clear connection between rock-cut, like throne-like altar, and specific gods. This monument was very well described by Millet Geifman, who studied this monument and even placed it on the cover of her book on aniconism in Greek antiquity. Her study of the double throne has a number of valuable observations applicable to other rock-cut monuments as well. She points out that the natural roughness was not hidden by the carving of the seats, but remained visible from all vantage points. And then she traces the path to approach the monument, which lies up on the way to the peak. And she describes how at first the 2 carved seats are not visible, but then gradually they are revealed as the spectator changes position. And at this point, when viewed against the backdrop of the mountains and the sea, that's a quote, it appears as much more as an awe-inspiring locus of divine presence. Her next assertion, however, is something open to criticism in the same way my current presentation is open to criticism. What I am describing is mostly what I personally feel and observe when walking around the ruins and the rocks. To what extent can we project our modern sensibilities and the descriptions of our effects onto the ancient experience? And of course, the phenomenological approach in landscape archaeology has been criticized, and not without a reason, for its over-reliance on just the visual senses and for following a romantic or culturally biased interpretative tradition. And another important point of criticism that we have to take into account is the question of the universality of human experience. Overall, as Ruth van Dijk points out, we can assume that all humans have generally similar spatial perceptions of such body-relevant experiences as directionality and scale. The human body organizes spatial experiences into up and down, front and back, left and right, and so on. And like us, says Van Dijk, past subjects constructed their spaces to create and reflect aspects of their habitus. However, we must continue. In research into the ancient perception of scenic views, I think can reinforce visual observation-based phenomenological analysis. So if we can find at least some literary tradition that can give us a glance through ancient eyes at the landscape, then this can reinforce our modern observations. So if we, I think it's best to look at a context that is something practical and not ritual or cultic. One of the utilitarian reasons to go up on a hill and gaze at the surrounding landscape is the establishment of control or observation, for example, military observation over the land. So a fortress or a watchtower on a tall summit can provide an observation point. And the strategic advantage of having high ground is spelled out in works describing historical battles, be that Herodotus or the descriptions of the campaigns of Alexander the Great. So the military importance is stressed. But furthermore, the utilitarian control of the surrounding territory is often extrapolated onto royal or divine presence and given a broader and more symbolic meaning. I think my favorite example of this complex intermingling of military reconnaissance and a symbolic epic dimension can be seen in the Iliad, when Polites, the son of Priam, is tasked to watch the Greeks approach, and his observation point is a special place. It's the tomb of Hesiates, the tumulus of a prominent Trojan noble. The tumuli of the Troad region enjoyed a long afterlife, and from archaic tombs to monumentalized places of memory, revisited and even rebuilt in later antiquity, and then visited by more recent travelers. These mounds dot the whole region and surround the city of Ilion itself too. They are constant features of the landscape. It seems appropriate to compare this to the role of the royal and elite burial mounds around Gordion in Phrygia, which was already touched upon yesterday. The tumuli, man-made hills, encircle the citadel, forming almost a second line of defenses, both strategical as outposts and vantage points, but also symbolic, marking the presence and perhaps protection of the revered ancestors. As for the gods and their divine omniscient vision, it's found everywhere in Greek epic. In the Iliad, Zeus often descends from Olympus to Mount Ida, the peak of Gargarus, to be closer to his favored Trojans. And the mountain is fertile, wild, and abundant in springs. But the mountain peak is not only a place where the god abode. It is not only the place where the god lives. In the text, Zeus, enthroned on the ridge, always observes, watches over, and sometimes manipulates the events unfolding in the mortal realm. Or he just retreats back to Olympus to watch as the other gods intervene. So Zeus's gaze, always from a higher vantage point, is a very important narrative tool in Homer, which was elaborated upon in Helen Lowatt's book on the epic gaze. And another passage that I find inspiring in this context is Strabo's sort of bird's eye view description of the Lydian landscape, which I quoted already, and its dominant features. He delivers a very potent formula: a fortified city of some antiquity, connected to a sacred mountain peak. From the mountain peak and not from the city, one can see the whole region and then enumerate the peoples who live there. But also there are the rivers and the fertile plains, and this dominating peak of the mountain was even, according to Strabo, monumentalized in Persian times. And there are even some remains on Keldag, which are connected, might be connected to the buildings mentioned by Strabo. And overall, it seems that in the Persian period in Lydia, saw a further use of rock-cut features in high places for cultic and strategic purposes, with the introduction of new types of rock-cut monuments as well, such as the perhaps a fire altar type of installation on Shahan Kaya in Lydia, in the sort of this saddle of the hill. Therefore, in conclusion, in my presentation, I try to show that these rock-cut installations, when created for religious purposes, allowed to frame cultic practices and provide a place of contact. And they facilitated the expression of ideas about the character of the divinity and its sway over the environment and the surroundings, which could have been then extrapolated on the control of the dedicator, of the person, of the patron of the monument, or his connection to the divinity. The Phrygian cultural zone was one of the parts of Anatolia where this potential was fully recognized and consciously developed. And the active carving of rock-cut altars in Phrygia definitely catalyzed the processes in other regions. And it shows, in some way, the high compatibility between Phrygia, both with its southeast, but also between Phrygia and its western Anatolian neighbors. Thank you for your attention.
All right, so I think we have time for maybe one question if we have one.
Thank you very much for this wonderful talk. I think it is very important to get really. Do you hear me?
Not very well.
Okay.
I think I can only hear if perhaps you go to the computer.
I can try to repeat for you if you want.
Okay.
This one, yeah, unfortunately. This one.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I think this is a very good thing what you are doing, putting together the rock-cut monuments of Central Anatolia and of the West and the coast. And this is an area which is really underexplored in this respect. I have been working not very far from your Halki in the Pavia and Thessalonisos since many years, and alone in Lorima, which is very close to it, I just memorized, I have 6 rock-cut monuments, and there are much more in the area, and this really needs a systematic research. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, I've also seen very Phrygian type step monuments in Caria, and in many Ionian cities there are many more, and on the islands as well. Yes, I will, if possible, if you can send me the reference later, I can look it up as well. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I think for the sake of time, we'll move on, but we can bring back more questions later if we have some time. So one more round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for the technical assistance.
And I'll get the computer set up and I'll hand the microphone off to my next chair. Is this one there too? Okay.
I
guess I can still say good morning, despite the lateness of the hour. In any case, I just want to, for those who don't know, I added a little bit of a prefix to my title. So I added in eparchis or periscalprum, which, if any of you know, eparchis is just the Phrygian word for to inscribe or to carve, and then periscalprum would be the logographic term for kwanza, which is the Luwian word for to carve. So, and this is kind of what I wanted to reference and talk about in my lecture today, is this idea of choice in why different people on the Central Anatolian Plateau are using different scripts at different times, not just in terms of language users and spoken language, but actually in terms of the writing itself. Although the Anatolian hieroglyphic script has been in use since the late 2nd millennium in Central Anatolia, its use as a true cultural marker came with the introduction of alphabetic scripts into the region in the early 1st millennium, as evidenced by Anatolian hieroglyphic inscriptions like Topada and Turkmen Koruk I. The growth of the Phrygian state-based Gordian led to friction with other established kingdoms on the Anatolian Plateau. This paper will therefore examine the ways that both Anatolian hieroglyphic and alphabetic inscriptions like Phrygian served as cultural markers of state influence in the region, and how the inscriptions mark differing areas of cultural importance based on their state's respective agendas of projecting power. These markers were similar to, but often distinct from, the other cultural spheres which dominated their outlying regions, namely Greek alphabetic writing practices to the west, and Syro-Anatolian hieroglyphic and/or Northwest Semitic alphabetic writing practices to the southeast. Although much valuable work has been done regarding the role of writing shaping the identity of the Aegean and Syrian spheres, this work will primarily focus on the 10th through the 8th century BCE horizon in Central Anatolia, which has so far been less examined, although it's becoming more and more looked at, as we will soon see, and as we have seen during this conference. Although I will speak about the setting up of boundaries today, I would like to note that these boundaries were in a continual state of negotiation, and that different actors, be they human or objects, played different roles at different times in either maintaining or transgressing these boundaries in an entangled spectrum of relationships. Pertaining to epigraphs, following Ian Hodder's work, more than just receptacles of linguistic data, the installations which contain writing should be read as things entangled within the cultural, political milieu of the society in which they emerged. These things, be they stela, living rock installations, altars, orthostats, or statues, are both made by humans, but also act as objects which have a lifespan and history outside of those who created them. Proceeding from their construction, these installations became a living part of the environment in which they resided, exerting agency on those with whom they interact on a daily basis. Although the result of human agency, these rock installations have in many ways outlived their creations, continuing to find new meaning and significance even after those who have carved them out of the earth have returned to the earth which gave their creations life. This is especially true in our region because, to a great extent, there are no more Phrygian speakers, there are no more Luwian speakers, and yet their monuments still remain here and we get to interact with them. Therefore, while we may discuss the dividing lines between East and the West, between Luwian speakers and Phrygian speakers, it is important to note the variability of relationships that different objects had with varying people living throughout Central and Western Anatolia. For example, we may look to some objects, many of which we have already discussed in this conference, including but not limited to woven textiles, fibulae, so Alishar 4, Alt Frigishaver, metal vessels, grain blackwares, and we've had many wonderful presentations on several of these objects and their intertangled nature on the plateau. These are objects, however, that though they may have originated in one place, transgressed across space and became symbols that united much of the culture of the region. On the other hand, rock installations, due to either the difficulty or sheer impossibility of moving them across space, become useful objects with which to mark difference between boundaries as opposed to look at unity between them. Is this feature of their physical composition that lends them towards being either agents of internal cohesion or markers of cultural political difference at external boundary lines. Their physical nature, therefore, then makes them useful as symbols of identity, as outlined by Frederick Barth. He suggested that one major impetus to ethnicity arises if people can be made to join in creating the appearance appearance of discontinuity by embracing a few neatly contrasting diacritica, rather than the variable and inconsistent whole of culture. An imagined community is promoted by making a few such diacritica highly salient and symbolic, that is, by an active construction of a boundary. This will always be joint work done by members of both of the contrasting groups, though they are probably differently empowered in their ability to impose and transform the relevant idioms. The ones we're talking about here today being the writing of the script in hieroglyphic Luwian and in Phrygian. So with this in mind, I'd like to engage, I'd like to engage with the way which writers of either alphabetic Phrygian script or hieroglyphic Luwian script or Anatolian hieroglyphic script used their respective scripts as either symbols or markers of identity, in both maintaining cohesion within and differentiating across spatial boundaries. Most of this evidence is tied to a relatively late period, although there are obviously debates on the subject, the 8th or 7th centuries. However, given that several suggestions have been made for recently updating or downdating several important Anatolian hieroglyphic inscriptions, as well as the updating of the installations in Gordian and Midas City, we're likely dealing with a long-standing negotiation of power between two exonymically known Anatolian power centers, Phrygia or Mushki on the one hand, and the various states of Tabal on the other. Given that there were a plurality of polities interacting on the plateau during this period, known in Assyrian sources variously as Tabal, Burutash, Tukhana, etc., I would like to refer to these collectively as the Central Anatolian Successor States, or known by the acronym CASS, C-A-S-S. In this way, I would like to both emulate, but also diverge slightly from the Syro-Anatolian city-state model eloquently proposed by James Osborne, as I believe it is a slightly different set of historical and cultural processes separate them from their neighbors to the southeast, several of which we've talked about during the conference. In this way, I would like to differentiate the collective actions of Anatolian hieroglyphic writing polities of this region from both their neighbors in Sac and the Phrygians to the north and west, who also likely emerged as a loose confederation of polities. So just as since we do need to include a map in all of our slides, this would be kind of a rough outline of what I would like to suggest. In that, you have Phrygia Mushki up to the northwest. This is not terribly new information, but kind of this Central Anatolian Successor State region being defined in terms of these rock monuments and specifically Anatolian hieroglyphic inscriptions that are in this region. Defining it from the members of the Syro-Anatolian cultural complex, which I would read as members who live further south towards Syria. So while much ink has been rightfully shed of late in the contest over dating the Anatolian hieroglyphic inscriptions of Hartpu and his associated kingdom, including recent publications from Petra Hudakabura, Dave Hawkins and Mark Whedon, Lorenzo D'Alfonso, James Osborne, Michele Massa, and Rostislav Oreshko. And I'm probably likely forgetting someone in this. There have been a lot of publications recently on this. Rarely does this discussion take into account the recently revised dating for Gordian and Midas City as proposed by Brian Rose. Brian Rose. Presuming that this revised dating stands, then it has an important implication for the dating of not only Phrygian material, but hieroglyphic material as well, specifically those which deal with Phrygia Mushki, but also with implications for much of the corpus. Regarding on how we end up dating specific groups of inscriptions, i.e. the Hartpu group and Topada, it should be clear that the chronological range for our inscriptions does not by necessity need to be limited to either the 12th or the 8th centuries, but should acknowledge that interactions between Luwian and Phrygian-speaking peoples has been occurring at least since the 10th century, when the early Phrygian citadel began to be established. Hopefully this acknowledgement will begin to fill in some of the gaps in our understanding concerning the transitional and early late periods as pointed to by Hawkins Eden recently. So although the adoption of Aegean style script, or through the adoption of Aegean style alphabetic script, the Phrygians in general, and Midas in particular in the late 8th century, sought to align the character of Phrygian writing in contraposition to the received writing forms which were being used by Cass. While members of Cass used Anatolian hieroglyphic script as a mean of connecting their legacy with that of their predecessors, whether the Hittites or the Tarentassians, the Phrygians sought to maintain a writing form that was distinct from this tradition as a means of differentiating and an affinity and establishing an affinity with the cultural milieu. While not identical, the socio-linguistic process may be compared with the one that Ilya Jakubowicz has hypothesized for Greeks living in Cilicia, who wrote Phoenician language texts with an alphabetic script as a means of differentiating themselves from their Luwian-speaking and Anatolian hieroglyphic writing neighbors, perhaps parallel and similar to the writing of Phoenician in Sama. He remarks in his 2015 paper, as an alternative, one can propose that Phoenician at the time simply represented the default option for a king who ruled as a Neo-Hittite milieu, but did not wish to use Anatolian hieroglyphic. Kulamua's motivation here must have been more or less the same as the rulers of Kuwe, namely an attempt to distance themselves from the neighboring Neo-Hittite kings, who continued to embrace Anatolian traditions. So what I would suggest is not an identical sociolinguistic situation as that at Samal or in Kuwe, but what I would like to suggest is that just as these hypothetical Greeks living in Cilicia at the time were adopting alphabetic writing of Phoenician as a means to distance themselves from an already established tradition of Anatolian hieroglyphic writing, in a similar way, the Phrygians adopted a Aegean style script, obviously not similar, and they were probably, obviously they're dating which issues to work out here too, but they adopted this style of Aegean Mediterranean alphabetic script as a means of differentiating themselves from the writers of Cass. So in a similar vein, this carries over to the titles used by Phrygians during this period. While Cass rulers were most likely using the Luwian titulature Khantuati, hidden behind the ideograms Rex or Magnus Rex, the Phrygians used titulature that aligned itself closely with the Aegean parallels, namely Labagtas and Vanactes from M01A and Koreanion from W01C. While all of these may be simply native Phrygian titles, as has been discussed, they are conspicuous in their closeness to parallel morphemes in Greek, namely Lavagetas, Wanax, and Koreon. Whether these are borrowings from Greek into Phrygian, Phrygian into Greek, or just genetically related. In essence, this matters less for this argument. What is important is that the Phrygian rulers who commissioned these inscriptions wanted to be identified with titles that placed them in a westward-facing milieu, distinct from the Hantuanzini that had ruled the area for a millennium. The point is important for the 8th century flowering of monumental inscriptions that we do see in Anatolia from both sides. While writing and monumental inscriptions had been used by both groups in the previous centuries, since the 13th century for the Anatolian hieroglyphic writers, and since at least the end of the 9th century for Phrygian writers, the 8th century brought with it a new degree of tension between these groups, and with it a political need to define their respective identities. While writers among us had been utilizing Anatolian hieroglyphic to craft dedicatory and demarcational inscriptions since the fragmentation of the Hittite Empire, the 8th century may be the first time since the 12th century that monumental writing was used in an urban context, or at least a centralized planned community context. For the Phrygian, Brian Rose has pointed to the inscription on the Midas monument as an example of an 8th century public inscription. And for Cass, James Osborne and Michele Massa have suggested in their forthcoming paper that there may be a need to see Turkmen Karahoy I in a monumental urban context, seeing that this is a monumental public inscription likely characterized as an architectural element. Whether this holds true may be seen, is yet to be seen in light of more excavation at the site. But if this is true, it would be a striking departure from the Sitzenleben of all known post-Hittite monumental inscriptions from this region, wherein inscriptions have not been identified in monumental gates or other urban contexts since the dissolution of the empire. Whether this practice can be seen as an import from the Syro-Anatolian region to the southeast is yet to be seen, as Petra Kudakura, I'm sure we'll talk about in a little bit. But it may be considered given the possibility of artisans and intellectuals moving into the area, given the incursions of Assyrians into North Syria during this period. So just as a brief kind of overview, I just wanted to go over some of these titles that I was talking about real quick. So for Luwian, we have these two kind of titles. We have Rex and Magnus Rex, generally coded for the Luwian words Hantawati and then Hantawatura for Magnus Rex. So we know that Hantawati is king in Luwian from cuneiform inscriptions from Boazque on the late Bronze Age. We have 3 attestations for that. In hieroglyphic Luwian, however, we have many, many more attestations for this symbol up here on the left, which is going to be Rex, and then on the right is going to be Magnus Rex. These are both from the Turkmen Karahoy inscription, which uses both of the signs. So you have, in hieroglyphic Luwian in total, you have 127 attestations from 72 inscriptions. Although this might actually be added to a little bit by the Turkmen Karahoy inscription, which I don't think is part of this analysis. So Magnus Rex, on the other hand, is much, much more limited. So for Iron Age inscriptions, we have, in hieroglyphic Luwian, we have 13 attestations from 10 inscriptions. And what's interesting is a lot of these inscriptions are actually from Tabal specifically. So you have 8 from Tabal, you have 2 from Carchemish and 3 from Malatya. Carchemish and Malatya have long been noted to have descendants of the post-Hittite rulers living in there, especially during their early periods. And so that has made sense that, you know, there's a Magnus Rex living in Carchemish, or there's a Magnus Rex living in Malatya. But what's interesting is specifically this late period when Magnus Rex is no longer used in Carchemish, for example. We have inscriptions like Topada, like Turkmen Karahoy, that are resurrecting this title that is otherwise not particularly used. You also have other titles like Heros, Iudex, which is, you know, crosses over into Greek from Tarawani into Thuranos, Dominus, Regio Dominus, etc. But on the Phrygian side, you have a very different kind of situation. You don't have, so unlike, for example, Tarawani, which does pass over into Greek slightly, you don't have a crossing over of any of these Anatolian hieroglyphic Luwian titles into Phrygian. Instead, as I pointed out, you have Lavagtas and Monactes and Kure. So you have these other titles being used, which are much closer to a Greek milieu and a Greek writing kind of style, as opposed to a Anatolian hieroglyphic Luwian one. So what I would like to then suggest is that although M01A, which is one of the inscriptions found on the Midas monument, which was not written or commissioned by Midas himself, the titles that are ascribed to him, namely Lavagtas and Monactes, are true to the context of Midas's cultural political reforms in the 8th century, and as part of a larger reorientation of Phrygia towards centralization, and that it used Aegean-style alphabetic script as a means to orient itself contraposto to the claims and positions being made by neighboring castes. Even though there were examples of outside peoples adopting Luwian titles as part of the larger adoption of Syro-Anatolian practices, this is a cultural practice, and the adoption of the title Hantawatis and its associated script is specifically not adopted by Midas, even as he utilized other symbols of power from Sac to solidify his ruling region, like monumental building, etc. So this effort by Midas to orient westward is contrasted by the neighboring kingdom to the southeast, namely the kingdoms of Hartlepool and Wassersorma, which we don't know what their titles are either. Instead of a reorientation, reorganization of political life, Rulers in the 8th century attempted a form of restoration in trying to bring back styles of scripts and titulary that had probably not been used extensively for 500 years. It has been extensively noted that nearly all of the inscriptions from this period show an archaism tendency. Although full paleographic analysis of the Anatolian hieroglyphic corpus has yet to be done in its entirety, a task which I hope to complete with the work being done with the Anatolian hieroglyphic paleography project. It is likely that, as many have noted, there was a deliberate attempt to archaize the script in order to make it closer to Empire period parallels. This attempt is paralleled by the titulature used during this period, namely the title Magnus Rex, which, although it was used by both Hartku and Wassasarma, could not have had the same meaning from a political organization perspective, as the world of regional kingdoms trying to fend off Assyrian hegemony in the 8th century was drastically different from the world of great powers with their respective Cuneocentric administrations in the 13th century. Whether or not there was an actual large-scale conflict between the members of castes is yet to be seen. While both Topada, depending on the dating, and Turkmenkarakoy I testify of conflict in the region, it seems more likely, to me at least, that these are evidence of Phrygo-Anatolian conflict as opposed to inter-caste conflict. As a point of comparison, although there was certainly conflict both interstate and between members of SAC in Syria and Anatolia, this is very rarely, if ever, attested in the numerous inscriptions found in the northern Syria and southeast Anatolia. They oftentimes will speak of battles or expanding the borders, but actually named kind of polities don't show up, little if at all. So examples of small disputes attested from inscriptions include those such as Halperinthia II versus Hirika from Gurgum in the middle 9th century, and Katua versus Sapizi and Awanaya from Carchemish in the late 10th century. And occasionally border disputes between states like these are mentioned, but the type of large-scale coalitions of Syro-Anatolians that are spoken of in Assyrian and biblical sources always seem to be in response to a large-scale threat that comes from outside of the imagined community. While this is still a question, but perhaps it may have been a taboo to mention these kinds of things in writing, maybe mentioning the name of your enemy or something like that. This would mean that the Arani or Alani enemy suggested by Kurukura et al. In TKH1 line 2 would be referring to the Mushka in line 1 and not the coalition Wassasarma mentioned in Topada. The coalitions referred to in Topada and TKH1, Turkmenkarakoy 1, would then be either referring to the same or parallel or coalition of castes fighting against a coalition of Phrygian polities or tribes. If the conflicts mentioned in Topada and Turkmenkarakoy 1 are in fact referencing inter-caste conflict, then this would go against the Transcendent stack and would need to be accounted for as a regional difference. Nevertheless, there may very well have been some sort of tension between the kingdoms when it came to titulature. The fact that multiple rulers are claiming the title of Magnus Rex means that one of several postulates may be true. Our dating might be off, and different kingdoms claim a great kingship at different times. Second, there may have been multiple claimants at the same time. In this case, there must have been a shift in the understanding of what made a true great king, and the claim of great kingship was more about the right of inheritance of legacy from the Hittite kings and their followers, rather than a claim to an LBA style of political organization. So, in conclusion, regardless of the intricacies of dating these inscriptions, a process that will likely continue for some time and then be completely changed by the next incredible find, I would hope to make clear several points which do not depend strictly on exact dating per se. I would like to stress here that there was a negotiation of identities happening between castes on the one hand and Phrygia on the other, in which the propagation of scripts and inscriptions played an intrinsic part. This being true in spite of, and also likely as a result of, the entangling nature of polylingualism, intersectional societies, and the widespread material culture in Anatolia, as we've heard from so many wonderful speakers in this conference. It was, in fact, the entangled nature of these societies that made it politically necessary to divide them along certain distinguishing lines, one of those being scripts and their respective languages. It was Phrygia's scriptural turn towards the west and Cassa's entrenchment in the script of the East that made it emblematic of the relationship that we see portrayed in both historical and monumental inscriptions from the period, and served as a systematic markers of their diverging identities. Thank you.
Questions? Oh, I see the first hand is quickest in the back.
Hi, thank you so much for that. I was just curious about something you didn't talk about, so you may not have a great answer to this, but we've been talking a lot about the Midas monument, the Midas inscription, but so much of the inscriptional corpus is these graffiti, these very small, very short, and very invisible, pieces of evidence. And I imagine that they work as well as sort of projection of identity model that we're putting forth about in monumental inscriptions in Phrygia and working, and it's those are the small inscriptions seem to be earlier and seem to be related to some other kind of social context of writing. I wonder if you have thoughts about that. It's very
No, I definitely have lots of thoughts about it, most of which could not go into this presentation. Because what I was trying to focus on was just the examples of monumental kind of architecture, which is most of the inscriptions that we have for Anatolian hieroglyphic are mostly, I mean, we have some of the Unterbrunn lead strips, which does evidence that we do have other types of texts other than just these big monumental rock inscriptions. Yes, and so in Phrygia specifically, and we do have other types, like for example, Chapel Verdi is another example. So even though this is a rock inscription, these are going to be smaller scale. They're not like these huge inscriptions like that we see at Midas Monument. So what I would suggest then is this might very well be an outgrowth of a growth of Phrygian identity in the region that is then catalyzed by Midas in his monumental. Because I mean, we do see examples in the inscription, and so in the small scale inscriptions of multilingualism, like it's already been pointed out, there's Rus of Phoenician and Aramaic, and in addition to Phrygian and alphabetic inscriptions. So I mean, this is also parallel to things that are going on in Urartu at the same time, where they're using some of these large scale cuneiform inscriptions, but at the same time are also using other scripts and things and ways of processing information in the seals and in other small scale inscriptions. So I think there's a lot of complexity going on. And I would love to dive into this more and likely will in the future, but what I was trying to point to here was just the use of the scripts in negotiating kind of monumental projecting identity.
I think one more between the two of you fighting for it. It's all like a thing.
Thank you very much for your paper. I really enjoyed it. And I must say that I fully subscribe your distinction between Central Anatolian
Cass and Sack.
So I put it to parity because I mean in the irony and writing now I'm actually articles those numbers together with me and getting there. So about the fact that the Taurus in during the irony actually functioned as a formidable cultural driver as well. So, and you can see in many aspects, like from monumental art, like you have the survival and the continuity of rock art and landscape monuments in to the north of the Taurus. We don't have completely abandoned in a zero solution area. You see the separation of the culture, ceramics are completely different words in the south and the north, of course, and linguistic aspect as well. You have Semitic languages together with the south and to the north. You have doing your Vedic and both Phrygian.
very briefly. So, yeah, I also like very much the concept of caste. My question is, why do you think that Archimedes sphere is in caste? Because it actually, is not mentioned by other Pavilion Confederation caste. The other caste never mentioned it. The Assyrian sources never mentioned it, and it seems like a newcomer. There's no dynasty sitting in Cappadocia.
Well, this is a question that I would take back to you in terms of your excavations. But really briefly, so what I would suggest is, we're dealing with a slightly earlier period with some of these maybe around 750 or so, because by the time the Assyrians come into the region, he's essentially gone. So I don't know exactly what happened to him. The reason that he's not specifically mentioned by name might have something to do with this, mentioning of one's enemy trend, which I think still needs to be played out more. But does that answer your question? I'm sure we'll be talking about this later. Okay, thank you.
I'm terribly sorry. I know there are many more questions, but we have to keep moving. We can come back to more questions during the next break. One more good round of applause. Let's see. Let's switch over to the video. Maybe not. Okay. I don't know why not. For now, Clay, if you want to introduce, and then I'll work on this for a moment. Actually, easiest way is this microphone, and I will stand in the corner and manage this very quickly. If you'd like to sit right here. Yes, please, thank you.
Now we're going to neurologic and also we will speak about comparing emotion and motivation from Anatolia to the research version and some areas architecture. Thank you.
So there is a handout to go with this lecture. I hope you appreciate this piece of antiquarianism. And of course, I associate my thanks to those of all the speakers before me, to Lorenzo, to his fantastic team, who's managed this conference in such a smooth way and pleasant way, I should say. I accepted the invitation in the expectation of learning a lot. I'm a total interloper here, as some of you will know. And in fact, I have to say, the experience so far has exceeded my expectations. So thank you very much to all the speakers before me, and I can thank prospectively the ones who follow. And I thought what I could do from my very limited point of view was to reflect on some sort of concrete aspects of how alphabetic writing started really in among people who spoke Greek and Phrygian. I will leave the place indefinite for a moment. Whenever I refer to, well, hopefully, whenever I refer to scholars or to published works, that will be on the back of the handout, essentially in the order in which I will be referring to them. So in a recent contribution on the adaptation of the alphabet to the languages of Anatolia,
Ignacio Javier Diego writes, I quote, "To a large extent, the Phrygian alphabet can be taken merely as an archaic Greek alphabet." End quote. And this offhanded remark may be intended as an elegant way of bypassing the current debate on the priority of Greek or Phrygian alphabetic writing. Long taken to be settled in terms of Greek seniority, the question has been reopened by the new chronology for the famous Gordian destruction layer, which involved an earlier date for a number of Phrygian inscriptions, making them potentially earlier than the earliest preserved Greek inscriptions, alphabetic Greek inscriptions, I should say. Of course, every Greek alphabet included a number of signs derived from the Semitic original and absent from the repertory attested by Phrygian inscriptions. I give you, there's no abecedario of Phrygian, so what you have there is Diego's compilation of alphabetic signs, and underneath a very famous Greek abecedario. Some will say a Pascal actually, but for my purposes, it doesn't really matter. Where you can try to verbalize that alphabet and you tell me what you come up with. So the Greek alphabet included signs that were not in that are not attested in Phrygian inscriptions. But because we don't have a Phrygian abecedario, we cannot exclude that an original Phrygian alphabet may have carried over a number of Semitic letters that it did not need, very much in the way in which earlier Etruscan abecedaria displayed a number of letters derived from the Greek model and phonetically useless for writing the Etruscan language. Or for that matter, the Persian abjad preserves as many as 8 signs for Arabic consonants that do not exist in the Persian language, and accordingly are only used to write Arabic words, words that are preserved in the original. At present, and that's the last box on the front page of the handout. At present, epigraphic evidence may seem to give Phrygians a slight chronological edge, but it has to be admitted that on both sides, the evidence is less than ideal. The somewhat obscure graffito from the necropoli of Osteria del Nosa, coming from a grave datable around 770 BCE at the latest, and including 3 vowels, and accordingly not Phoenician, may be taken as a direct or indirect terminus ante for the origin of the Greek alphabet. And it would be really great if we actually knew what it says. On the other hand, the 3 inscriptions from Gordian, invoked by Claude Briggs as evidence for a late 9th or early 8th century date for the Phrygian alphabet, come from, shall we say, rather non-diagnostic context, as far as I understand. That's the case for G104, which you've seen on screen a number of times meanwhile. And again, from what I understand of the publications, G237 and G249 hardly inspire more confidence when it comes to a precise date. In his recent book on the Phrygian language, Bartomeu Obrador indicates a window from the late 9th century to the first half of 8th, depending on how much earlier than the earliest documents using the alphabet was. It gives one some comfort that at least the model from which both Greeks and Phrygians derive their alphabets in whatever sequence is dated by Semitic epigraphists with some confidence to the period from the middle of the last, from the middle or the last quarter of the 9th century to the middle of the 8th. And the back of the handout, you have one example of the kind of Phoenician alphabet from which Greek and Phrygian alphabetic writing derived. The kind, not specifically this one. It's the famous Bal of Lebanon kind. In the current state of the evidence for Phrygian and Greek, this same window of time appears most likely, perhaps with some preference for its second half, depending on how pessimistic one is. One first conclusion to be drawn from these remarks is that the introduction and spread of alphabetic writing in the Mediterranean world remains a poorly understood phenomenon. The main reason for this is, of course, lack of evidence, a problem that could potentially be obviated by further discoveries by people in this room, for instance. As we wait for such discoveries to happen, however, those of us who are not involved in fieldwork can attempt to keep themselves profitably busy, I hope, First, by reflecting on the process of adaptation itself, and second, by looking at comparable cases. First of all, it strikes me that the concrete question of how the Western Semitic repertoire of signs was adapted to languages such as Phrygian and Greek is still envisioned in rather unrealistic ways. A scholar of the stature of Claude Briggs, in a contribution expressly devoted to warning against the risk of oversimplification, explains the choices of Semitic graphemes for Greek phonemes as if they were the product of a conversation between a native speaker of Phoenician and a native speaker of Greek, which of course could have happened in any place where native speakers of these two languages met. While this scenario may explain why certain Semitic graphemes were associated with certain Greek phonemes, I cannot see how it could explain the emergence of the early Greek alphabets. Learning the names of the Phoenician letters and figuring out how to write Greek using those letters are two entirely different processes. The latter is quite a bit more complicated than the former, and without it, there's no writing. In other words, it is a mistake, I believe, to separate the process of adaptation from the underlying process of learning how to write. Even if we think that the Greek alphabet was devised by a speaker of Greek who could read and write Phoenician, that speaker of Greek had to learn to read and write Phoenician in the first place. The moment we start thinking along these lines, it becomes immediately clear that the emergence of Greek and Phrygian alphabetic writing was certainly not the result of a brief and occasional encounter between people speaking different languages. In reflecting on the teaching of the Old Hebrew abjad in the Iron Age, Christopher Ralston writes, I quote, "Any suggestion that proficiency in one's first alphabetic writing system, ancient or modern, can be achieved in a few days or weeks must be considered most problematic." Ralston's conclusion is based on empirical studies and will sound obvious to whomever has witnessed from the outside the process of children learning to write, as I have recently. More importantly for the present discussion, Ralston is arguing precisely against scholars who maintain that Old Hebrew writing could be learned in a matter of a few days or weeks. The several theories on the origin of the Greek alphabet that located in commercial milieus make the same kind of assumptions, it seems to me. In reality, it would have taken months for a Phoenician trader to teach the alphabet to an illiterate Euboean on the island of Pithecusa, say, even assuming that the Phoenician trader possessed a sufficient level of literacy and pedagogical talent. In other words, it seems inevitable to me to conclude that the transmission of alphabetic writing presupposes organized and formal teaching. This, in turn, implies that the adaptation most likely took place in the same context in which writing in the Semitic abjad was taught and learned anyway. The kind of context we should envision for the adaptation are the scribal schools, most likely attached to the several regional powers that form the political geography of Eastern Anatolia and Northern Syria, an area where often different languages were used for official purposes, as witnessed by a growing corpus of multilingual inscriptions. That we should not attach anachronistic features to the word school does not require further comments, I suppose. We need not envision groups of more than a few students, typically young, I imagine, being taught in what was not necessarily a bespoke structure. What was formalized was the teaching method itself. This conclusion is consistent with broader studies of the anthropology of writing, such as Giorgio Raimondo Cardona's, which emphasize that among the various forms of social knowledge transmitted within a given society, writing is one that tends to take place in a formalized context. Now, in arguing along these lines, I'm to a large extent following the footsteps of Benjamin Suss, whose alphabet at the turn of the millennium represents, in my opinion, a milestone in the study of writing in the ancient Mediterranean. In a forthcoming contribution, Suss has pointed to a possible scenario that had been envisioned by other scholars, including Briggs himself, in a less explicit way. He calls it the co-occurrence of the Greek and Phrygian alphabets, and locates it in an area including Cilicia and possibly Cyprus. The focus on Cilicia as a potential cradle of the Greek alphabet goes back to the work of Otto Elena, who rightly pointed to the presence of inscriptions in Phoenician whose number has increased since he wrote, produced, in his opinion, by non-native speakers of Phoenician. I think Karatepe, Chinikoyuk, and so forth, and needed the one we're waiting for. Lemaire pointed especially to the adaptation of Phoenician to writing names from the local non-Semitic language, which inevitably involved using vocalic notation. Incidentally, let me bring to the attention of the readers among us the fact that Lemaire's theory presupposes that native speakers of Phoenician were not present on either side of the adaptation process. Surely this would have implications for the transposition of certain consonant signs, for instance. The scenario envisioned by Lemaire and Sass accounts for the extreme resemblance between Phrygian and Greek alphabets and for the chronological proximity of the earliest documents of both. It also eliminates the problem of figuring out where and how the alphabet would have been taught by the Phrygians to the Greeks or vice versa. The presence of both a Luwian Phoenician bilingual stele and of an old Phrygian inscription at Chiana, immediately to the north of the Cilician Gate, may be taken in your tabal, may be taken to support this scenario, although both documents seem to go back to the late 8th century, as do the bilingual inscriptions from Chineke and Karatepe. I conclude this part of my presentation with a summary. The investment of time and resources required to devise and teach the Phrygian and Greek alphabets is best seen as taking place in the context of the scribal schools that trained the literate personnel that manned the chantries of one of the kingdoms in the area between, say, the kingdoms of Yawa and Moasti. This tentative conclusion, of course, immediately generates new questions. Thus, the co-occurrence of the Greek and Phrygian alphabets imply that they were created for the same or similar reasons and or with the same or similar purposes. If we compare early Phrygian Gordian to any Greek site from the 9th century currently known, the differences in complexity and scale are staggering. On the other hand, a study of old Phrygian inscriptions along the lines of Antonius Kosova's study of early Greek inscriptions would bring us further in terms of figuring out the original purpose and function of the Phrygian writing system. The needs that writing could serve within the Phrygian kingdom, whatever shape and size such kingdom might have had in the turn of the century, 9 to 8 it is, were certainly not the same as in a settlement like Ephesus or Smyrna. Maybe then we should look at the context where the adaptation took place and ask ourselves if and why Greeks and Phrygians may have converged towards this area. At the moment, I confess I cannot see much more than speculation. The presence of people of Aegean origin in Sardicia is usually connected to the transition to the bronze, from the Bronze to the Iron Age, long before the emergence of the alphabet. From the 9th and 8th century, the evidence does not help. The situation is completely different in neighboring Palestine, of course. Here, apart from the uniquely abundant presence of Greek imports, the name of the main harbor in the Syrian document, Atta, has recently been suspected of being originally Greek, by Karen Radner. And in any case, what of the Phrygians? Is their case more complicated or indeed simpler? The kingdom of Tuvana, we have recently learned, used both Luwian hieroglyphs and Phoenician letters for its monumental inscriptions, rather like Yawa. Could this more explicit political interface have been the one where adaptation and transmission happened? This question could perhaps be rephrased. To what extent can we think of the area that goes from the upper course of the Halys to the lower course of the Orontes as a unified cultural area? I have no doubt that many participants will take such questions much further than we already have. As I wait for them to do so, let me turn to my second group of remarks. As far as I'm aware, the creation of the Greek alphabet has regularly been treated as a phenomenon sui generis, as many things Greek. And as far as I can tell, the Phrygian alphabet seems now to be caught in the same trap. And what I mean with this is that I'm not aware of studies on this subject that make any reference to other cases in which a writing system was adapted to a language that previously had none. The only exception I can think of is Etruscan, and here the comparison has suggested several interesting points, especially thanks to the relative abundance of Etruscan lexidaria. It's something I alluded to earlier in my presentation. Now, the first writing system used to write a version of the Persian language, as far as we know, was a syllabary composed of 37 cuneiform graphemes, which could indicate either CB syllables or isolated vowels. Besides the signs with a phonetic value, all Persian cuneiform also included 6 logograms, standing for the words king, land, god, people, and aura magna. It is documented almost exclusively by royal inscriptions, most of them monumental, although there is at least one clay tablet from the Persepolis Fortifications archive that is inscribed in Old Persian cuneiform as well. The mapping of sounds on graphemes is independent of precedence. In other words, the Old Persian cuneiform script was not derived in any meaningful way from any of its many cuneiform predecessors. This aspect, connected to a statement in the famous Behistun inscription of Darius I, has been interpreted by many scholars as evidence that this writing system was devised expressly in order to give written form to royal statements. While it still seems true that there is no example of Old Persian cuneiform that is incontrovertibly dated before Darius, it is also true, or so I'm told, that the sculpted relief, that the relevant sentence in the Behistun inscription might in theory refer to the fashioning of the sculpted relief rather than of the writing system. Although I still kind of like the idea that it refers to the writing system. In any case, if we consider also the fact that the administrative languages of the Achaemenid Empire were Aramaic and Elamite, the overall evidence for a close relation between the ruling dynasty and this writing system is very strong. The other case study that I wanted to bring to your attention is the adaptation of the Arabic Abjad to some languages of Sub-Saharan West Africa. The resulting group of writing systems is usually indicated with the Arabic term Ajami, meaning something like barbarian. It's the same term that in Arabic you use for the Persian Arabic style writing, by the way. A barbarian in the etymological sense of somebody who mumbles rather than uttering sounds or recognize the language, very much in the sense of barbarous in Greek. The history of these writing systems is inseparable from the history of Islam south of the Sahara Desert, a history that is controversial and still surprisingly underestimated. West African languages for which an Ajami script is documented include Hausa, Swahili, and Fulfulde, also known as Bula. As is the case with other scripts adapted from the Arabic original, in the several Ajami, a number of consonant signs are carried over, often producing over-differentiation. Where the spoken language does not perceive a phonemic difference, 2 different Arabic signs can be used for purely conservative reasons, very much like Koppa and Kappa in early Greek inscriptions. And on this I refer to the study of Julian Mendes Osuna, I mean on Koppa and Kappa. This phenomenon corresponds to what Proslochimi, discussing the adaptation of Greek to the Etruscan language, called the perspective of the teachers. The mapping of phonemes from the target language is conditioned by the perceptions and expectations of the language from which the writing system derives. The correlate of over-differentiation also occurs when different phonemes of the target language are not distinguished in the new writing system, as it often happens for vowels and scripts derived from the Arabic Abjad, of course. In the case of the West African languages, for instance, the Ajami script has no separate notation for the vowels A and O, which exist in the languages with phonemic value. The Ajami scripts, with their conservative aspects with regard to Arabic writing and their relative orthographic regularity, are clearly a byproduct of the teaching of Arabic that was central to Islamic culture in sub-Saharan Africa. A highly organized and structured process, the teaching of Arabic in sub-Saharan Africa took place in Quranic schools, where both the religious and the legal and scientific tradition associated with Islamic culture was cultivated and transmitted. Ajami literacy originated within this same context. It was a school product. In historical terms, the process is still poorly understood, as the relevant evidence is in the process of being assessed. Ajami manuscripts in Hausa and Fulfulde go back at least to the 17th century. In the case of the Sokoto Caliphate, during the 19th century, the relatively extensive use of Ajami by the political leadership, most notably by the founder Shaikh Umar was clearly functional to the creation and transmission of a body of text that might be more broadly accessible when spread by oral recitation. This, however, represents a rather late stage of Ajami literacy and does not necessarily tell us anything about the original creation of these writing systems. Now, the two case studies that are very sketchily presented may seem analogous in the sense that both Old Persian cuneiform and the Ajami scripts were derived from already existing writing systems in order to give a written form to a language that did not yet have one. At a closer look, though, they constitute, it seems to be, two opposite ends of a spectrum. While both build on the foundations of a pre-existing tradition of writing, Old Persian cuneiform was clearly devised without any particular concern for the phonetic legacy of such tradition. In other words, there is no sign here of the perspective of the teacher. The features of the writing system and the kinds of text for which it was employed, and probably also created, mirror each other, pointing to a highly centralized, power-driven process of adaptation. At the other end of the spectrum, Ajami writing systems display all the signs of having been derived from the practice of teaching and learning a different, much more prestigious language, whose continuity was guaranteed by its centrality to a whole system of education. This is why Ajami writing systems, like almost all other Arabic-derived writing systems of the Muslim world, preserve the complete Arabic abjad, including Arabic consonants that are used only in order to transcribe Arabic words. So my final question is, where would we locate the Greek and Phrygian alphabets within this spectrum? Clearly, whatever we think of the level of political centralization of early Phrygia, whatever early Phrygia might mean, the corresponding alphabet was not a creation of the royal chancery like Old Persian cuneiform. On the other hand, neither Greek nor Phrygian alphabets preserved Semitic consonant signs beyond an early period. Strictly speaking, this statement applies only to Greek alphabets in the absence of Phrygian in this scenario, of course. While the closeness of both to the model points to their branching out from the teaching and learning of the Phoenician alphabet, they clearly acquired an independent shape fairly soon, shedding the superfluous signs from the original writing systems, unlike the African Ajami, which never did. This is, I think, a first step towards a more concrete way of envisioning how, and maybe where, the Greek and Phrygian alphabetic writing started. Thank you for your attention. I think we have time for one, maybe two questions.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That was really interesting. I'm just an archaeologist. I'm not a linguist or a philologist at all. But just as a general comment with respect to the Phoenician inscriptions of Kue and Samal, and Lemurs and Elia and Olson, and all the people who assume that they're being written by people who have in mind an audience of non-Phoenician speakers. I've always felt that understanding is neglecting the social history of the Phoenicians at that time, which is that in the 9th and 8th century when those inscriptions are written, Phoenicians are spreading all around the Mediterranean. And that specific location of the Amanus Mountains is mineral rich and timber rich. And it seems very logical to me that Phoenicians are actually there gaining resources for the mercantile expansion and so on. And that is actually at least one of the reasons why Phoenician is being used in that specific place as opposed to other places, because there are in fact Phoenician people there, or at least Phoenician speakers of that.
There's one in Ibris, by the way.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Following up, and thank you for your presentation. Following up on James regarding the Phoenician wrong. When people talk about character, it is often mentioned that the statue of the king, the stone god, only has Phoenician inscription. So you, of course, big buildings on the north and or Putin. Yes, they are bilingual, Venetian, Arabian, but the story of that's purely Venetian, and for that sort of reason. You wouldn't use that, I suppose, if there were no Venetian speakers who are involved.
I would beg to disagree. First of all, I don't envision Kaz or Sac as places where there were high numbers of people who went around and managed to read hieroglyphic inscriptions from the walls. There may be 2 or 3 more who could read Phoenician inscriptions, not many more than 2 or 3. We are looking at highly restricted literacy context in any case. And I think, you know, if we had an abundance, I would be very quick. If we had an abundance of shirts with Phoenician inscriptions from these areas, I would feel a lot more comfortable taking that as evidence for the presence of people whose language was Phoenician, whose name, by the way, as we meanwhile know, was clearly not Phoenician, but that's a different matter. You see what I mean? It's not like I have an answer to the reason why Phoenician was used for monuments in this area alongside Anatolian hieroglyph, but the presence of speakers of Phoenician still doesn't strike me as a terribly persuasive answer.
Very briefly.
Two comments. One, the presence of the different varieties in the Tijuana region was one of the reasons for which we started to go there and survey the region, only to discover afterward and start excavation, hoping to find all that, only to discover that, as it has been mentioned, so urban and landscape are, so the relation of variety and figurative art versus urban and landscape changes completely, and we up to now didn't see any description inside, but the point was there, and since we are in Korea, I think it's due to mention one of the late Luigi's contribution in this piece of where he suggests that it is in the late 8th century that Anatolian hieroglyphic might have started to work alphabetically instead of syllabic. And that's, you know, he was looking at the interchange of signs in the same consonant vocal series as a late phenomenon. And I think that was a productive idea in the kind of discourse that we've been working with.
Thank you.
One more round of applause.
Yes, I'm trying to click on it now. Let's see. Yes. This is having a problem. All right, I need a terjüman. Lorenzo, can you help translate for me? Is it just not functioning? I cannot see it. In the meantime, for more on the solution bilingual monuments, see my Basor article ahead of print right now, shameless plug.
It cannot do PowerPoint.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let me see.
I think it's different versions. They are not.
Okay, let me see what I can do here. What is make some things go away.
Should I say that I have a PPTX?
If you do, then we can try. It might be, yeah, it might be a version, or it might just have downloaded incorrectly or something. If you have a thumb drive, I can try.
I think you can come back.
Or yeah, I can share a thumb drive.
Just a second, because we have to.
I think it's a Mac.
Yeah.
PC store.
There you go.
I can give you this. Okay, so brief delay. In the meantime, I think it is inevitable at this point that we'll end up shifting our return for lunch by about 15 minutes, which was originally 14:30. So we'll say more like maybe 14:45 before we can begin. So don't feel too rushed going. We almost survived.
So I'm going to say it again in a different version.
Okay.
Let's see if that in a regular PPT, if that's going to help.
We can surely give it a try.
Because I sent it last night and I really didn't see it. So
Okay.
I hope it's going on.
I can give you this one here.
Oh, it does. Okay. So it's short in this document. It's converting. Save anyway. And maybe there's something wrong with the chart. Dissolve the bubble C.
We'll do our best.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I see that. Good. I will do both again. And you will see. Okay. One and two.
And for the live stream, please just bear with us for a moment as we fix some more difficulties.
So they're on it. That's good. Let's eject.
This is also the Oxford one.
Oh no!
Both of these, no.
No, that's
just this. Okay, so we'll hope that we'll go with this and
yes.
See, test it first. Looks like it's going. Okay.
Okay, great. That's
All right,
it.
let me eject this. I will get us. Share screen.
So,
say you are already writing in the next time, early 8th century BC, Anatolia, English or continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me start. So this was my original title until I heard that Ryan was going to talk more about this. So then I had a new title, The State of Hieroglyphic Writing in the mid-late 8th century BC, Resisting an Emulated Empire. And then I talked to people at this conference and you wanted to hear about the inscriptions. So in the end, I'm going to talk much more about Turkmen-Karabiek I and the Kızılderili inscriptions. I will also, of course, still talk about the development of the scripts in this period. So the roadmap of my talk. First, of course, I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me and for the wonderful conference. You know, you have everything is perfect. Thank you so much. And the food. That's what's amazing. So I will have a brief intro that was part of my really original presentation on societies that write and do not write. Then move into writing in Anatolia, Anatolian hieroglyphs, when and why. Then, of course, so here, of course, is what I'm going to do most of the time now, talk about the mushka. That seems to be appropriate for a conference on Phrygia. The term occurs, and we heard it yesterday. I mean, I was sleeping when the discussion about that went on yesterday, but I'm sorry I missed that. We have time to revisit, I suppose, now. Mushka occur in 3 Luwian inscriptions, Turkmen-Karabiek I, Kızılderili 4, Karkamış 6. And the issue, of course, is, and that's what the massive fight is about since the publication of our article, what is the date of the Kızılderili inscriptions? We say it is 8th, other people, basically everyone else, says 12th. And I will want to use these inscriptions and the rest of the corpus to talk about script and identity. And my claims of today are going to be that we have archaizing scripts in the developing in the mid-8th century in Anatolia, but also actually Karkamış. And I want to call that an imperial style. And part of that narrative is that Kızılderili 4, that everyone, and me too until 2019, considered 12th century, that it is in fact archaizing 8th century. So first, why does one write? Let's look at the 4 pristine writing systems. China started writing on oracle bones, turtle shells, and ox bones cracked in fire. The shape of the crack was divined and the answer was inscribed. So it's for divinatory purposes that writing started there. Let's go to Mesopotamia. Different purpose. You see things have changed in the slides because of the transformation. Okay. Mesopotamia writing started for economic purposes, economic tablets. Presumably the same for Egypt. It's a little bit less clear, but it might very well be that hieroglyphic writing started there also for economic purposes. And if we go to Maya in Middle America, the first depictions are found on walls, and that's for a very different purpose, for commemorative and purposes, theological significance. So keep in mind that there are different reasons for why one started to write. But complex societies do not need writing. And this is important to remember when we look at Anatolia. You can have a complex society and you don't need writing. So a few examples are the Wari Empire, pre-Inca, a very large empire. It's a trade empire. So this is trade, right? Economic basics, but they didn't need writing to maintain their trade empire. Or you go to Africa, to Great Zimbabwe. Complex society, no writing. Or you go to the American United States, Mississippian cultures, pre-Columbic, very elaborate, long, along the Mississippi River, with the main side of Cahokia Mountains. Everything was in wood, so that was all lost, but only the mounds remain, but there are like pyramids. Okay, so here's an overview of what's happening in Anatolia with respect to writing and North Mesopotamia and the Levant. So what you can see is that there's near continuation out of the Hittite Empire in northern Mesopotamia and the Levant. But if you look at South Central Anatolia, it starts late, 8th century. So I disagree with the reanalysis of Topada as a little bit older. Still, even if it's were older, you still see a significant gap in the attestations, simply in writing. So my point was, complex societies definitely existed. They simply just didn't need, or writing for whatever reason. And only in the 8th century, maybe the late 9th, it starts again. So why do we have writing in Anatolian hieroglyphs, and why don't we? For the second millennium, what are the current views? Well, the Anatolian hieroglyphic landscape monuments, they affect authority, they don't commemorate. So it's really to assert oneself against others. Ilya Jakubowicz wrote about the invention, as it were, of Anatolian hieroglyphs it is a suitable means of nationalistic self-expression. And indeed, if you look at writing studies, writing is a social convention. It has a social function such as the expression of identity. So I think we can build a claim that Anatolian hieroglyphs are there to express Luwian identity. The question then is, why are there no 12th to mid-9th century Anatolian hieroglyphic texts in Anatolia? They are there in Carthage, of course. Well, as I said, it's not necessary in complex societies, but we have to look. Okay, so why don't we see writing? Maybe an accident, we haven't found the monuments yet. It's always an option. Or they did not write, right? That's what I think. Or they did write, just not on monuments. It's a possibility. But if you look at identity as a relational concept, one's sense of identity is brought to the foreground in contact and contrast with others. As Ilya said, it's a suitable means of nationalistic self-expressions. So we need to ask ourselves, what other competing non-Luwian state actors were there that early in Anatolia? Not many, I would say, not many. So this is why I say there was no really real contrast that came to the foreground and where they felt the need to express their identity through writing. But what happens, of course, in the 9th century, the Phoenicians, we talked about them already, they arrive and they bring writing. And moreover, what happens in the 9th and 8th centuries, everyone starts writing. Greece, Phrygia, Lydia, mid-9th, early 8th century. And so I suppose the Luwian cultures didn't want to stay behind. And what do? They just start writing in Anatolian hieroglyphs, which of course, in my view, was transported from the east, from Carchemish, where they continued writing. Anyway, coming to my claim, which what I further support, is the Anatolian script starts, so this is different, right? They start writing, but not long after that, they start archaizing. Also in Carchemish. So that's kind of all over the board. Why? Well, this has everything to do with the rise of Assyria and Phrygia. They wanted to resist and emulate empire, imperial style, and this probably ties in with the return of the title of Great King. So why? That's my question. So why am I studying this? Well, we can blame Turkmen Karahuyuk, 2019, location over there in the blue circle. So the background, of course, is until then, we had 7 inscriptions of Great King Khatapu, son of Great King Murshili. And all these inscriptions, with good reason, I believed it until then, were dated to the 12th century BCE. There are a few other people who say maybe 13th, but the majority, and I will agree that it is not empire, certainly not. So 12th century, make great sense, right after the fall of the Hittite Empire. And then we blame them, Turkmen Karahuyuk season. And what do we have? This inscription, and what does it say? Khatapu, right? Great king, Karata, Kusa, hero, son of Mushili, Musaka, and then relative, boss or conquered, ta, who conquered or when he conquered. We have a clear Mu, clear Sa, and Ka. There's a debate about that, but I believe it's really Ka, Muska. And that led us, especially Theo van den Hout, he said, we need to revisit Castle 4. And until then, I believed, like everyone, I think, that this inscription talked about Gatapu, sure, but also the country of Masha. So Rostislav mentioned earlier today, he wrote a beautiful article in 2017, I think in Algoritas or Katmos, I don't recall, 2017, where he talked about Gatapu and Masha. And of course, that made sense, but we went back and we got our hands on, and it is published in the article that is mentioned there, an RTI image, a better reading of the relevant sign. And it is not Ma, it is Mu. And why is it Mu? It shows not very well here, but okay. There are at least three real lines visible, 3 lines. And on the image here, you see a 4th that is a bit better. And that only occurs in the sign Mu.
You can use this pointing and then you don't have to beat the one.
Thank you.
Yeah, just at the top.
This. Perfect, thank you. So to repeat, better visible here on the slide than on the screen. Here are 1, 2, 3, perhaps 4th. That means we're dealing with the sign Mu. We need to read it as Muska. Massive problem immediately. Oh. A minute. Right. Okay, something changed. So I had another slide with the third mention, and I had a transliteration of it from Carchemish inscription A6 from Regent Yari or Yariri, you find mostly in the literature, late 9th, early 8th century, where they talk about my name was heard among, in Egypt. They heard my name in Egypt, in Babylon perhaps, and among the Musa, the Mushka, and the Sura. So we don't exactly know. Musa could be Mysians, perhaps Lydians, Mushka, Phrygians, and the Sura. There's a lot of debate about what that term means. So there are different views, Tabal perhaps, or Urartu. I think it's Urartu, but what do you think? Okay. Yeah, it could be everything we want, right? Everything we want. So there was a slide there. So we have then the problem that there are this allegedly 12th century old Kızıldağ that mentioned the Mushka, and then an 8th century text, Türkmen Karahuyuk, that mentions the Muska. So why is it 8th century? I only listing a few of the criteria. One, a morphological criteria. Our text shows an inflected form, asi, that denotes, it's a genitival adjective that represents of, son of, mushli. And ashi with case endings to express patronyms is a late phenomenon. I mean, not 12th century. As of 900, you see that. So that already brings our Türkmen Karahuyuk to that period. You can look at orthography. We have a phenomenon in older texts, which we call A initial final, that for some reason, they wrote an initial A in a word at the end of the word. That disappears around 850. And so then you either use nothing or a different symbol to represent, say, awa. That's the sentence introductory sequence, awa, and then. But what we have in Türkmen Karahuyuk 1 is awa and another sign that's not on the slide. So awanta. And that only happens post 850. So we are bringing it down another 50 years. And then finally, that's your study, Lorenzo. You can look at sign forms, in particular the sign wa that appears in our text with a little hook at the top. Here, a little hook. Hook, hook. And that in your study, and I think it's based on what was it, 1961 attestations of this sign, the hooked version only occurs in the 8th century. So now we have brought Turkmenkara down to the 8th century. Okay, Kızıldağ 4, 12th, Mushka, Turkmenkara 1, Mushka, 8th century. They must be the Phrygians. Not everyone thinks so. So summarizing here you have the relevant phrases, Musaka in Turkmenkara 1, and then a little bit more context for Kızıldağ 4, His Majesty, Great King, Hartapu, beloved of the storm god, son of Mushili, great king hero, conquered all the lands through the goodness of the storm god of heaven and all the gods. And when, or indeed, when he conquered Mushka land, or indeed he conquered Mushka land, there are some options. Point is, there's Mushka there. Mushakana. Oh, okay. There's the slide I talked about. Anyway, I will now skip this because I already talked about it. And so what do we do with this conflict? We read it as one inscription, Turkmenkara 1, right? And Lorenzo, you do too. But there is another article out there, very recently published, that says no. They're solving the issue this way. They say Kızıldağ 4 is 12th century. How do we reconcile that? Well, we look at Turkmenkara 1 and we say there are 3 inscriptions on one block. Line 1 refers to the king Kartapu or Hartapu the older from the 12th century, and those Mushka are in the 12th century. So there's no 8th century mention. Yes, there's an 8th century mention of a 12th century Mushka. Line 2 is a narrative that stands on its own, and line 3 is a scribal signature, 3 inscriptions. And this is, of course, a way to deal with it. So now you have a 12th century Mushka and no 8th century. They also read the inscription differently in other ways, which I'm going to agree. So we read originally when great king Kartapu, hero, son of Mushli, conquered the country of Mushka. The enemy came down into the land, but the storm god of heaven and all the gods delivered its 13 kings to his majesty, great king Kartapu. In a single year, he placed the 13 kings, their weapons, or troops, we didn't know what to do, and wild beasts, even more problematic, under the authority of 10 strong walled fortresses, and they are there as his majesty's chiefs of the weekend. We have no clue what it says. And Hawkins and Whedon then do 3 inscriptions. Great King Kartapu, hero, son of Mushli, is the one who conquered the land Mushka, period. Next inscription. The enemy came down to the land, the storm god of heaven, and all the gods gave 13 kings to Kartapu, the great king. I defeated 13 kings. I'm going to go with that, by the way. And in 1 year, I or he set or took down 10 strong fortresses, ... And the scribe is the sun-blessed ... Apai. So to summarize, we say the Mushka are Phrygians in our 8th century text, and Kızıldağ 4, perhaps in archaizing script. We were very careful to say perhaps. Hawkins and Whedon say no. 3 inscriptions. The Mushka only occur in the 12th inscription. They accept that reading Mushka, by the way, in Kızıldağ 4. And it is mentioned in Turkmenkara 1. And these Mushka are not the Phrygians, but they are the Eastern Mushka or Mushki mentioned, of course, in Assyrian sources. That's their claim. Now, James and Michele it's about to be published, I think, have written against this. And I'm going to provide the paleographic support for their historical and, inscriptional analysis. So let me take a look at the time. So I have done an analysis. First of all, there is no scribal signature because scribal signatures never start with awa, and our text in line 3 does start. So we have to, abandon the notion of a scribal signature here. I do adopt their name, Abari, His Majesty's Man, does something, we just don't know what, but that's irrelevant for the date of the text in the end. I am accepting some of their new proposals for the readings, and that's in red. Again, not relevant, we're going to skip it, it's not relevant for the date of the text. But now we still have the problem of the date, right? So could it be archaizing? Well, let's study that, do a paleography. Then can an archaic looking text like Puzzle 4 be archaizing? And investigate whether we have other archaizing texts. We know we have, by the way. And then ideally find in Puzzle 4 signs that are not archaic, in this case, not 12th, 11th century. So, archaizing. Can you all see the bottom? Because that is going to be relevant. Because I put the signs there. Okay, I have to describe it now. This means, so in the Empire period, okay. Oh, no, you can't. Good. In the Empire period, the sign Sa looked like this, or this. And already very early, you see that this starts, the sign is replaced by a form with little hooks. Starts very early. And then until in Carchemish, you arrive 750, you see the empire sign return. Moreover, you see it in several Anatolian texts as well, all around 750. So we see a return to an empire sign very late. Ta-2, the sign Ta. Here we see that the empire form continues pretty late. Then it is replaced by that's called an Iron Age form with a closed, it's pretty consistent, a closed arm. These are sometimes tiny details, but it is consistent. And then around the 8th century, everywhere they return to the older form. Sign now. These are all forms that occur a lot. So the database is pretty large. I'm not looking at really rarely occurring signs. You see that the empire form continues, especially in Malatya. Malatya has pretty old forms typically. And in the other Mesopotamian, Syrian polities, you see a typical Iron Age form until, again, the latest inscriptions from Carchemish pretty consistently. They use an archaizing sign, empire style. Now, nowhere else. Let me go back, by the way. These are the signs that occur in Puzzle 4 every time. So we see the older form. That could, of course, mean it's old, right? And the same for this. In the other text, we do not see this return to the older form, but again, we have an older form in Puzzle 4. Again, that might not mean a lot. It could still be old, of course. Now I'm going to use Marcus Whedon's words against him. Always nice when you do that, because this is about another inscription. It's the Zuidburg inscription, which is under heavy debate. It's an elaborate inscription with very archaic looking sign forms. And the problem in the Empire period is Zuidburg It mentions the king Shupililiuma. Is it Shupililiuma I, 1315 BC, or Shupililiuma II, 1200? And Mark recently published an article, what was it? Oh, I didn't put a date, where he actually argues that, you know, the Zuidborg inscription is from Shupililiuma II, based on historical arguments. And that means you have to accept that the text that looks completely archaic is actually archaizing, and you don't find any later forms, he said. So in the case of the Zuidborg, there are no cases of signs being used that display a distinctively later form, by contrast to signs that were used at the time of Shupililiuma I. There are, however, earlier sign forms which could be explained as part of an archaizing style. So if he wants to maintain that it is a Shupililiuma II inscription, he must accept a text that is written in purely old forms. If you can do that for Zuidborg, you can do that for Cazadar IV. So his whole article on Hawkins and Whedon's, I'm sorry, you either accept this or you then accept that Cazadar IV would be late. Fortunately, there is a little bit more support. As I said, you need to look for sign forms that cannot be interpreted as early. So here we have, again, it doesn't look good, but an empire Mu, this is Mu, is still, you can see it as, it's kind of an abstract ox head. It doesn't have 4 lines in it. You can maybe see a horn, a little bit, a tiny horn, but it is rather abstract compared to what we find later. So already in Malatya, we do not see this form anymore. We see a specific form over here. I hope you can see it. It's a bull's head with the little 4 scratches, and I call it the knobs. Instead of horns, it is represented by some knobs. Continues a little bit in cartoonish, and then becomes a little bit messy. It was difficult to represent it. Suddenly, around the same time, you see 2 things in all these inscriptions, both in Mesopotamia and the Levant. You see a very abstract form here, very abstract, but the same inscription can have a fully developed ox head with clearly visible horns on both sides. That is really a new development in monumental inscriptions. And it starts around here. This was the earliest attestation, the 10th century, and runs on until the end. Orange, which means that I only found the abstract, and the mixture, it's actually running along inside. I couldn't represent it well. As I said, a lot of texts have both a very abstract form and the fully fleshed out bull's head with the horns. This is relevant, the horns. And only in Carchemish, late Carchemish text, we see a kind of a return to, but not exactly. The difference is that you do not see the 2 horns. More or less, it seems to be an adaptation of empire. It's not real empire style. It occurs in 1 or 2 texts. But here are our Cazadar forms. And Cazadar IV forms. And what do we have? And there is another one. You have the 2 horns. And that pushes it at least to the 10th century. However, so that could still be 10th century. Now, and it lasts until the end. So somewhere between the 10th, between 1000 and 700. Now we need to return to this. If it must be younger than the 10th century, but it also has empire Sa, it must be here in the 8th century. So, and there is more evidence that I didn't put on the slides. So, Cazadar IV has, fortunately, signs that have to be later than the 12th century. the combination with the archaizing signs that only occur in the 8th century means this is an 8th century text, almost perfectly executed, like, for example, Carchemish 821, which everyone agrees, as Mark said at one point, perfectly archaizing, because of that 4 is perfectly archaizing. So how did they play? So this is imperial, I call it imperial style, and they played with it, I think. We have Ibris 1 with the dedication here to the storm god and the name. So this is the image of the king, and we saw a beautiful presentation yesterday, elaborating on the dress and everything. Here's the name of the king, Wa, Pa, La, Wa, Sa. If you now look at the distribution of ancient or archaic, archaizing imperial style sign forms and non-imperial style, what we see in the dedication is that they use the late Wa and the typical Sa for the Iron Age. If you look at his name, you see an older Wa and the imperial Sa in the name, imperial style in the dedication, not. So to conclude, based on signs like Mu and Sa and Tonitrus, I didn't talk about the storm god sign. Kursula 4 is archaizing. It's a mid-8th century inscription. The Mushka mentioned, or mid-8th century, are therefore the Phrygians. I would say pre-Midas. And what's happening with the script? It is an archaizing, it's an imperial style. It harks back to glorious days. They start using, we saw that, the title Great King again. We see landscape monuments, but also monumental, I mean, the block was found. I mean, it's a return to an imperial style in both script and title and monuments. And to conclude then, it is an expression of their identity facing the rising empires of both Phrygia and Ashur. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a few minutes for questions. And just before I hand it off, thinking of archaizing names, the Tainat Shipiluliuma Purus Fons Me seems to fit exactly that model that you just showed. So seems to be substantial evidence. I'll be interested to see if you can find a trajectory for some of this knowledge.
So I will have to look at those texts. What I used for my corpus were securely dated texts, and the Shukliliuma and the whole Palestina is still floating. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much. So, as you can imagine, yes, I can what say many things. I hope I'm not done. Otherwise, I'll skip one.
Yes, we should talk. We should talk.
So I will just 2 points. First, good to have this formula as the last one. So, no, the first sign of the name is not more. Just because you have more results, it's clearly different. It's kind of so because you have more description, so you have the full forms of the full and it's here. So it cannot be used. So just 2 forms. Use one goes to another in the same sign. So it's a man. It's a man.
It is. You do have lots of inscriptions where you have both variants, without a doubt. So I hear your argument, but they do occur. Okay, but we can talk later.
The sign which is so about na is so it's as already recognized by whatever side it is this one part. So you can see it's a very reason I. So this is the reason so and so as again so and so it is not or yeah.
So this is the move. What Rosa was talking about, just, I mean, I want to point it out for the audience. Here is one move and there the other, right? And then the sign we're talking about now is this.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, okay. Ka is not a verb that have ka is simply something more or less abstract. So I don't know the well, forgiveness or revision of this reading. And so the other point, so which you could address is well, very general point. So the very notion of archaization. I think it's the void notion is absolutely anti-verb. I'm sorry, but yes, I'm reading very much also the question of vision. So there are we have thousands and thousands of texts on the library, on inscriptions, every period. And for some reason, I don't know why, so probably you can tell me, yes, so in the thousands and millions of articles published on the question of text, one doesn't use the notion of archaization.
Where?
Never, yes, in articles written on restoration, one doesn't use the notion of archaization at all. For some reason, so in like thousands of years of restoration, nobody felt the need to archaize. Why do we have the such urge? So asking us about urge to archaize in the high empire, in the older tradition. Why we wanted to archaize something which is just that they could not use of the normal script which they have. Why? So this is the very basic question, fundamental, and so without answering on this, one cannot well just go answer with the notion of archaization. And yeah, so just to return to the idea of the symbol, this is the, well, I will say this is cheating. So to say about archaizing without having a single archaic encryption, because, well, it's impossible.
So I didn't, you talked about a society with thousands, were you talking about Egypt? Because I didn't understand what.
It's less of relation.
The what?
Greek and Roman text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's not true. Yeah, they are Roman inscriptions of imperial data, these are Phrygia and Attic Alpha. And all the stuff, the student with mathematics.
Yeah, well, it's how many? It's like 1% or 0.5% of the yeah,
that's not yeah, but so the notion of archiving, is not something that we should use. Also because I wanted to mention yesterday if we take the Phoenician inscriptions and they bring back the microphone. It's not going any further. So if we take the recent assessment of the technology of the Phoenician inscriptions by Sas and Interstellar, they argue that the Phoenician inscriptions are at the 9th century chronology, and basically the monumental Phoenician writing was introduced as a form of archaizing writing. So from the very start, this I also wanted to mention yesterday, to corroborate the argument that the archaizing style is something that was true when it comes to expressing political claims or identity claims in this royal traditions, and we have the same kind of aspects both in the Phoenician city-state and here with art. It's
a circle of
yeah.
So the general idea of establishing some tradition, so the thing is perfect or probably just normal style at the same time from the teaching point or
determining how this archiving tradition. But this is just to mention that the notion of archiving is something that it is a political tool. Okay,
yes,
true. We are ready to lunch. You continue this wherever you choose. Let's be back here as close to 2:45 as possible for the next session.
Peter, thank you very much. Great lecture. Fully agree with you. Other than hard pages, but it's very writing. Like you know, for it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Thank you.
Okay, great presentation also because it really it was great seeing you. Thank you very much. The next time. And say hello to Thea.
I will.
It was my pleasure.
It's quite a new.
Right, this I'll test it out.
Maybe you can.
Yeah, we'll do a test run.
So what is it? They were
You want to pick it up? You want to test?
I will test after.
Okay. You want to see the file again? Let's see, it was.
No, okay, test after.
Okay.
Now, take the.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, you can have that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll see you again.
Yours right now. Let's see. These two?
Yeah, the one is a PDF.
Yeah, I'll take both just in case. Thank you. We've had enough issues.
The one is not working, we take the other.
Exactly. Okay,
let me take the PowerPoint, but I always have a PDF.
Yeah, just a safety net. Right, and I will open the PowerPoint to make sure that that's looking like it's working. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. And let me. Yeah. Let's see. Where did we go? We are here. I will ask afterwards. Yeah, as soon as I'm done. I can meet you guys somewhere if you want. At Test Bridges, because I can make sure that keeping chemistry. Okay. You must see the almost done today.
But it's not just our eyes. They are completely minding
See you.
And the right is last.
Yeah.
So.
So all you need to allow for the very long time.
Yes, yes. So entrepreneur test one connection.
And then I'll be finding my way to work.
Arcade is the use of the signs, but not the type of inscription.
Yes.
That's what we do.
Yeah. There's a lot.
It is not the last version, but it's quite the last.
Okay, close enough.
Only the cover. I modified the cover with a new photograph.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Bridget, if you can hear me, you can, yeah, awesome.
Hello.
Hello. For the YouTube audience, if you're here through the break, we're just doing some technical testing to make sure that we're ready to go for the next session. Then I'll put up the break slide again. For you, if you want, you can try to share your screen, make sure that that works.
Okay.
We'll have to do the same thing we did with Tomas, and I'll move this microphone next to the speaker and flip the computer upside down so it works. But it seemed to be effective, and
sounds good. Yeah, honestly, thank you, Nathan, for all of your technical maneuvering that you've been doing.
Yeah, this is not my specialty for anybody else.
Of course not.
Contract labor, basically.
Right. Yeah, forced by necessity to have someone be the technical expert.
Exactly.
Okay. Does it? I mean, I can see it behind you. It looks like everything is working fine.
On the restream as well. Yeah, it looks good there. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
It looks good. Then what I might do is shift the papers around, either to make you the first of the last session or the last of the last session. I'll talk to the other organizers just so I can do this setup once and then pull it down.
Absolutely.
So just be prepared. I'll know, I mean, probably by the time I'm back into this room from lunch, and I can try to give you a heads up. That way you're prepared mentally.
Okay. Yeah. And the only other thing I was going to say is, if you also want, depending on where I go, maybe this will make a difference, but if you'd rather not try to do questions after my session and you'd rather tell people that they can feel free to email me or something like that, that is also fine. If we want to try to do questions, I'm happy to, but I know that the microphone and moving around and all of that is difficult with sound. So if you'd rather not deal with that, I'm perfectly fine with someone saying, okay, we won't have time for questions, but Bridget's email is up on the screen, feel free to get in touch. That is perfectly fine with me. So whatever is easiest for you, that is fine with me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll assuming we're on time and we can questions,
yeah.
I'll offer, and I'll just say, if people want to ask now, they should come up, since this is the only area where there's good communication for the stream.
Right.
And if not, then we can work something else with emails or anything like that. But no, that's great. I appreciate the flexibility.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Okay, awesome. Well, you should go to lunch and have time to have a break.
Yes, I will. I will love the fresh air. And I will see you and everybody in the audience back here in a little over an hour.
Perfect. Bye, Nathan.
Yeah. We're getting ready. So for the live streaming audience, we are going to be a few minutes delayed. Not entirely surprising, but we're waiting on people to come back into the room. So please bear with us.
ancient Phrygia. And our first speaker is Rostislav, I think, Rostislav Oreshko. And the subject is Homeric Phrygians and the inhabitants of Gorgon's citadel, a story told by name.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so it seems to work. So good afternoon, everybody. I think so. Like I have to start so with a slightly different topic, and so bring you from this beautiful landscape to the much more terrible landscape, which I will not show you. So I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, which is my home country, and although I left it 22 years ago, so I just cannot pass in silence. And well, I'm sure so probably most of you following the events and so know so what is it about, and so I think so the case is pretty clear. So unlike many other like military events like in Syria or in Balkans, yeah, so it was much more muddled and confused. Now it's quite clear the old crazy empire, so trying to invade and so revive itself, or I would say a zombie of an empire. But still, yeah, so I have the impression that yes, so in the Western media, so like not everything is well like realized to the same extent. Yes, and they usually lacks this like background, so like background which actually goes back to well 100 years ago. And when it started, so I had a very strange feeling. So the combination of two different opposite things. Yeah. So on the one hand, it's absolutely incredible, wild, and impossible in the 21st century, and on the other hand, so there's just the opposite feeling that well, it is so logical. So given all what I know about Russia and Russian history. And I think that this is the point, and especially like looking at the events which well date like 2-3 weeks ago, especially in Bucha or in other small locations close to Kiev. So the like incredible things, brutality and festival brutality without any clear logical explanation. I thought back not even about the Second World War, but about the actual Russian Revolution of 1917. And well, I didn't, didn't give this citation. Yes, I didn't find it. So because there is no internet here. But there are so many writers writing on. So at that time, especially Bunin, so for instance, some Russian writer in Immigration wrote. So it's impossible, and I'm looking at this, what is going on, so like the killings every day, and I don't know whom so they will generate so in several years, what becomes of that country. And strangely enough, yeah, so the 20s and 30s were quite terrible and sexual, so you know quite well the Stalin and so on, but then so after the war, so the situation like calmed down, and there was even like the sort of the new age of tranquility and peace. Yeah, so there was like discussion. There was this Cold War, but still, so there is a lot of actually, well, finally, well, clever. Leaders who, and at least so this Cold War didn't degenerated into the hot war, and now, and so like the so my impression it's indeed so like getting back to that time. So when the best part of the intellectual and cultural elite is simply exterminated, and so the lower stratum of the society, so now like coming up. And yeah, so to my mind, yes, so in the Western media, so time and again, so like the guilt is laid on Putin, which is of course right, but I think so Putin now can be seen as such an epitome of the Russian society, or the majority of the bulk of Russian society, and yeah, it looks like well, what is Greek studies next, and so that's what is going on. Okay, I think.
Can I just say a word about this?
Yeah.
Because this was a topic that, as the four of us, the five of us, discussed at the time, and we decided to downplay this and not to start and bring this to public speech. But we wanted to make very clear that the five of us are absolutely supportive of Ukraine in this moment. And I don't know what the media, I cannot speak for medias and other people, but in the organizers and in the organization of these small events, for the nothing value that this has, like we are really the opposite of the media and as the opinion makers. But we decided to not bring this to the attention because we knew in all passages of the organization, passing time with the cell phone every 5 minutes, where we are. And I just, since you brought it to the table, I wanted to convey the feeling that we share.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. But yeah, so I'm turning back to Phrygians, which are in any case much nicer guys. even if we don't know still a lot of them, but still, yeah, I think so. They were like much freer and nicely organized society. And yeah, so I will be talking about names and I should say from the very beginning, so that the material, the evidence is quite slim. So it's I will be not able so to present many. Well, it's like material which makes well, some argument. Yes, but unfortunately, yes, so it will be I fully aware of that. Yes, so it will be impossible to prove something beyond any doubt. And you know, yeah. 15 years ago, I read a nice phrase in, I think it was a Festschrift of John Killen, so the mycenologist. And so he was characterized as a person who is able to move swiftly and nimbly on a very hard terrain. Yeah, so and hard terrain is of course the mycenology, and it was compared with an agreeing goat. So which is like typical of Crete, yeah. And so basically what I'm going to do is just to take you on the Agrippi tour, so through Phrygian anamastics. Okay, and of course the American anamastics as well. In general, so the Homeric evidence of Phrygians is well quite slim, but at the same time very tantalizing. So because it looks like the Phrygians were very familiar to the Phrygian topic, was very familiar to Homer, but he doesn't care too much yet, so to give much information about that. So basically, we have only 3 interesting and well, really like pregnant passages which tell us something about the Homeric picture of the Phrygians. The first attestation is in the so-called Trojan catalog, or the catalog of Trojan allies, and so where the 2 leaders of Phrygians are mentioned. So Phocus and Ascanius. Ascanius is, of course, yeah, and of course very important. So the place from which they come, and they come from Ascania. So within this passage, the name of Ascanius is, of course, well, it's not very interesting because it's obviously derived from Ascania. So so discuss it would be well, it's an interesting name in general, yes, but I will not talk about it too much. And Phocus probably will find something about that. But quite interesting, yeah. So the place, which is Ascania, which is of course quite not the same as Phrygia, yeah, so at least as we usually understand under Phrygia, so it's quite a lot, quite far away from the central part, and basically situated, well, in Bithynia, but Bithynia is of course a little bit later notion because Bithynians as arguably part of Thracians, they migrated a little bit later, so nobody knows when exactly, but probably after the 6th century BC. And also Mysia. Well, it's strange. And actually, I dealt specifically with the Trojan catalog within the project, which I had, 4 years ago in Warsaw. Unfortunately, I never came to publish on it something substantial. But the Phrygians were almost like the very important point. So because the Homeric Phrygians is something which we can connect with something different, with archaeological reality, with epigrammatical reality and language reality. And this the idea that Phrygians are located in the Homeric epic, not in Phrygia, but still much further to the east, is very interesting because finally it correlates very well with what we would think about Phrygians as migrating from the Balkan region to the central Anatolia. They just like in between, on the way to the central Phrygia. And to tell us several details about the Homeric like a picture of the Trojan alliance. It's basically not what one usually thinks. It's not Greece against Anatolia, because of course you have seen already this map. It's a very simple map, actually found in internet, but I think this is the best one. What can have done on the Homeric representation of the Homeric picture of the ethnicities and cultures of this age. And you can see so that it actually takes quite a small part of Anatolia. It's basically on the coast. There are only basically two small points far away. So this is exactly Ascanian focus as close to Ascania. So you can see it's on the rightmost position, and there is also a contingent coming from Paphlagonia, so it's much to the north and east. But basically, so we're dealing with the Troad, and then Thrace, and interestingly, not even the closest part of the Thrace, but also with the Ionians, which is quite interesting, and absolutely illogical. And then, so the catalog makes a leap to Paphlagonia, and then it returns and mentions the Phrygians, Mysians, Myonians, and then it descends to actually to Lycians. So it's quite interesting picture, which I did think, this is in general consideration. It tells us that it was not some construction, because the like a mental construct is quite illogical. It looks like it was taken from some very specific, very particular reality which we unfortunately don't know. And of course, I don't have time to argue this in any detail, but I should state my idea of the Homer. And actually, so it's formulated very to formulate it in a very short way, I think, which was suggested by Oliver Dickinson, and in his article in 1986, the Homer is the poet of the Dark Age. I think there are, of course, some reminiscences of the late Bronze Age reality, but basically, I think so. The reality which is shown in the Homeric epic is post-dates Bronze Age. Okay, so the second passage, so which deals with Phrygians, is found in the third book, and strangely enough, so now we find both a different setting, geographical setting, and different personages. So now we're dealing with Orpheus and Euboda, and now the events are set on the banks of St. Gerodes, and so they're fighting with Amazons. Well, of course, not discuss Amazons, but it looks like, and again, so of course, these two first passages are so the one in the Trojan catalog, and here it correlates, yes, because now so the Phrygians are not settled on the banks of St. Gary's, they're still fighting. There's like they're expanding the eastern direction, and then so like encountering somebody who is preventing them to settle, for example, in Gordium. Yeah, again, Otreus and Numida. So this is the picture which is suggested by these two first passages. And then even again, so like different setting and different names. Quite interesting though, so the passages basically, so the it's a simile. So the Apollo appearing in a likeness of somebody, and this somebody is Asios. Asios, the uncle of the hostile Hector and the brother of Hecabe, and the son of Dumas. So we have like three names: Hecabe, Asios, and their father Dumas. And of course, I think so Brian already mentioned it yesterday. Well, it's in general, so a quite well-known fact. Hecabe is basically a Phrygian princess. And so the main, well, at least in the Iliad, so the main wife of Priamos, and this is quite interesting indication on the connection between Troy and Phrygia. In general, so I mentioned, so there are three passages, but there are some scattered, a couple of more scattered things which do not tell us much about it. So, for example, here, so the host-fighting Phrygians and Ionians. Again, very interesting, this combination of the Phrygians and Ionians. But yeah, so there's basically no geographical context. Again, so the same combination, interesting with Phrygia and Ionia. And then, so the quite interesting information we found also in the Hammurabi to Aphrodite. Also, again, so it's takes us in the direction of the connection, special connection between the Trojans and the Phrygians. Yeah? So that somebody, again, Otreus we already found among the passages. But yeah, so quite interestingly, so that the passage interestingly sheds some light on the social linguistic reality. So like interestingly, so somebody coming from Phrygia comes to Troy and learning so the language, so the nurse. What's quite typical situation for bilingualism. Okay, so this is the what can be said about the Hammurabi Phrygia. Not much, but again, so very so tantalizing evidence. So the Phrygians are very closely connected with Trojans, but not really doing great stuff in tactics. Yeah, so they do not play decisive role, and so it's just background, but very important background. So this is the general idea, so which one that comes from the Iliad. Okay, now I'm making a leap to Gordium, and I will be talking about the graffiti. Basically about graffiti from Gordium, and first several general words about the Gordium graphical material. So it's not exceptionally rich, and mostly so in the form of graffiti, like this, for example. To be honest, when coming to Gordium like 3 years ago, I hoped for a little bit more, because there are several texts which look like statements and not simply like pieces of names. And I hope to find something well comparable, for example, with the cup of Pitikusai or Nestor's cup and so on. I thought, why not? But yeah, no, I was actually a little bit disappointed. But on the other hand, so like working on, I was able to see almost all graffiti, so except those the graffiti preserved in the depot of the Gordium Museum, but not those in Ankara. It still brought a lot of understanding of what was going on. And basically what we have, so we have names. So the Phrygians were very, the only thing, so which you can detect, so looking at the graffiti, so they were like fond of writing their names on on everything they could find. And actually, as it brings to mind so the idea of Andreas Bibi, so the Katmos Anetheke, so of the adoption of the Greek alphabet. And so actually he suggested that so the main idea of the adoption of alphabet was actually writing the name of the deity and the name of the dedicator. And I think so basically he was right. And so like one of the primary ideas behind the adoption of writing is to commemorate yourself in writing. So we can see the names on the objects from the tumuli. We can see the names on the objects from on the beams from tumuli again. Here, of course, Artes, Archaeolevais, Midai. So the names are also in the focus on the description. So all the other things are finally secondary. And again, Baba, Memerais. Probably several. Well, it's difficult question what is exactly Memerais, but probably Baba is name, Memerais might be his patronymic, but the identification of the person, so by names, that given names, several names, probably the name of the father, and then the name of the tribe, and then titles was the primary purpose. So this is the general background of the body material. Again, yes, so several examples of names. Almost, yeah. So, well, to tell it once again, so everything which we can read and understand are names in Gorian. There are some exceptions, yeah. So we already heard, yeah. So just an hour ago about this group Nepakis. But again, so it's only like expansion of the original like core idea. So to write a name who did that, and then so to explain. So he who inscribed or did something else, or dedicated, for example. And yes, actually, so the idea about the Nestor cup came from this, so from the thing which you see on the right lower corner. It's as you can see, it looks like well, like sensible full inscription, but unfortunately, so this is exactly the description which I was not able to advance in. Not a iota. So I'm still it's still a challenge for me, and I hope so. But in any case, what one can identify is Mammutas is again a personal name. So what the additions after that? So it's still very difficult to say. Okay, and now I come to this very interesting set of inscriptions. Well, 3 is not much, but still quite impressive. And so it was. Grown up by one inscription only several years ago. It's just the first year when I came to Gorian, so to work on the graphical material, and basically it reads as Dumas Taeia. So you can see the 2 pieces well date from already quite several decades. And yeah, so there's some slight so basically it was read as for example by Briggs and Lejeune by as one single word, and so without any attempt to do something with that. So Alexander Avram discussed it. So he thought it could be 2 names, Dumast Elia. And in the newest book by Brother Korsach, so it's identified as a title Dumasta, leader of the Duma. Well, that's all unfortunately quite speculative. Well, it's very difficult. Well, taken in itself would be difficult to prove or disprove that. But I think so. The reading, a different reading, makes more sense. Again, so I proceed from the idea that it's mostly names. And I would read it so as 2 words, as Dumas and Taveia. Dumas is Dumas, so the correspondence is as exact as one can ever hope. And Taveia can be interpreted in general in 2 ways. So it could be general. So if you think so, it's found on some objects. Yeah. So probably it's the something which allows to identify. Yeah. So it might be a word for possession, or well, something like a cup of Actually, cup is not very possible because yes, it's different types of vessels. And the problem with this interpretation is, of course, so we do not know actually what is dumas. It could be genitive or nominative. So both interpretations are possible in theory, but the indication of the Homeric evidence, so the name belongs to a different stem class. So it's the genitive is dumantos, and so one can think that probably in the Phrygian, so the name was not simply like dumas, so the art class, but something different. And so probably it's the idea that it's nominative is more feasible. As for the second name, for the second word, I think it's also simply a name. Of course, it could be two different personages, but given that, so all this material is actually found, well, this is quite striking. This is the only case where we have a long sequence on 3 different objects. And it indicates that Dumas had quite a held quite a high position. So I think he belonged to the elite at least, or probably to the royal stratum of Gordian. And Talveia might be simply his the name of his wife, and it looks like that. So Dumas with S for masculine, and Talveia, well, the same as in Greek, so they are simply feminine. Moreover, I would propose to connect it so with the name of Tavion. And as you can see, so the in Phrygia, so the pattern of derivation of toponym from Persian language was very well attested. Yes, so like almost well, half of the Phrygian names which we know. Yes, so we can derive from something, yes, including Gordian and Midaean and Desculean and so on and so on. So in general, so the derivation of Tavion from Pavia would be quite thinkable. Moreover, so again, so this is all small pieces, but still which more insight, curiosity than so I give something tangible about it. The word Dumeia is attested on the only substantial stone and well, this stone official inscription found in Gordian. Unfortunately, it's found in many fragments, and so with this very funny configuration, so there's some of the lines going like that, some of the lines. So it was actually written on all the sides, and so in some very untypical manner. Well, untypical until you look at the inscription of Kirkenes or Tuana Blackstones. So they are also written in the same strange manner. Strange from the Greek point of view. So it's Dumeia, and again, so it would be possible to see this simply an adjective from Dumas, and which is quite interesting. Yeah, unfortunately it's not the only possibility. So we do have Dumas as a name, the Phrygian name of Tuas, also some sort of religious confraternity. So like it would be a possibility, but still. What is more? So on another fragment of the same inscription, you have the sequence lava. The sequence of 4 letters without any context is something which yeah, so one can do not much about. But still, the sequence corresponds. It's found only in one more Phrygian word. It's in Lavagetae. Well, actually, it's Lavagtae. Yeah, so this is something which I wanted to comment about earlier. I'm quite sure that the form Lavagtae, Lavagtae is simply a mistake. It doesn't make any sense in grammatical point of view, and so this combination of gutta is very strange, and the so the ending ae doesn't make any sense. I think it looks like the scribe simply skipped one letter, so e, and then at some point, so like several letters, two letters later, he noticed it and inserted it. So in the which produced this strange form, but yeah, so so he thought, yeah, so nobody knows Phrygian well, and so nobody can read actually well, and so high, and so probably it will do. So yeah, before going on to the second name, so what does it mean? So the correspondence is very striking. So we have Dumas and in Homeric epic and in Gordian material. Moreover, not just some mentioned on 3 different objects found on the Gordian citadel. I think so that at least one can propose it like a working hypothesis. So we are dealing indeed with the real royal name. So Dumas is indeed a very early Phrygian leader, probably of the 8th century. I will have no, I think so. I have no time to talk about paleography of this graffiti in which Dumas is attested, but I think it could be dated to the 8th century. On the one hand, and so of course it has quite an interesting implication for Homer. So because it gives us very untrivial piece of evidence, suggesting that Homer knew something about Gordian, about Phrygians, and probably specifically Gordian. So it's established actually a connection between Ionia and Gordian, which is of course has many other exponents. Okay, very quickly, so another name, probably even more interesting in a way. So this is the name which Greeks read as Asuiados or Askiades. So as for paleography, I think so the reconstruction by Greeks is, well, a little bit exaggerated. I think so we lost less than he suggests. So the only, probably so the last, well, quarter of letters, and basically, so this is the original limit of the graffiti. And basically, if we would have Ka, it would look like that, or probably a little bit lower. But in any case, we would probably have traces of the second hasta of Ka. So the reading, I think so, is definitely Asuiados, and this should stand, of course, for Asuiados. We have, well, in this case, we can so to bring a piece of evidence supporting this. This is the writing of Memeuis instead of Memevice found in the Midas city. And again, so this might be nominative or genitive, but in any case, yeah. So it's something connected so with Asuias, and so the pattern of the derivative with the dental, so it's relatively well represented in Phrygia. So Cicidus, Iungidas, and several genitives like Urgitos or Manitos. So basically, this is a derivative from Asios, as we remember, is mentioned as one of the leaders, well, the kings of Gordian. And so the name is extremely interesting. So it has I don't think I have time to explore all the directions which it takes us to. But first of all, there is this name is attested for Lydians. So Herodotus was the first who noted it. So there is probably there was a king called Asius, one of the early kings of Lydians, and in fact, so the existence of existence of a king called in this way, and the tribe derived after it is now attested also in an inscription found in Sardis. So it's quite possible. Of course, it's very late. It's actually 2nd century AD, and so we cannot discard the possibility that it's like late construction taken, yeah, based on something. But still, so the possibility is that Asios was indeed so an ancestor of the Lydians. And generally, so the name Asia or Aspia is very much connected with Lydia. So the Stephen even says that there was a city in Lydia. But in any case, what is important? So according to Homer, there was what he calls Asios Laemon. So something like the meadow of Asios. It's very difficult to say what exactly stands behind this Asios, but again, it could be the same personal name. And okay, so I'm wrapping up. So just several So the name is found also in other parts of Anatolia, also close to Iconium. And probably there is a Zeus Assays somewhere in Laodicea, on the border of Phrygia. And of course, it takes us back also to the late Bronze Age and this famous deity Potnia Asvia, which, for example, Sarah Morris tried to connect so in one complex. So also with Asua, which is attested as early as 14th century BC in Hittite text. I think Asua in any case, I think it's connected. So with the western part of Anatolia, northwest, although I would locate Asua so close to central Anatolia, but it doesn't matter because generally so the Asua tradition is indeed connected so with the Troy, Velusa, and so on. And but I think so the connection, it's again, so it's only musings. I think the connection between all these names is might go back actually to common etymon. It might be connected so with simply with the word in the European word for horse. At least for Potnia Asvia, it makes better sense to my mind than an assumption that so that the deity was taken from Media and transferred directly to Pylos, which is really strange. Okay, I think so. I will. So there are, just to tell you, there are some more examples of the interesting correspondences. They are less striking, but still, so one can think about that. So the correspondence between the Homeric names and the names found in the graffiti of Phrygia. But I think so. I will finish here, and so by telling to my mind, so the two good names. From corresponding to 6 names attested so by Homer is a statistically quite interesting evidence for speaking that so Homer knew something more about Phrygia than what we would guess. Thank you so much for your attention.
I suppose that we have no time for questions, but anyway, me too, I would like to thank very much our colleague Oresto for giving to us this acute exploration of names, despite of the terrible context of your country attacked by this aggressive Russia. I would like to express, me too, as my colleague Alfonso, our sentiment of support of all the University of Pavia, especially of this Department of Humanities. Humanities is the key word. Anyway, thank you. And now, in turn, Professor Hell from Marburg, Considerations on the temple model of Bascularium and its impact on the early archaic temple architecture of Ionia. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all very much, and especially the organizers of the conference also for inviting me here, although I'm not really a researcher of Phrygia, but I'm coming from another part of Anatolia, from Caria, more or less. Well, and I will now take you to the northwest of Phrygia, or whatever that exactly is, meaning to Daskyleion. Daskyleion, which is situated, as you see it here on the map, at the Maniasgölü, the ancient lake Daskylitis, and is somehow, maybe let's say, the northwestern periphery of Phrygia, whatever that exactly means. What I want to present you here is a temple model, and this temple model has been found in Daskyleion, in the area F6, which you see indicated here, in the northern part of the settlement. It comes from a sanctuary identified by the excavator Thomas Buckle as a Cybele sanctuary. And what you see here are the foundations of stone of this Cybele temple. Unfortunately, these photos are the only thing which is published on this walls of the temple, and there is no information whatsoever else about it. So it would be very interesting to know more actually on the plan of this temple. Well, Thomas Buckle dates the temple to the late 8th century BC according to a late geometric Corinthian oinokoe, which you also see here, and which has been found under the foundation of the temple. And then on the same place, the temple model, what you see here on the right side, has been found in a layer together with the jug you see on the left side with concentric circles to be dated somewhere between 670, 650 BC, according to Thomas Buckle. Well, the problem is actually that this is all the published information we have on all of this. I have no information whatsoever what kind of layer this has been, where these two pieces have been found, what the character of it was, if it was above these foundations, but they seem to have been found together somewhere above these foundations and in the same layer. And therefore, Buckle dates the model between the late 8th century and the mid 7th century BC. In the first publication, and later on, she dates it to the mid 7th century. And then she says this has been created either in the memory of the late geometric temple model, which has been destroyed by the Cimmerians, or by its as a model of the successor of the temple, which has been erected in the mid 7th century. So we have the choice of these two phases. Now, the publication of Thomas Buckle is also only very preliminary. There are two of them in 1995 and in 2004, and there is a longer publication, more in detail, by Suat Ateşlier in 2006. Ateşlier, he in the end dates it to the mid 7th century, and he made this wonderful drawing of the temple model also. And well, I cannot follow directly the dating of the mid 7th century, but from all the information I have, I would say the mid 7th century is the terminus antiquem. It can be whatever older. And you have also to take into account that the pottery found with the temple model can be not really dating the model, because the stone model is much more durable than pottery. It is not breaking that fast. So it can be much older than the pottery found in the same layer. It can be, we don't know. Anyhow, Ateşlier dates it to the mid 7th century. And you see here now the temple model. It is rather small. The height is 25 centimeters of this. This you have to take into account. What you see here is a building of an almost square plan. It has a pitched roof, and both pediments are adorned with horned acroteria. One of the narrow sides of the model is provided with a niche, and the niche is framed by a plain recess, that you can see here very nice. And this obviously is a depiction of a door, but it is also not a door because it is, first of all, it's a niche carved into the model, and it is also higher than the real door. And the door frame is also going on all sides around it, also on the lower part, which is normally not the case at the real door. So it's something between a niche and a door. Then the temple front is also painted in red, only the front side. And you have first red paint around the niche, while the red paint actually is wider then this recess. So you get the impression of a frame of that niche with two fasciae. Above, you have here a horizontal line. And then you have two oblique lines, which together with the horizontal one form a pediment. The oblique lines, they are ending in circles up here in the horns. And from there, you have vertical lines going back to the horizontal line here. Then you have two more vertical lines here to the left and to the right of the niche, which are going up to the horizontal one or to the oblique one on this side. And you have something round on either side of the top of this narrow line. Ateshlier, of course, rightly interprets this all in an architectonic way. And he sees here two columns with Ionic or Aeolic capitals above an architrave, rafters, and here the two lines as the typical vertical beams, which are already quite familiar from all the rock-cut facades we have seen so far. And therefore, Ateshlier also connects this, of course, with the Phrygian architecture, where you have exactly this. You have this central beam, you have the horned acroterion, and so this is something which goes clearly back to Phrygian architecture. What you also have is this recessed door frame, but in difference to the model and the Phrygian facades, the door frame is really a door frame and not a niche with the frame going on all around, also on the bottom. And same is true also for stelae, which are in the same pattern. This kind of architecture probably has really existed in Daskyleon, but I can only show one item which is really to be connected to it. This is a monumental tomb which has been reconstructed by Şehrazat Karagöz out of many fragments, most of them in the Archaeological Museum in Istanbul. And she reconstructs out of these monumental tomb similar somehow to the famous pyramid tomb in Sardes. And this slab would then be in the tomb building in the pediment. And there she sees the two sphinxes on to either side of what she interprets as a date palm because of this hanging fruit there. And she compares it to similar depictions from Daskyleon, like this villa with the date palm here, or here even two sphinxes on either side of a date palm. But there you can also see that the depiction of the date palm is quite different from this, which is more a beam. So I would interpret this in an architectonic way as a wooden beam in the center of a pediment, so similar to what we have seen. This is, of course, later. This is early 5th century BC, but I think it goes back to an architectural tradition of real architecture, which has been present over all this period in Daskyleon, and which you also know from other contexts, like, let's say, the Lycian sarcophagus from Sidon, now in the Istanbul Archaeological Museum. But the columns cannot be connected to Phrygian architecture. Ateshlier thinks that this has to be thought, if you translate it in real architecture, as columns which are placed in front of the facade. And he first of all compares it to a rock-cut facade in Phrygia, which is Keskaya 1, where he also says you have here the same columns in relief, which are meant as columns in front of it. But what we have here actually, I see only as a door frame with recesses, and I don't see the columns. I think these columns are not existing. So if nobody will tell me any better of the specialists of Phrygia here, I would say this column architecture is not existing in the Phrygian architecture. Of course, we have that in the Greek world. So in the 8th century BC, we have prostyloi, prostyle temples, like you see here, the temple of Apollon Daphnephoros in Eretria, and that works in the way that you have here the two columns, and then you have a separate roof above the door, and that roof is not connected to the rest of the roof. So the columns are in front of the facade, they are carrying a roof, and the facade of the pediment is behind it in the layer of the door. The same is true for the Delphinion in Trieros in the 8th century BC in Crete, and same also for temple models, like the temple model of Perachora, we have also seen already here on the left, and various reconstructions. I think that is the way you have to think the real architecture of it, and also the model of the Heraion of Argos of the first quarter of the 7th century BC. And according to that model and this architecture, Ateshlier comes with the reconstruction of the real architecture behind the model in this way, that you have here the two Ionic columns, a roof on top of it, and behind it, then this Phrygian pediment above the door. He then also mentions the temple 3 in Iria on the island of Naxos, which is somehow something similar. Of course, it is also a reconstruction, but I think this is not really comparable because this is an architecture with a flat roof. This is something completely different. He then also brings the temple model as in the context of the idea of Gottfried Gruben of the origin of the Ionic capital, and says, well, this is the earliest depiction of a real Ionic capital, a wooden capital, which exists. But even here, I would put at least a doubt, because round elements to the right and left of a beam we have also in the Phrygian architecture, as for instance here in the Bachaish monument, even if that is somehow different. So the final idea of Ateshlier is that we have here a composite architecture with elements of Phrygia and of Ionic and Aeolic architecture combined. So the influences come all to Daskyleion and create this building. But I think this is not really the right image of it, because first of all, it is not really fitting the chronology of early Ionic architecture. The Ionic architecture we know is later. It is almost always temples which have ante, and then if you look to the temple model itself, let's go back to the temple model. No, sorry. Yeah. We go to the temple model. You can see, here are the columns. This line must be the architrave. And then these lines are above the architrave and go back to the architrave. So what is depicted here, and I'm quite sure all what is red color is wooden architecture, is the facade and belongs together. So the pediment is not above the door, but the pediment is above the columns. And there is no roof above the columns, no separate roof, because the roof would have been made necessarily from a different material, what you cannot see here. So I would say there is no separate roof on this place as in these Greek parallels. So these seemingly parallels from the Greek mainland and from Greek I would say, come from a different architectural tradition, and I would exclude them here from the discussion. So my proposal is really that the columns are part of the front facade. But if you have columns in the front of the facade, you would put the columns right on the corner and not between the corner and the door. This is also not really fitting to a real architecture. And so I think that the columns which are painted here are not to be taken one by one, but more as pars pro toto. So I would say what is in real architecture behind it is a temple front with 4 columns. So that would make this temple a prostylos or maybe a peripteros, because there is a parallel which is already well known, which is the temple of Artemis of Ephesus in its very earliest phase, the so-called Naos I, from the 2nd quarter of the 7th century, so roughly contemporary to the Daskyleion model. Also, the plan is similar. What you can see here, this is this very compact plan, which is different from these very long Ionic temples which we have in the earlier period, Hekatompedos of Samos, for instance, which is completely different. And what we have here is a peristasis, and that's the earliest peristasis which is really safely attested in the 2nd quarter of the 7th century. And we have also most probably the roof belonging to that temple, according to Schädler and Schneider, a terracotta roof, where we can see on the one hand from these parts here that it was an architecture with pediments. And on the other hand, it is a terracotta roof which comes from the Anatolian tradition, not from the Greek tradition of the West. And here I just want to refer to the poster we have seen yesterday from Katrin Euler-Sasswil. So this is then again an architecture which is actually different from what we otherwise know from this early Ionian architecture. So we have the peristasis, we have the terracotta roof, we have no ante, we have this compact plan, and we have inside a cellar with 3 naves, which we have nowhere in this early Greek architecture. Normally we have a flat roof in the early Ionic temples. We have ante, we have 1 or 2 naves. So this is somehow a stranger in the Ionic architecture. And the question is, of course, why? This I cannot argue in length at this place, but in Ephesus there are lots of reasons to connect this temple with the Lydian king Gyges, and the one who founded the Lydian dynasty of the Myrmidons, and maybe or not also took control of Phrygia. I will not interfere in that topic, but in any case, there was a cultural close relation to Phrygia. And we have then also as arguments the following temples. That Naos II, the successor of this one, has very rich temple founding deposits, which are full of dedications which can be only derived from royal Lydian dedications. So the Naos II is probably a royal Lydian dedication. The whole of the temple has also already been proposed by Michael Kerschner, and I'm very sure that he is right. And then I can also only refer to the famous Dipteros of Kroisos, which is well known anyway. So I think all the line of these archaic temples in the Artemision of Ephesus are actually Lydian temples. So I put this now as a Lydian, early Lydian peripteros. And for this Anatolian peripteros tradition, I would give some few more examples, one of them being the temple model from Larissa on the Hammers. You see here only a corner of the building. You see here part of the door, part of the roof, and you see at the corner a column with an Aeolic capital. When this has been excavated, there existed also a corner of the rear part of that building, of that model, and that also had an Aeolic column that is vanished. But so we have a model with 4 columns at the corners, which is quite interesting. Schefold dated this only just very generally to the archaic period. Schattner tried to fix it in the mid-6th century, but it could, of course, be older. The real architecture behind this one, Schattner thinks that it was an architecture with only these 4 columns at the corners and the roof like a baldachin above it. But I think this is not really working. If you think about this as a real construction, it would be completely unstable. It would just collapse or with the next wind fly away. So I think you have to take into account in your head more than these columns, what you see here. And then I can also add the 2 famous marble temple models from Sardes. One of them dated around 560 BC, the other one 540-30, according to Hanfmann. Here Schattner prefers slightly later dates, but this is not very important here. What you see here in any case are the depiction of a temple. You see 3/4 and half columns of the Ionic order, and it is very easy to think that the real architecture behind this is a peripteros. This is actually not astonishing in the 6th century, because then the Greek peripteros is well established already, but this one is from the Lydian capital, and it may go back to an architecture, a real architecture, which is somewhat older than these models. And what is quite interesting then is that we have these kind of models of peripteroi in Anatolia. The Greek models are not peripteroi. So in the temple models, all the peripteroi are Anatolians. This is quite interesting. So therefore, I want to propose a different reconstruction. And I think that the real architecture behind the temple model of Daskyleion would be an Anatolian temple, a Phrygian temple, which has been provided with a peristasis, with a probably Lydian background, and whose next parallel in the real architecture is actually the Naos I and the Artemision of Ephesus, the temple erected by Gyges. And with this, of course, it is a theory which then is going to the very old discussion of the emergence of the Greek peripteros, the ideal Greek temple. And for many, many decades and almost centuries, there were many proposals of the earliest peripteros. And of course, everybody wants to find the earliest peripteros in their own excavation. And many of these reconstructions of periptera have already been abandoned decades ago by Alfred Malwitz, another one, the one in Samos by Hermann Kienast, the one in Termos later by Gerhard Kuhn. So there are very few left of these very early peripteroi. And right now, the earliest attested peripteros in the West would be the Poseidon Temple of Isthmia before the mid-7th century BC, or the Hera Temple I and the Heraion of Argos, also shortly after the mid-7th century BC. But here, also the reconstruction as a peripteros is a good possibility, but it's not really attested. So the really attested earliest peripteros is actually the Naos I and the Ephesian Artemision, and I want to put this temple model now to its side as a maybe contemporary, maybe even earlier Peripteros in Daskyleion, and the architecture behind that must have been actually in Daskyleion. And if Tombres Bakker is right, it has been this Cybele temple she started to excavate in Daskyleion. So it would be very important to know more about the real architecture of this Cybele temple. And with this, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very important contribution to the history of the process of the formation of early temple architecture in Greece and in the Greek environment. There is time for 1, 2 questions. Maximum 2. Yes. There are 3. Somebody accept them all. First of all, Madam, yes, we can start by yeah.
Very much. But I have some thoughts about.
I expected that.
Firstly, we cannot rely on the data because she never published the contents. This is the first thing. The second thing, I think you consider too little that this so-called temple model is it belongs to a group of monuments called Cybele shrines, and I know examples from Paris and also in Anatolia. These freestanding house-like shrines with separately modeled small people sitting in this niche.
Mm-hmm.
And they can be installed also in terracotta. And we will show shortly after other examples from Livonia and Pontus. And this your template model, I think we should not call temple or shrine. Maybe it's something proper. This is for sure, but of course you have this line where, in my opinion, all are interpreted as gross. I think this has too little foundation.
Well, I think the foundation is not that bad. You can also make a prostulus out of it, but with a facade like that would also work. So the Peripteros is a possibility, which is an analogy to Ephesus actually. The Peripteros I cannot really get with an argument out of the model itself, but only together with the Naos one in Ephesus. And this is a possibility. It's a theory. I just think you can perceive this model as a Peripteros or as a prostulus.
Thank you, Lori, for the laugh. So I take it you're reading these as acroteria drawn from Midas City and from Gordian, because of course we have stone acroteria at Gordian in the 9th century, and then we had Midas City in the 8th century at that time. It sounds as if you want to push the beginning of the Ionic order to the early 7th century. And do you want to identify Daskyleion as the site where the Ionic order first develops? The Ionic column.
I think that we have a lot of development of architecture in general in Western Asia Minor in this period, and we see only 1% of it. There is so much knowledge lacking, and we have so few And this is just, I try to put together some of these tiny, tiny fragments to create an image which is at least plausible, or at least a possibility to think about. I would not say the Peripteros has been invented in Deuskalion. I would not go that far, but it could be in Sardes. Why not in Sardes?
The Ionic.
The Ionic order. Well, if this is on the model, if this is really Ionic order or not, I can't say. This is just something round. So can be or can be not. And I think this is not my point of this. But I think it is not really necessary to connect it to the Ionic order. Although you could do it, of course.
The third kind of
Thank you. Well, I think if I would use word attachment, I would ask you, of course, where are the painted columns from the long side? But I think that's not so important. And what I find very striking about this model is the combination of a rather big niche with a building. Something like with a, let's say, rectangular building, something which perhaps in practice couldn't work really. I have difficulties to imagine this, and I think in your drawing on the left-hand side you will construct a door, but it's what the model shows is a niche, and you show very striking similarities to rock-cut facades. So perhaps we should think a bit about this kind of medium. Yeah, it is actually depicting a real existing architecture, or if it wants to combine two ideas. Yeah, that of a temple and that of a rock-cut facade with a niche. And I think that's something which is quite interesting. Also, for the history, let's say, of perception, of combination and various media. So thank you for well, giving these interesting small finds such a good image.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, it is a line of argumentation I wanted also to follow with the model, but it is not really time to explain everything here. But you have similar niches in the temple models actually of Samos, which are also that high. These are the very early ones of the 8th century, actually. And then somehow, or as a window, and then somehow, I have not a clear argumentation about it, but I think there is a connection then to pediment windows or pediment doors, as we know it from Ephesus, from the Artemision of Ephesus. But what we know now, I have dealing with the pediment windows years ago, but the evidence has changed now. I always thought it has been invented in this temple, but it is not true, because we have them, and this is certainly earlier, in the rock-cut facades in Kaunos, and that these are earlier is not very clear, because we have now the evidence in the Andron Bay in La Braunda, in the Carian Andron, also earlier than the Artemis temple in Ephesus. And this has also something to do with the appearance of the god or the goddess. And maybe there's a connection between the niche in the model and that pediment door or pediment window. But I have not a very clear argumentation about that, but I think there is a connection to this, leading then to the pediment doors of the Artemis temple and again to Ephesus.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have David Sandler and Julia Kochen, shifting perspectives, looking at Phrygia from the Black Sea.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The heartland of Phrygia is traditionally located on the western Anatolian plateau. This conference addresses the constructive identities of Phrygia between the East and the West. However, widening this perspective towards the North appears meaningful. Scholarship has often drawn attention to the written sources that suggest the borders of Phrygia close to the Black Sea. Equivocal evidence, however, not to show that the Phrygian cultural sphere reached the shores of the Black Sea. Although a number of rock-cut monuments, sculptures of the mother goddess is known, their uncertain dates and contexts makes it difficult to consider them as hard evidence. Thus, the question of extent of nature of Phrygian influence at the Black Sea coast remains open to discussion. Recent excavations, however, brought several archaeological materials to light that can be more securely assigned to the Phrygian cultural sphere. In this paper, we will present a survey with new evidence for a comprehensive analysis of Phrygian influence or Phrygian presence at the Black Sea and draw on the thesis that the southern Pontic coast was a middle ground for cultural encounters between the Greek colonists and the Phrygians. Phrygia is traditionally, as I said, located in the Anatolian plateau, centered on the Sangarius River. Recent scholarship extends Phrygia towards northeast and northwest, based on the recent inscriptional evidence from Kerkenes, Pazarlı, Deskilion, and Vezirhan. Mountains of Pontic range are seen as the northern confines of Phrygia, while the rugged landscape between the Black Sea and the Pontic range, as known Paphlagonia, is considered as a dynamic and structurally transformative political and cultural borderland. In her article, Phrygia and the Southern Black Sea littoral, Maya Vasilieva discusses a number of written sources which mention Phrygians in the same context with the Paphlagonians, which would suggest close links between these two ethnic groups, and concludes, however, that no direct evidence for Phrygian influence or presence on the southern Black Sea coast is available. This negative evidence might be due to lack of research and difficult access to the disparate archaeological material in this region. Indeed, the southern coast of the Black Sea is an understudied area of Anatolian archaeology, and chance finds from the rescue excavations carried out by the local museums remain usually unpublished or only insufficiently published. A few systematic excavations brought, however, recently a number of archaeological materials to the light that can be more securely placed within the Phrygian cultural sphere. They are mostly presented in excavation reports and local publications which are hardly accessible to the international scholarship. Based on this publication, we will briefly present new evidence and argue for the Phrygian character of the indigenous culture and the presence of the cult of Cybele at the present, and draw on the role of the Greek colonies for the introduction of matter cult to Athens in the 6th century. Doing these surveys and gathering all these materials from local publications, and we try to interpret the new evidence within the theoretical frame of lived ancient religion. We now, Julia will continue to present this new evidence. So, okay.
Although noted, not widely appreciated, is the early evidence for the veneration of the mother goddess, including some sculptures and rock art monuments in Paphlagonia. The Seyhin Shah Kayası in the city center of Kastamonu is a 15 meters high isolated rock formation, which is carved with a small niche. This niche shows a facade imitating a building with a pitched roof, including king post and horn-shaped acroteria, as was usual in Phrygian architecture. Although including king post and although the Seyhin Shah Kayası finds its closest parallel in Facade 79 in Maida city, its assignment to the Phrygian type of cult shrine for the goddess Cybele is not beyond doubt excluded by Susanne Berndt from the corpus of Phrygian rock shrines. Probably for this reason, it is neglected and ignored in discussions about the spread of the cult of Cybele. Only half a mile to the south of the rock art monument of Seyhin Shah Kayası, another impressive rock formation yields several rock art tombs from the post-Phrygian period. At the tomb of F. Kayası, Hubertus van Gaal had recognized a standing figure of Cybele, accompanied by 2 lions in the tympanon, instead of a king post. But the poor preservation condition of this bas-relief, you can see here on the slide, left doubts on this identification. Until recently, it remained, however, unrecognized that these tombs were cut on earlier rock sanctuaries of the mother goddess. On the overhanging rock spur, a semi-iconic idol was cut in double outlines, as it is known from the rock sanctuaries from the Phrygian highlands. May I get a laser pointer to do you have pictures of this?
Julia, you can use that.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's the top.
Yeah, okay, so this is the yeah, perfect.
This was overseen or neglected until now.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, this semi-iconic idol is just right there, and it was for years it was overseen. It is what Julia was saying. It is. There is no doubt that it is a Phrygian kind of monument.
Mm-hmm. So, close to Kastamonu, there are several other rock set monuments unknown in the literature. Another rock sanctuary with a rock-cut stepped altar was recently discovered in Kurul, near Kotiora, in the eastern zone of the southern coast of the Black Sea. The narrow and elongated rocky outcrop extending in north-south direction, measuring 75 meters in width and 220 meters in length on the plateau, was used probably since the Iron Age as an open-air sanctuary. The stepped rock altar at the southernmost and highest elevation of the outcrop is equipped with numerous niches and has close parallels in the Phrygian sites on the Anatolian plateau. Since 2016, Kurul is being excavated. An under-life-size marble statue representing and enthroning Cybele was found in rather poor preservation conditions, but in situ in a decorated naiscos within the gateway of the fortified sanctuary. The erection of this Hellenistic marble statue in a naiscos within the gate of the fortified sanctuary seems to tie up with an older Phrygian tradition, as it is attested at the east gate of the Iron Age fortification du Calais at Oaskeuil. The on-the-life-size statue of the goddess with two small musicians in the Ankara Museum, commonly dated to the 6th century BC, was also set up in a naiscos according to the reconstruction of Kurt Bittler. Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay, you can see the reconstruction done by Kurt Bittler. In addition, the recently discovered fragmentary under-life-size sandstone statue at the gate of the Iron Age city walls of Turkmenistan is also associated with the Anatolian mother goddess. As the Kurul Cybele, the Turkmenistan statue is representing a deity holding a cup scepter. A fragmentary life-size sandstone statue found in Alaple, near the Greek colony Heraclea Pontica, under unknown circumstances, displays surprising iconographic similarities with the sculptures of Cybele found in the Phrygian heartland in Gaudium, especially in terms of its particular headdress, the domed colors combined with the veil. The well-indicated notched crown-like decor in the lower zone appears on another new andesite statue of Cybele found in a village near Bolu, 50 kilometers south in Beeline from Alapi. Both statues are not yet probably published, but certainly merit an in-depth study. Nevertheless, for the purpose of our paper, they allow to hypothesize that there were strong religious and cultural ties between the Phrygian heartland and the Black Sea coast prior to the colonization. A number of naiscos reliefs representing a seated female goddess are mostly on prominence, chains finds, or found in secondary use. They usually represent houses with pitched roofs and king posts and sometimes discs, while the seated female figure might represent Cybele, although typical attributes lack. The right arm is bent over the breast, while the left hand rests on the laps. Only two of these naiscos reliefs are known in the literature, which were tentatively assigned to the 7th and 6th century BC by Friederike Naumann. Nevertheless, this early date is not beyond doubt, since their simplistic style itself seems rather undateable. Freestanding or sculptures representing freestanding houses with pitched roofs and king posts and the seated deity in the front door are freestanding house shrines known from Phrygia, from Mysia, from Bithynia, and also Thrace. and also trace. The examples from Pontus, however, curiously depict a horse chariot on the lateral wall of the house. The stone houses with the goddess at the gate can be interpreted as small shrines of Cybele, but they lack precise dating. And therefore, it is difficult to assess whether they attested the early veneration of the Phrygian goddess at the Black Sea. Nevertheless, the recent discovery of 2 fragments of such a freestanding house shrine, reused as spolia in a Hellenistic tomb, provides an indication for its early date. And this one comes from the Salmanli tumulus. Another house shrine from Amisus presents the visual imagery of the birds of prey we heard just in this morning in the pediment, and this in the front door. The most striking evidence that the Phrygian culture prevailed at the Black Sea coast is the use of Old Phrygian that originates from the Milesian colony Theion, modern Philios. Previous scholarship had considered the inscriptions from Vercingetorix and Passarle as the northernmost places for linguistic evidence for the presence of Phrygians. 2 pottery sherds inscribed with Old Phrygian letters were found in Theion, in the same context with some fragments of painted Phrygian pottery and East Greek vessels datable to the late 7th, early 6th century BC. Although the inscription is not wholly understood yet, the Phrygian character of the incised letters is evident. And in addition, in the immediate hinterland of Theion, 25 kilometers beeline to the south, a Phrygian fibula was found at the river port of Gökçebey, Üçbogu. Furthermore, a typical Phrygian omphalos bowl with radiating petal design was deposited in a tumulus near the village of Gökçebey. Exact parallels for this omphalos bowl appear, as you all know, in tumulus MM in Gordion, which was closed circa 740 BC with, I hope I'm right, 54 omphalos bowls and further luxury objects. The Gökçebey tumulus was excavated by the local museum, and it is only known by a passing by mention. Nevertheless, we may suggest that in the 8th century, that is the pre-colonial period in Theion, there was a local elite living around the city who wished to be buried like Phrygian noblemen. Further unpublished Phrygian finds are reported from the city's territory of Theion, but unfortunately without any specification. Unaware of these recent Phrygian finds from Theion, the linguist Bartholomew Obrador-Cusack had suggested that in an early inscription from Gordion listed as G249, the letter sequence Tias was a demonym, and he connected this demonym with the name of the Greek city of Theion. Excavated evidence for cultural encounters between the Phrygians and the Greek colonists at the Black Sea comes from Amisos, which was colonized first by the Milesians and Phrygians in the late 7th, early 6th century BC, and then recolonized by the Athenians in the 5th century. Scholarship located Amisos close to the modern city of Samsun, where archaeological finds do not extend further back than the 1st century BC. However, 10 kilometers west of Samsun in the Kurupelit district, rescue excavations urged by the construction work of a tramway uncovered a votive deposit with finds of Phrygian and Ionian vessels, terracotta statuettes and Attic vessels, including pylikes, with incised dedications to the goddess Cybele, probably a local name for the Phrygian goddess. Although the limited character of the excavation does not allow an interpretation of the uncovered built structures, the votive deposit points to a Botros within a sanctuary of the mother goddess, venerated and invocated at Amisos under the name Pybebos. This excavated site was probably an extra-urban sanctuary situated between the Greek city of Amisos and the Iron Age site of Akalan, situated in 10 kilometers distance to the south, that is known for its Phrygian type architectural terracottas. And now I guess I will pass again to Latife for our conclusion.
So this is a brief presentation of the evidence for the presence of Phrygian influence or Phrygian presence at the Black Sea. And in the light of this evidence, the consensus of the transfer of the Phrygian mother cult from Phrygia to Greece passed through Lydia and Ionia can be challenged. Cult statues, shrines, votive deposits dedicated to Cybele or Phrygian matter from the South Pontic colonies, Greek colonies in the immediate hinterland, shows that the Greeks and Phrygians or Phrygian influenced local population were in direct contact at the southern Black Sea coast. As the inscribed pottery shards and the, if Observer Kusak is right, the name of the city, Tieon, is Phrygian. I mean, Kusak suggested this before the inscribed pottery shards were found. This is just coincidence. Furthermore, at Amisos, the archaic and early classical Kylikes inscribed with graffiti dedications suggest that the cult of the mother goddess could have been introduced to Athens by the Athenian colonists from Amisos. The impact of the Phrygian presence at the Black Sea appears in the archaeological record beyond doubt, although the evidence is still sparse. Further research in Tieon, Amisos, and Kotiora and elsewhere will continue to develop and elaborate on this picture. Thank you for your attention.
One question, two questions. First of all,
thank you so much. Well, it's a very, very interesting and well, impressive collection of the parallels. I kind of agree that all this zone is, well, built sort of cultural or ethnocultural collective here in the river. But I think so the very serious question is actually
use of the term Phrygian for all this. And I think, well, it's of course the usual problem. So this finally, so we just took a term and so applying it as a label for many things. And the question is, were they indeed Phrygians in the linguistic terms, first of all? And I think, well, I'm not quite sure that the Phrygian is indeed a good idea as a platform for all these theories. So I can actually propose anything better, so that, well, kind of intolerance that the people speak about in some methods, which I, for example, use in the title of my project there. But this, of course, quite cumbersome. And specifically about the graffiti of teenager, exactly, well, one of the same problem. So the letters which we have from Teenager, they are similar to Phrygian letters. They, we can see it's not Greek. But is it Phrygian if it's close to Phrygia or still not? And I think there is a big problem behind that. So we can have something close to Phrygian, but not quite Phrygian. It will be, so just to give you an example, in the linguistic sense, because it's not only about epigraphy, it's about language. So yes, well, I already had some doubts. The definition as Phrygian, the description from Bithynia is actually quite correct. It's could be something well, quite close to a relative Phrygian, very close, or a dialect Phrygian, but not quite Phrygian itself. It will be the same, for example, if you find something like mensch in the description, and that's all, and so basically you don't understand. You think, well, it's Dutch or German, and then so you begin to discuss it, because there are many things which actually correspond. And so to be able to define is it Phrygian or not quite, these are the last minor details. I'm afraid so on the right on the levels of analyzing this fine details.
Okay, actually, we cannot, this succession of the letters, we are not, both of us, we are not epigraphists of Phrygian. We are working with the people who are specialists in this, on Kursak and Abraham, he passed away recently, and they said us the letters are Phrygian, but the succession of the letters is not attested in Phrygian. But the pottery shirt is for sure Phrygian. It's a gray pottery, and the shape. These are Phrygian type pottery shirts.
I would say the pottery will be usually defined labeled as Phrygian.
No. I mean, you would, if we have a city of which the name most probably is Phrygian, and we have Phrygian pottery, what reason do we have to recognize another language here than the Phrygian one?
Because we are not in Phrygia, so we are on the border of Bithynia.
We are looking for, I mean, we are defining Phrygia. Phrygia is not yet established its localization. It's still developing. Yeah. We have no reason for the time being, we have no reason to see here another language than the Phrygian. If you have a very striking good parallel that you can recognize a Phoenician or another language, it's okay.
No, it's not about recognizing so two different languages. As I mentioned, so it can be something like, for example, dialect or the different languages which evolved from Phrygian, so being located in the application, and that's all. So I mean this, so the details are important. So, and so you're trying to explore for a very general term on that. And it shows that the classical always well say nothing about bridges in the area. This also which makes me conscious about the definition of the alien bridges here.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree with Ross's lack of on the extension of the Phrygia in that area, especially because I think we should first determine what we mean with Phrygia. Which kind of concept we mean with that. But anyways, I had a question about the graffiti from Tiaeum, the settlement of Tiaeum, and the shekel Tiaeum and the graffiti of Gordon. So what's the chronology of the graffiti of Tiaeum? What's the chronology of the settlement? And what's the chronology of the graffiti of Gordon?
Yeah, we have a very good context with is Greek pottery, which can be dated very well. These are datable to the late 7th century.
And the settlement as well?
I mean, the settlement as well.
Where does the settlement begin?
This is an acropolis, this is a Greek city. And I mean, the colonization, the Milesian colonization is debated when the colonization began, because the literary resources are contradictory. They sometimes they suggest very early dates, but we have no archaeological evidence for this. But in this case, we can surely say the 7th century.
Okay, because I'm asking because the graffiti was having something labeled by shekel of Tiaeum, depending on which date we assign to that, and depending on which kind of reason we apply to Tiaeum, maybe a several questions. So if Tiaeum is Phrygian, then why do you have it going in something monetary or weight measure labeled in that from the name of very tiny city? So this would beg questions in terms of how the economy of the region was organized. If the area is to be considered part of the region state, which not
just in the hinterland of Tiaeum, there is a tumulus. There is a tumulus of which we know nothing. Or there is someone, either Phrygian or Phrygian influenced person, a elite person, who wants to be buried like the man in the tumulus and end, you know, with this 8th century omphalos bowl. And who is him? And what culture? I mean, when the Greeks arrived, the southern shores of the Black Sea, which kind of culture did exist there? The Greeks first called this area inhospitable sea because they were not very hospitable. And yeah, but at least there was in the 8th century, there was such a community. At least we can say that of the elite imitated burial habits of the Phrygian. Can we agree this? With fibula, with fibula.
That doesn't mean that, you know, doesn't there any argument about the or
and these are many things that come together. I mean, independent of us, Kursak suggested that the name has something to do with Phrygian, and we have in the hinterland this huge tumulus with 8th century omphalos fiale and the fibula, and then we have the graffiti. There are too many tesseract making a mosaic, I think.
And I also would like to add another point. So, because you were asking about the context, what we can say about Tiaeum, right? So, we just, or our colleague Shangil, he just started the excavation in Tiaeum, and I'm sure we will get some really interesting information about the cityscape, the very early cityscape of Tiaeum, but we just have to wait maybe another year or 2 or 3 years. And now it is not just the letters, the script, it's not just the single objects we have, but it's also, I would define it like the ritual landscape. And there we have this influence that we would like to, call Phrygian influence right now, just as a working thesis, right? And I think it's just a very short glimpse that we have on Phrygian influence on the Southern Black Sea, but before we were able to collect all this information from these very recent excavations, there were like nothing, right? So I think it will be really interesting to go forward to look what is going on in this landscape, not only the ritual landscape, but also the settlement and the cities. And I think it will be a big surprise for all of us to see what is going on in the Black Sea region in very different sites. And I think also the fact that we have now we have some knowledge about this ritual landscape, not only in Tieon, where we have this ritual letters, whatever, but also from other cities like Amisos and sculpture and these rock art stepped altars. I mean, they were totally unknown, except of were they known? No, I mean, I showed you one picture from Samani Oren, and it was really amazing to see those monuments in Paphlagonia. We were never expecting such monuments there, and I think, it will be fun to see what will come from further excavations. And we really need to, just also to focus the northern region to understand what's going on there and what we wanted to do for you today.
I mean, our scope, yeah.
1 hour, wonderful for all of us to stay here until midnight, but I am afraid that they want to let us stay. So I really think that we have to thank you again. Ten minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes max. We're going to get that to quickly. We are 25 minutes over. It will be scripted time in this final session at 1.5 microphones. This is a popular item. For the live streaming audience, we will resume in 10 minutes, and I'm not going to put up the coffee break slide. I'll just set up the next presentation to be ready, but just know we will begin in 10 minutes. Can't do me. Let's see.
You want a copy?
Yeah, that would be great. I can get one from
Do
you.
you need me to stay here to control the rest?
It should be okay. It looked like it was fine this last time. Let's see. Saturday. Bridget, we will begin in just one moment. We're going to have the chair announce you, and then I'll let you know when you can start.
Sounds good.
Okay, we are now starting the works. When everyone will be back in the room.
I think we have to start.
Should we start
Yeah,
anyway?
I think so.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and it is a pleasure to host the last session of this very important and innovative congress with such an important debate as we just heard. There's just a shift in the program, so for reasons connected to the remote necessity, we will start with Professor Brigitte Kędziński of University of Pennsylvania instead of Professor Grazia Celerano, University of Salento. And so first Professor Kędziński, and then the program will run according to what we have been told with Professor Celerano and so on. So I now pass the floor to Professor Brigitte Kędziński, University of Pennsylvania, who is going to talk about food, feasting, and the Roman adoption of Anatolian Cybele. So thank you, Professor Kędziński.
Bridget, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. Hi, everyone. I would like to start, as so many others have, by thanking the organizers for their invitation to speak, for their tireless efforts in putting together this conference, and of course, for giving me a chance to present virtually. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but I've thoroughly enjoyed hearing about all of your research over the past 2 days, and I'll do my best to add to this discussion of Phrygia through time and space, hopefully without making anyone too hungry as we approach mealtime. For my paper, we're going to leave Phrygia and Anatolia and make our way to Rome, where the Phrygian goddess Cybele, renamed Magna Mater, was worshipped in both public and private contexts. Using a combination of material and textual evidence from the later Republic and early Empire, I investigate this transmission, ultimately arguing that food-centered rituals and activities played a fundamental role in the way that this new cult was situated within the existing landscape of Rome. Although it is not possible within the scope of this paper to provide a detailed discussion of the Phrygian origin of the cult, I will provide a brief summary. The goddess Cybele, also called Matar, as we've heard in a few papers thus far, first appears in Phrygia in the 9th or 8th centuries BCE, and she's known primarily from scattered epigraphic and archaeological evidence. Although some aspects of her cult remain relatively enigmatic, it seems that she was closely tied to civic matters and to the state, and that much of her worship centered around often monumental rock-cut shrines in the Anatolian countryside. Again, something we've heard about very recently. From there, her cult spread both around the Mediterranean and beyond, particularly in the wake of the conquests of Alexander the Great and the Roman emperors. While it is generally difficult to determine when these various communities began to worship her, as is typical in the diffusion of foreign cults, there is good evidence for the exact moment in which Cybele was imported, so to speak, by the Romans. In 205 BCE, the Roman Senate was prompted to consult the Sibylline books, and our sources provide a few possible reasons why. Livy, for example, as you can see on the screen, tells us of a specific prodigy, a shower of stones. One might also turn to the response of the oracle, also again in Livy, which points instead to the Second Punic War and to the looming threat of Hannibal as the motivation for ritual action and oracular consultation. Indeed, it is this motivation that has traditionally been privileged in studies of the goddess. However, scholars like Eric Orlin have recently drawn attention to the fact that the war was nearly finished by this point, as Rome had secured a defining victory at Metaurus just 2 years prior. Even so, the Romans were faced with some additional difficulties aside from their war with Carthage, and that's what you're seeing in this passage on the left. Livy tells us, for example, of multiple army camps ravaged by plague. And according to Ovid, the city of Ostia was faced with a rather serious drought, one which might have threatened to disrupt the food supply, perhaps even to Rome. Regardless of their exact reason for consulting the oracle, though, the Roman Senate complied with the request to bring the Idaean mother to Rome. According to numerous sources, several Roman ambassadors retrieved the goddess from Anatolia, either from Pergamon, Troy, or Pessinus, and established her in a sanctuary on the Palatine Hill. According to some of our textual sources, Magna Mater seems to have been a source of anxiety for the Romans, at least for some of them. Here, I turn your attention to a section of an often discussed passage from Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who tells us that Roman citizens were barred from participating in certain activities related to the cult of the goddess. These, so we are told, are the quote-unquote Phrygian aspects of the cult: the wild and ecstatic processions, the brightly colored robes, and activities like begging for money. Even in spite of this tension, though, Magna Mater became a fundamental part of the Roman pantheon and was for much of Rome's history. And over the last century or so, a number of scholars have worked to understand this paradox, and in particular, to identify how the cult was adapted to its new Roman context. Most often, it is the goddess's Trojan associations that are discussed. By associating her with Mount Ida, with Troy, or with Aeneas, Roman authors situated Cybele within Rome's own heroic and historic past, and fashioned her into a goddess who was fundamentally Roman. Here I provide just one of many possible examples, this one from Virgil. In narrating the history of Rome and the lineage of the Trojans to Aeneas in the Underworld in Book 6, Anchises compares Rome and her empire to Cybele riding a lion-drawn chariot across the cities of Phrygia. Depictions of the goddess also provide insight into how she was syncretized. And again, I provide just one well-known example, that of the so-called Getty Cybele. You can see the way this sculpture combines traditional elements of Cybele, like the lion and the mural crown, with attributes of other Roman goddesses, the cornucopia and ship's rudder of the goddess Fortuna, and the wheat and poppies of the goddess Ceres. The actual rituals through which Romans interacted with and worshipped the goddess, though, have received greater attention only recently. But if we return to this passage from Dionysius a few lines earlier, he hints to which activities we might look. For him, it is the games and the sacrifice which are conducted according to Roman custom and which are to be differentiated from those Phrygian elements of her cult that I described earlier. Scholars like Lynn Roller, Mary Beard, and most recently Eric Orlin have focused on the ludi, the traditional Roman games to which Dionysius is referring here. And they've drawn attention to the way that these provided an opportunity for Romans to engage with the cult in a particularly Roman way. For the remainder of my time, I would like to do something similar, but instead, I'd like to look at those essential food-related activities that also lay at the heart of Roman religious practice. These include sacrifice, which Dionysius has drawn our attention to in this passage, as well as dedications and feasting. Let us begin with the latter. For the Romans, as for us, dining together had economic, social, and political connotations and consequences, and this is no less true in ritual contexts. Regardless of the underlying ritual character of these activities, they simultaneously allowed for the expression and maintenance of community and identity. It is perhaps not surprising then that banqueting was one of the main activities in the Megalensia, the festival for the goddess held every April. These mutatationes caenarum, or the exchanging of meals, are attested in the Fasti Praenestini, where they appear under the entry for April 4th, the first day of the annual festival, and the anniversary of the Magna Mater's arrival in Rome. As Ovid tells us in his own Fasti, this was an established tradition and one that involved a significant amount of banqueting, as members of the Roman elite hosted one another and engaged in a system of reciprocity. According to Ovid, the explanation for this ritual derived from and replicated the goddess's own journey. Just as she went from one home to another in Phrygia and then to Rome, so too did the Romans who participated in her worship. Aside from Ovid, Aulus Gellius is perhaps our best source for these banquets. In a section on frugality and early sumptuary laws, he discusses a decree of the Senate passed in 161 BCE, which was intended to curtail the activities of elites at these so-called mutatationes, at these banquets. Although he's writing in the 2nd century CE, he does attest to the presence of such activities already in the Republican period, soon after the goddess's arrival. He also provides some insight, however indirect, to the foods that were appropriate for consumption in these contexts. And I want to look specifically at his mention of far, which I've underlined. It's translated as bread in this passage. Now, it may seem overly pedantic to hone in on a single word, and one that's only 3 letters at that, but cereals were an important identifier, even in spite of their seeming ubiquity. It was telling in the ancient Mediterranean, and especially in literature, what kinds of grains you ate. And in this way, far is much more than bread it is traditionally translated as. Rather, it is a kind of whole wheat steeped in Roman tradition. As Pliny tells us, this was the first food of ancient Latium, whose inhabitants ate porridge or pulse. Additionally, it was commonly used in sacrifices, particularly those made according to ancient rites. The inclusion of far, then, is not just about restricting diners to a simpler form of sustenance. It is also, I argue, a kind of shorthand for a very traditional and thus very Roman food. Such a reading is further supported by the fact that this decree supposedly stipulated that participants were only to drink native and not foreign wine. It was not just Roman worshippers, though, who dined in honor of Magna Mater. It was also the goddess herself. The first of the rituals that I'd like to talk about is called the lectisternium, a long-standing Roman tradition in which the gods were invited to a feast, and their images were set up on couches in the sanctuary as if they were reclining at a banquet. And on the left, what I'm showing you is one of the only images of this ritual that seems to show 2 cult images of the goddess Fortuna from near Praeneste, who are sitting atop a cline or a couch. Likely borrowed from the Greeks, this ritual was first celebrated in the 4th century BCE, and the earliest ones were held primarily in honor of the Greek gods, like Apollo and Hercules. By the later 3rd century, though, it had become entangled with Roman ritual practice, and the major Roman deities were likewise invited to this proverbial table. There were, for example, major lectisternia held every year in honor of Jove and of Ceres. It is perhaps not insignificant then that lectisternia were celebrated in honor of Magna Mater. In fact, this was one of the first rituals carried out upon her arrival in Rome. After processing the goddess up to the Temple of Victory on the Palatine, people crowded the sanctuary and there was a lectisternia and games. These, so we are told, are the foundation for her annual festival, the Megalesia or the Megalencia. The other ritual I'd like to discuss is the Celisternium. It's very similar to the lectisternium in that it involved inviting the gods to dine and the preparation of places for them to do so. The major difference, though, is that the Celisternium involved the setting forth of chairs or celi instead of couches. And because of this, the ritual is often associated with Roman goddesses, as women are typically depicted as seated upright at Roman banquets. Such an association is further supported by the fact that our best evidence for Roman Celisternia comes from the activities of the Lude Saeculares, which describes the preparation of Celesternia for Juno and Diana. In addition, it is likely that chairs were set up for Juno and Minerva during the Epulum Jovis, the annual lecticernium to Jove that I just mentioned, so that they may dine as well. For this ritual in the cult of Magna Mater, our evidence is primarily visual. Although few fragments of the pediment of the Augustan temple to Magna Mater survive, it seems to have been decorated with a scene meant to represent a Celesternium. This is based in large part on the so-called Valle Medici reliefs, a grouping of sculptural frieze which comes from a yet unidentified Julio-Claudian monument. For the purposes of my paper, we'll focus on only the part of the frieze that depicts the Augustan temple of Magna Mater on the Palatine. And that's what you're seeing in the upper left. This structure was built after the earlier Republican building was destroyed by a fire in 3 BCE. In the center of the pediment, you can see an empty throne with a footstool beneath it or in front of it, and a mural crown seated on the seat. On either side of the throne are draped reclining figures, which have been variously identified. Some people see them as Galli, the goddess's Phrygian priests. Some prefer to interpret them, as Lynn Roller does, as Attis, the goddess's counterpart and consort. And more recently, Rosalind Bell has suggested that they're personifications of Mount Ida and of the Palatine Hill, the 2 domains of the goddess. Finally, at the ends of the pediment, there are 2 lions, each eating or drinking out of a vessel that resembles a dinos. Now, this is a fairly unique pedimental scene. Although the possible topographical references align it with the programs in the Augustan temples to Mars Ultor or Quirinus, as Rosalind Bell has demonstrated, there appear to be no other examples of pediments that feature cult personnel or ritual objects in place of the gods themselves. That said, this pediment does include a recognizable motif. As I said at the top, empty chairs draped and adorned, especially with symbols of the gods, were the central element of this ritual called the Celesternium. Because of that, the pedimental scene has been interpreted as depicting this Roman ceremony by a number of scholars. The positioning and action of the other figures in the program seem to support this interpretation. The 2 draped figures recline as they would at a banquet, and even the goddess's typically fearsome feline companions seem to dine. Although it is not possible to know for certain whether this pediment draws on earlier Republican precedents, we can at the very least speak about its meaning in an Augustan context. For an emperor who saw himself as the restorer of traditional Roman religious practices, and in a time when the question of what it meant to even be Roman was increasingly complex, the choice of the Celesternium for a pedimental program seems to have been a rather loaded one, in my opinion. It privileges one of the fundamentally Roman aspects of the goddess's cult, one which involved the sharing of food. Next, I would like to consider some of the evidence for the dedicatory activities that, like feasting, formed an integral part of the worship of Magna Mater. First, let us turn to Ovid's Fasti to discuss one particular food-based dedication. In his section on the Megalensia, Ovid asks his guide, the muse Erato, to explain various aspects of Magna Mater's cult. He asks, for example, why worshippers host one another at banquets, as I discussed earlier. He asks why her games were the first of the year and why her priests are called the Galli. The last aspect that he seeks an explanation for is the tradition of placing moretum, an herbed cheese, on the goddess's table. Given its lower class and rural associations, this offering is unquestionably humble. And Ovid seems to wonder whether Romans were ashamed to offer something so modest to a goddess. In response, Erato explains that this practice allows the goddess to partake of those ancient foods obtained directly from the land by people, perhaps Romans, of the quasi-legendary past. In other words, as Krishni Burns has recently argued, moratum allows for the worship of the goddess in a particularly Roman way. This more traditional act of consumption is certainly to be read in conjunction with, or rather against, that which directly precedes it. In the very lines before this excerpt that I'm showing you on the slide, we are told that the Galli, the Phrygian priests of the goddess, derive their name from the Gallus River in Phrygia, whose waters instill a madness in those who drink from it. Here we have a destabilizing and foreign act of consumption, quite unlike that which involves the moratum that Ovid tells us about. To further understand the dedications made to the goddess, we can turn to the numerous terracotta figurines of later Republican date that were excavated in her sanctuary. As one might expect, many of the figurines depict Magna Mater, her companion Attis, or even the lions with which she is typically associated. Additionally, there are a number of votives that depict animals, all of which might be interpreted as proxies that were dedicated in place of the materials or victims they represent. Some of these, like the figurine of a dog or representations of horses, are perhaps unexpected in a ritual context, although there was an annual sacrifice of horses to Mars every October. Most figurines, though, depict the kind of animals that were typical victims in Roman sacrifice. These include chickens, rams, cows, pigs, sheep, and even a goat. Dedications depicting plants are less common, but it is worth noting the presence of a type that represents a basket or cista of fruits, which bears some resemblance to other votives dedicated to the goddess Ceres. So again, we have this association. These terracotta figurines then provide evidence for the dedicatory activities that went on in the sanctuary, which grounded the worship of Magna Mater already in the Republican period in established Roman customs. In addition, and perhaps most importantly, they allow a glimpse into non-elite practice and the interaction with the goddess through food-based dedications. Finally, I turn briefly to the faunal remains from the sanctuary. It is not possible to discuss this material at length, both for the sake of time and because the study of the material is ongoing. But I at least wanted to introduce this category of evidence into my discussion today and to provide a glimpse at how it might contribute to my overall argument. In their excavations of the sanctuary, the University of Rome Sapienza team, directed by Dr. Patrizio Pensabene, discovered a deposit containing 5 whole pig crania beneath the pavement of the western portico of the sanctuary. This deposit has been dated by accompanying architectural fragments to the rebuilding of the sanctuary in the later 2nd century BCE. Pork, as later writers like Pliny and Apicius attest to, was an important and common source of protein in the Roman world. At the same time, though, pigs had certain sacred associations and were used in a number of long-standing Roman rituals. We see in the upper right of this slide, Aeneas preparing to sacrifice a sow, for example, on the western side of the Arapacus. The Suoviturilia, a sacrifice of a pig, sheep, and bull, was present already in the later Republican period and was used as a purification ritual. And here I show you in the bottom right, a portion of the so-called Domitius Ahenobarbus reliefs, which depicts a Suoviturilia on the occasion of the census. Cato the Elder, in his writing De Agricultura, also attests to a similar practice of purification in private contexts. Additionally, pig sacrifice was common in the propitiation of deities associated with fertility. The goddess Ceres, with whom Magna Mater seems to have been associated in a number of ways, often received a pig, or more specifically, a pregnant sow, but one might also sacrifice a pig, according to Cato, to a deity if your grove or your field was bare. Given its associations with purity and fertility and its deep-seated place in Roman ritual, the choice of the pig then, I argue, for this construction-related deposit in the sanctuary was a meaningful one and helped to align the goddess and her practices with other contemporary and related activities. Beginning in the early 20th century, most scholars of Cybele or Magna Mater sought to emphasize this cult's Easternness, the havoc its rituals wreaked on ideas of Romanitas and the anxiety with which it was viewed. For them, this goddess was irreconcilable with traditional Roman religion, so much so that a narrative was constructed of a Roman state that was totally ignorant of the reality of the cult that they imported from Anatolia. Recent scholarship, on the other hand, has focused on how this goddess was made palatable to a Roman audience, how she was situated in an existing ritual landscape. And it is within this context that my study of food-based rituals should be situated. For the Romans, these activities, dedication, sacrifice, and feasting, lay at the heart of their interaction with and worship of the gods. And that is why throughout this paper, I've highlighted the role they played in the negotiation and adoption of a new and foreign cult from Phrygia. If we are what we eat, as the saying goes, then perhaps the same might be true for gods in the Roman world. Thank you very much for your attention.
There's something wrong. Anyway, so we thank Professor Rossi for a very interesting and accurate intervention about the adaptation of the cult of Cybele within the Roman world and within the Roman rituals and society which performed those rituals and sacrifices, etc. And I believe we have time, thank you for respecting the time very accurately. We have time for maybe 3 questions.
I will say one thing, only because of the setup. If you want to ask a question where Phrygia can hear, you have to follow. She did graciously say that if that is a problem, she is happy to respond to emails, and has her email right up here in case. So she's prepared for this eventuality. Nobody wants to make a journey.
Nobody else. Out of ignorance. Hey, Bridget, this is Lorenzo. It's really a pity that you couldn't make it in the end. Could you expand a little bit, as a pre-classical scholar? I was really interested in this, sorry for the ignorance, all of you, this banqueting with animal participating in them. If you could expand from when it is associated with the cult of Cybele. So where is the prehistory of this practice? I would be interested, if any. Thank you very much.
Sure. So thank you very much, Lorenzo, for your question. First, I would say that generally in the Greek and Roman world, as early as we have evidence for the practice of sacrifice, the idea is that when you sacrifice an animal, right, you choose a victim and offer part of it to the gods. The rest of that material, that meat, then goes to the people who participate in the sacrifice, the worshipers. And so whether or not people actually saw themselves as eating, as the gods eating this food, right, consuming it, is hard to say, right? We have myths that tell us of the gods, right, partaking in banquets. But there is this idea, I think, that when you make a sacrifice, the gods partake of some of it, they eat this food, and then the rest of it is for the worshipers. And so in this way, sacrifices are a kind of banquet. They're an exchange in which mortals get to eat, quote unquote, alongside the gods. And as I said, this seems to be the case for much of sacrifice in the kind of traditional practices of the Greek and Roman worlds. The same thing is possibly happening in Anatolia, even in Phrygia, particularly after there is this kind of Hellenization of the goddess Cybele. And so this is something that I didn't have time to get into, and that is an ongoing interest of mine. But I do think that similar practices of banqueting, in addition to things like feasting or dedication or sacrifice, are probably also happening in Anatolia, especially in places like Ionia that are interacting with the Greek world and the Greek conception of how you interact with the gods. But this is a project that needs to be sort of undertaken. Bulk material like pottery or animal bones needs to be analyzed. But certainly in the Hellenistic period, there are places like Troy, for example, perhaps also Ephesus and Pergamon, that do have evidence for activities that look like banqueting or feasting that are probably happening in conjunction with the offering of materials and the sacrifice of particular animal victims. So I know that was a sort of roundabout way to answer your question, but I do think that there is evidence, perhaps not in the earliest Phrygian instantiations of this cult, but certainly I would say from the kind of archaic and classical period onward, I think across the Mediterranean, perhaps we have evidence of this. And in the last paper about the material from the southern Black Sea coast, I was very interested to see, right, these inscribed drinking vessels in a ritual context, perhaps associated with Cybele. So there is some kind of communal consumption and commensality that is going on in a number of places across the Mediterranean.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, if not, Professor Kaczynski has welcomed any emails maybe from the next scholars for idea and as we're developing this topic. And so we thank again Professor Kaczynski for a very accurate introduction.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this very interesting conference and my dear friend and colleague Lorenzo D'Alfonso for the kind invitation. Let's start with the to go? Sorry. Okay. In this part. Okay.
This should work now.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Let's start with the presentation of the historical and geographical context. The city of Hierapolis was founded in the Hellenistic period, probably in the second quarter of the 3rd century before Christ by the Seleucids, on a plateau overlooking the Lycos Valley, one of the tributaries of the Meander River. This site is characterized by a very peculiar geomorphological context with the presence of hot springs, rich in limestone, which creates the famous travertine waterfalls. Here, a photograph of this wonderful landscape. Last city of Phrygia to the west, Hierapolis is located in a strategic position for communication between the interior of Anatolia and the Aegean. In pre-Roman times, the valley was crossed by the Greek-Persian royal road built by Darius I to join Susa with Sardi. And according to Herodotus, a stele marking the border between Phrygia, Lydia, and Caria was set here by Croesus, the king of Lydia, in the still unknown town of Tigra. The urbanization spread throughout the valley during the Hellenistic period, in particular during the Greek colonization. The settlement system of the previous phases is rather difficult to reconstruct. There are few literary sources and archaeological data. The archaeological research on the most ancient phases is absolutely less advanced with respect to the Roman and Byzantine period. Our knowledge of the pre- and proto-historic phases has certainly increased compared to few decades ago, but is still based on results deriving from surveys and occasional discoveries. The table summarize the state of research for the Bronze Age and the Iron Age phases. As you can see, the data relating to the Iron Age are very, very scarce. An important contribution was undoubtedly provided by the excavation of Laodicea, where the research conducted by Jalal Shimshek in 2006 allowed the identification of the site frequented since the Chalcolithic on the hill of Asopos Tepesi. The Iron Age is documented here by numerous black and red ceramic material of Phrygian type with a geometric decoration. Very interesting data also comes from the systematic surveys carried out by colleagues from the University of Pamukkale in the Lycos Valley and in Colosse. A systematic investigation project by Barishi Yanner, a colleague from the Pamukkale University, was recently launched on this latter site, including the systematic intra-site survey of the Uyuk frequented since prehistory. In the area closest to Hierapolis, the presence of pre- and proto-historic settlements is known from reports of rescue or occasional finds that do not allow to specify the chronology and the type of settlement. Various Huyuk, certainly frequented in pre-proto-history, are located around the archaeological area of Hierapolis, such as, for example, in the nearby Karait, Kızılseki Tepe. Here, okay, maybe with the mouse. Okay, but you can read the slide. Huyuk almost completely absorbed now by the modern town. The surveys on the territory carried out by the Italian mission team have documented sites such as the Huyuk of Akoi, here in the slide, where the presence of Iron Age is documented by Iron Age materials emerged during the excavation for the construction of a wood. On the plateau overlooking the city of Hierapolis, interesting sites are reported, such that of Jampna, very high, more than which is very high and extended for 3 hectares, where the main evidences date back to the Middle and Late Bronze Age with sporadic Iron Age materials. An Iron Age presence is also reported in another site, Kabbalah, with Bronze Age material. Very interesting for the more advanced phases is the Alaburun tumulus, where the intervention of archaeologists from the Denizli Museum allowed the excavation of a funerary complex and the recovery of black on red Phrygian materials, so-called Phrygian materials. The site also seems to have a continuity in the archaic period, a rather rare circumstance. In general, the Iron Age phase appears very difficult to understand. The visibility of the archaeological traces seems even more scarce than those relating to the Bronze Age. This framework has been greatly improved by the recent discovery in the archaeological area of Hierapolis of an Iron Age settlement that I'm pleased to present here today. The site was identified thanks to an emergency excavation conducted by the Denizli Museum during the works for the expansion of the structures of the north entrance to the archaeological area. Under a thick layer of colluvial soil, a series of stone circles were identified, mainly large pebbles, within which small pits made with limestone slabs were created. Here an aerial photograph, and here the plan. Some cooking pots full of bones and associated with some interesting grave goods were also found. In agreement with the museum, the mission resumed excavation in the following years, 2018 and 90, exploring a sector to the west. Some structures were brought to light, allowing to clarify the topography and stratigraphy. A road and a large wall structure that appears to belong to an enclosure wall have been identified. And the remains of a very well-preserved funeral pyre were also found, consisting of charred wooden logs. Here's some imaging of the excavation. Paleobotanical analysis indicate that are fig trunks. Next to the pyre, a pit full of charcoal belongs to pines. There are no other remains in the pit that seems to have been used exclusively for burning pine essences, probably to counteract the smells from the pyre. A short distance away from a pit, sorry, I have to check the photo. Okay, another pit full of charred anthropological remains was also identified, cut by the modern intrusion that crosses the area. The pit was defined by a slab and showed the strong scene of thermic alteration on the walls, probably due to the combustion process of the bones inside. Despite the damage created by modern intervention, it was also possible to recognize a part of the stone circle that must have surrounded both the pyre and the two wells, with and without human bones. I can show you the reconstruction here in this. Okay. Well, the covering of these circles probably consisted of unearthed mound. The use of stones or pebbles is to be excluded because no traces are preserved in the higher level or in section. In general, now it's possible to get an idea of the structures and attendance of the necropolis. The presence of several circles close each other and almost huddled together in the sector excavated in 2016 allow us to reconstruct the space occupation, suggesting an intense usage, probably by a family group. The new stone circles here in the reconstruction gradually lean against the central mound on which new mounds rise. This dynamics recalls to me the funerary clusters in the cremation necropolis of Pitecusa in the first Greek settlements in southern Italy. Obviously, the comparison refers exclusively to the occupation of the funerary space and is justified by the fact that the necropolis of Pitecusa is one of the best documented in the Greek world in the geometric period. A very intriguing structure is also the structure near the entrance at the gate of the funerary area, but it is a stepped structure, yes, but it's built, not carved in the rock. So it's very intriguing in my opinion. I don't know any comparison in the area closest to Hierapolis. Small and simple earth mounds are widespread, of course, throughout the Aegean and Balkan world, as is the rite of cremation, which was introduced in Phrygia during the Iron Age. Cremation is also attested in the Alaburun tumulus, in the Alaburun mound I showed before, but the data are not enough to establish a comparison. Regarding the chronology, the analysis of the material allows us to date the use of mounds between the 8th and 7th century before Christ. The pottery belongs to typologies circulating in Western Anatolia in this period. The black on red geometric bases of the so-called Phrygian type document the most ancient phase. We have also comparison with the Middle Phrygian, and the shape of key tray I showed before recall Aegean prototypes, while the food coops are compared with the Lydian production and so on. Therefore, we can say that the material referring to the Lydian and the Phrygian areas fall within a framework of a regional circulation that seems to connect Western Anatolia during this period, which is not very well known, I must say this. In summary, the ceramic assemblage reflects the geographical position of the valley and its function as a link between inner Anatolia and the regions on the Aegean coast. The portion of the necropolis so far investigated seems to refer to a low social level, few poor object and structure, not incomparable to the large Phrygian or Lydian mounds. It probably belongs to a small settlement, but of course we cannot say this until we will not found the settlements. Where was the settlements? This is a main problem. According to our hypothesis, the inhabited area should be in the north, in the area outside the archaeological park. A series of cuts in the rock and square blocks relating to a wall structure mark the top of a plateau not far from the necropolis, from which you can enjoy an excellent view over the entire northern area of the valley, up to the confluence of the Lycos and in the meander. The surveys carried out so far allowed the discovery of a single shelf on the plateau, just one, but this shelf was an Iron Age shelf. The top is affected from strong erosion. At the bottom of this small acropolis, here some other images. There is a vast plain that could represent an excellent candidate to host the settlement. The visibility of any archaeological level is negatively conditioned by colluvial deposit. Both the Acropolis and the plain are outside the state-owned area, a circumstance that has so far limited the investigation, but which we plan to overcome in the next future. We cannot exclude that another small nucleus was located within the city, because material similar to those from the necropolis come from the north agora of Hierapolis. They were found during the excavation conducted in the Middle Byzantine necropolis. Probably they are residual materials. The presence of the Phrygian levels in situ needs to be verified during the investigation. The investigation started in the last year in this area, and they are particularly complex due to the presence of a thick deposit of colluvial soil and intense Middle Byzantine funerary attendance. Here the view from the Acropolis. Sorry for the switching the slides. Now to speak about the relation between settlements, we must say that currently the state of the research does not allow the correct identification of the lines of a settlement system, since the data on inhabited areas are still too lacking, starting with the extension and typology. Since the only available elements concern the position, we have tried to read the relationship with the territory and with the other inhabited areas through spatial analysis, for example, of travel costs and visibility analysis. In particular, visibility analysis we present, as known, a powerful tool for exploring cultural landscape. The visual relationship between sites are the basis of the system of connection and communication between communities in a territory. They, therefore, represent an instrument for reconstructing the relationship in a settlement system through a cognitive approach aimed at reconstructing mental landscape and symbolic relationship within a territory. The intervisibility analysis we present now in the next slide show the visual relationship with the other center of the Lycos Valley, where an Iron Age phase is attested. The visibility field of the settlement of the Acropolis, you can see here in this slide, face northwest and embrace the entire northern part of the Lycos Valley, the ford of the Meander and the Lycos Meander confluence. It is connected to the Asopos Sea of Laodicea, and but it is outside the visual cone of the southern part of the valley where Colosse stands. The southern settlements are connected to each other and with Asopos Sea. This site, Laodicea, that is Laodicea, seems to be the junction point of two systems of visual relation. It has the role of a hub that may reflect the rather significant role played in the settlement dynamics of the valley. We must remind that the Asopos Sea of Laodicea is the only center of the valley having a settlement continuity from the Chalcolithic up to the Iron Age. And I will show now some of this visibility analysis to support my statement. This is the analysis from Laodicea, which is a very large one. And the cumulative analysis between the two sites, which show us as all the northern part of the valley is embraced by this this visibility. These analyses are also interesting for the predictive, as a predictive tools. And in fact, one of the most important field of visibility is that of from Weiler Beyuyuk, that is a site, a very important site, but which is still unknown from the archaeological point of view. The current state of the is also, this is the cost relation. Okay, but this is the system of visual connection between the site in the upper part of the of the valley. At the current state of the research, we can only point out the interest of this evidence in order to better understand the Phrygian, the Iron Age settlement system. Small settlements scattered within a territory where maybe more settlement system can be hypothesized, and where we do not yet have elements for suggesting a hierarchy between the inhabited area. Oh, thank you very much. Nevertheless, the framework that emerges by putting the data together is very interesting and promising. Before concluding, I would like now make a brief reference to the later phases. And this is from the other important site of Alaburun. Well, in Hierapolis, the archaic and classical phases are almost completely absent. The archaic phase, the phase of Croesus, when in the area stood the city of Kythera, that we know from the mention of Herodotus, but only from the mention of Herodotus, and Herodotus make reference to Croesus as the king who set up the stele marking the border between Lydia and Phrygia. In this phase, Herodotus described Colosse as a Greek Phrygian city, and is probably the most important center in the area, in the region. Very few traces of attendance refer to this period. The only evidence from the territory of Hierapolis currently seems to the above mentioned Alaburum tumulus, where, and this is important, according to the hypothesis of Jalal Shimshak, in the archaic period, a place of worship dedicated to Cybele seems to arise, and where the cultic attendance is attested by a dedication to Apollo. In Hierapolis, the only archaic evidence is the beautiful fragment found in the Plutonian area, where, according to the reconstruction of Francesco d'Andria, the ancient place of worship dedicated to Cybele is to be located. These traces indicate that changed settlement framework, which now seems to gravitate around a reference center, Colossae, and small settlements mentioned by the literary sources, Hydra, Carura, Callatebus are mentioned by Herodotus, but not yet recognized in the archaeological records. The sanctuaries play an important role in the settlement system, as evidenced also by the Hellenistic epigraphic sources, slightly earlier, the Greek colonization, which mention places linked to cultic attendance. Babacome, Kidiacome, this last is a very indigenous name. With the Greek colonists, with the Greek colonization, the urban realities that will mark the region also during the Roman age appear. The birth of the city of Laodicea and Hierapolis must have also led to an urbanization of the rural communities in the territory. The continuity with the previous settlement system is shown by different evidences of the Hellenistic period, from local onomastic to the funerary sphere, dominated by monuments such as tumuli, deep-rooted in the local tradition. Nevertheless, the most evident relation with local tradition are in the religious sphere. In Hierapolis, the research showed the deep relationship with the Phrygian cultic dimension, both in Plutonian and in the sanctuary of Apollo. In the latter, the polyardic deity, the Apollo Archegetes of the Greek colonists, is venerated as Carios, named after an ancient indigenous deity who appears in local iconography as the companion of the Meter, as we know from the shrine in the territory of Hierapolis once a time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Semerano, for the big news about a phase that not so much known about Hierapolis, and also for stimulating and challenging ideas about visual connection between places in the Neanderthal. Question time? Well, then I break the ice with one of the initial things you said. So this, I know it be presented, it's a very initial moment of research. But these new funerary circles, which of course I really liked your comparison with the first funerary circles, but the materials are slightly different. So you mentioned that in your reconstruction, it seems so that these early necropolis, known really in a very small part, related to an early settlement that you positioned on the necropolis, which seems to work, was populated by, the amount of pottery that you found as pottery in this funerary circle. No lenses, nothing else.
No, some fibula, but
and at the moment, did you do some other, do you plan to carry on the excavation of this funerary this summer?
Yes, of course. But about the comparison with the Pithecusa, it's just for the dynamics of, you know, the attendance of the necropolis, because in Pithecusa also there are tumuli which are added together. Yes, because they are cluster of family clusters.
That sounds right.
This is based on the stratigraphic relations, so I think it's could work.
And you also showed the special relation between these new necropolis and the other Phrygian necropolis of
the other Phrygian maybe settlements, because we don't know. We have stratigraphic excavation in Laodicea, but no necropolis, only layer with a lot of very beautiful geometric pottery, black on red, with geometric decoration, which are very, very interesting for this space. More than the number is a huge number of pottery, more than the pottery coming from the Hierapolis necropolis.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, then we. Okay, sorry.
I can try without microphone. That's fine. Many thanks to Rasia, and I just have a brief question concerning your visual networks. Is this basically a relation between settlements, or could you see that there's, for instance, Jubilee, Sanctuary, or other places that say our high symbolic value are integrated as well?
Oh yes, thank you very much. Yes, we integrated also the sanctuary in this network of analysis, because as I said in shortly, I think that they are good tools for the reconstruction of a symbolic relationship within a landscape. And in fact, the visibility analysis, which links the Alabrun tumulus, which is a very interesting spot, with the landscape, is a very important one. You can see that tumulus from all the valley. From the tumulus, of course, you can dominate all the valley, and the plutonium, for example, which probably was the only cultic area in Hierapolis frequented during the Archaic and maybe the Iron Age, but we don't know the most ancient phases.
I'm curious, thank you, Grazie. It's the answer. I'll make it really picture. The unpublished literature that
from the Acropolis.
That Francesco published. I wanted to know if you found anywhere else during the survey, during the excavations, a strong material, anything like that.
No.
Because Luca, excavating Iron Age levels now, they found something that as a production technique is different, but as motive and relief is the only parallel that comes to mind. And as I don't know what's the opinion of other people working on Phrygianness. Okay, that's a joke. But this is awkward. So the first time that Francesco showed it to me while we were going to the
Yes, I remember.
that looks Hittite as a model of doing. Anyone who has go ahead.
Makes me think of the number.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
This kind of numbers that somehow.
But okay, there you would have reserved with other colors, so it's not exactly the same, but it's unique.
Yes, but it's unique until now in Hierapolis. We have not.
Also, you don't.
Yes.
Okay.
But we hope in the future. Now we have a new chapter for the history of the site. But
thank you.
Welcome. Okay.
So thank you guys. This is now for these analysis, and now time is tired, so I call the next speakers. We have a first and three speakers, University of Pavia and the Trojan and Phrygian of Istanbul, who are going to present again, we follow the role with Cybele. So this time is made in the thermal micro region. So thank you for your presence.
Yes, before Nathan is doing the technical arrangements, Gyula Atesh and I want to thank you very much for having us here, and we would like to thank, of course, the organizers for doing this splendid conference, which shows, I think, very well the potential of our subjects to bring international groups of scholars together at such a wonderful place as Pavia with a rich academic history. And I think particularly in times like ours at the moment, this can make a difference and gives perhaps a bit of brighter idea of the future, although I think at the moment we have to look at the present. So we take you now to another wonderful place, to Pergamon, and would like to talk about meter in the Pergamon microregion. On the first glance, the subject of meter in the Pergamon microregion seems to be particularly promising in the search of the reception and integration of Phrygian legacy in the Greek, Hellenistic and Roman world, and here I quote from the program of the conference. Pergamon and Phrygia were interconnected, among others, by the great goddess. The transfer of the sacred black stone from Pessinus to Rome 205-204 BCE was arranged by the Pergamenian king Attalus I. According to Varro, the aniconic idol came to Rome via Pergamon and might have even stayed there for a while. This episode is embedded in territorial bonds between Pergamon and Phrygia, which was partly Attalid territory in the late 3rd century BCE, and then again after the Peace of Apamea 188 BCE. Furthermore, Straven records the dedication of a temple for Meter and surrounding marble stoi at Pessinus by the Attalids. Against this background, the well-attested prominence of the Meter cult at Pergamon raises the idea of a significant Phrygian legacy in the Hellenistic capital. However, there are no indications for a particularly Phrygian character of the worship of Meter at Pergamon, which could support the idea of Phrygianism or even Frigomania in the capital of the Attalids. What we know so far fits rather in the general picture of Meter worship in Western Anatolia and Greece, which has developed from the 6th century BCE onwards. If, however, reception and integration of the Phrygian legacy is understood in a broader sense and includes local adaptations of a religious phenomenon which once has originated from Phrygia, we might be able to contribute something, even if not to the knowledge of Phrygia itself. The evidence from the Pergamon microregion is characterized by a broad and varied spectrum of Meter worship in the Hellenistic period. On the one hand, we know about the official side of the cult, which must have been closely related to the ruling family. The worship of Meter Basileia is attested in the area of the royal palaces by several inscriptions. Varro mentions a megalasion close to the city walls as place of worship for Megalemeter in the context of the translocation of the famous black stone. Philetairos, the founder of the Attalid dynasty, monumentalized the older sanctuary of Meter at Mahmutkale, which is located on top of the 1,000-meter high mountain range Aspordenon, about 30 kilometers southeast of Pergamon at the fringes of the microregion. Further dedications at Mahmutkale by other members of the Attalid family attest to their special esteem for Meter and her remote rural sanctuary. In his influential study on the cultural politics of the Attalids in the 3rd century BCE, Hans-Joachim Schalles interpreted Philetairos' dedication to Meter as the promotion of a cult which already was popular in northwestern Anatolia. By choosing a remote sanctuary, he paid special attention to the rural population, which needed to be accustomed to the new Attalid rule in the Pergamon microregion. Others have stressed the potential of the sanctuary at Mahmutkale for the definition of Attalid territorial claims in the landscape surrounding Pergamon. Meter continued to hold a prominent position in the Attalid pantheon during the 2nd century BCE and might have even played a crucial role in the religious legitimization of the new dynasty. This is corroborated by her depiction as a Dea Cybele in the great frieze of the altar of Zeus, and possibly also in the frieze of Telephos as mountain goddess. Over life-size statues of the goddess and her beloved Attis, which were discovered on the terrace of the altar of Zeus, further enhanced the presence of Meter in the most representative zone of the city. The official esteem of Meter seems to go hand in hand with the great popularity of the goddess in the private sphere. This is attested, for instance, by the use of small marble statues in domestic cults or the diffusion of terracotta figurines of Meter. Within the so-called Stadtgrabung on the upper southern slope of the city hill, depictions of Meter constitute by far the most frequently surviving fragments of divine images. They are notoriously difficult to date, but the great majority of the few contextualized finds belongs to the Hellenistic period. Meter was a mother goddess responsible for nature and fertility. According to Michael Kerschner, she is, I quote, basically characterized by the ambience of her appearance. This is mountain and rock, wild animals such as lion and wolves, shrill music, and nocturnal reeds, end quote. While in the Phrygian context, rock facades and mountain tops were the appropriate residences for Meter, in the Greek world, caves played an important role too. Tanya Shea suggests a connection of the worship of Meter in caves and grottos with the general suitability of these places as home for deities who protect the flock. Furthermore, she hints to the myth of Zeus' birth in a cave by Rhea, who had been equated with Meta Cybele in the Greek world. Due to her special character, Meta must have been the ideal recipient of cultic worship, which was intended to support fertility and at the same time to banish threatening aspects of nature. For the rural population in antiquity, both phenomena were first and foremost connected with their own immediate natural environment. This explains the local character of most Meta cults, which can be well reconstructed from the distribution and design of the shrines in the Pergamon microregion. Before we go in more detail, a short definition of microregion shall be given. A microregion is not a fixed geographical unit, but an area of closely interconnected and at the same time dynamic interactions between humans and their natural environment. As working hypothesis of the Pergamon project, the lower plane of the Bakiachai Caicos, shown on here, and the adjacent mountains have been defined as the Pergamon microregion. This is roughly identical with the core territory of the Attic Kingdom, which had to be controlled by Pergamon in order to maintain its function as capital of a Hellenistic territorial state. Due to the current state of our research, we focus on the western lower Caicos Valley. This is the area between Pergamon and the Aegean coast. Thanks to the recent discovery of 2 further places of worship, we know now 5 centuries of Meta in the microregion. Apart from the already mentioned Mamutkale, they are all characterized by a non-monumental appearance and the integration of rocks and/or caves as primary recipients of worship, and hence can be described as natural sanctuaries. However, natural sanctuaries are not confined to the rural landscape, but have been discovered recently also within the Hellenistic city wall of Pergamon. Of the 10 or so potential natural sanctuaries at Pergamon, we will focus on the Grotto Sanctuary and the great rock-cut sanctuaries east and west, all of which have yielded sufficient information about the cult and its chronology. They show striking parallels to the rural shrines of Meta, but also significant differences. We start our tour at the Balik Cave, which is situated 7 kilometers northeast of Atamois, to whose territory it once might have been belonged. The still exceptionally wild and unspoiled nature seems to correspond exactly to the echoing mountains and the forested canyons described in the Homeric hymn to Meta Theon. The oldest layer of settlement in the small cave dates back to the Epipaleolithic, followed by a Chalcolithic phase. Later on, it was continuously frequented from the Archaic to the Roman Imperial period. The inner walls of the cave were partly worked, and one small niche has preserved close to the entrance. At the back wall, traces of a temporary water inflow can be observed. A great number of terracotta statuettes of Meta, beginning in the classical period and continuing throughout Hellenistic times, testify to the cult of the goddess. Apart from Meta, fragments of Attis, Eros, and dances have been found. Large numbers of lamps, mostly from the Hellenistic period, probably served nocturnal rituals. Pottery includes drinking cups, dishes, storage and cooking vessels, as well as some pieces of amphorae and other transport wares. Since the rescue excavation of the Balik Cave has only finished a couple of months ago, the systematic evaluation of the rich finds is only at its beginning. But the place could be the oldest Meta sanctuary known so far in the Pergamon microregion, and clearly attests to the existence of local Meta cults before Attalid rule. For the question of common characteristics of Meta worship in Western Anatolia and their transformation between the Hellenistic and the Roman imperial period, it is significant that the Balik Cave shows many analogies with a Meta sanctuary consisting of 2 neighboring caves next to ancient metropolis in Ionia that is more than 100 kilometers south of Pergamon. These analogies include the natural setting of the cave sanctuary, the presence of earlier prehistoric finds, a usage from the archaic to the Roman imperial period, a heyday of worship of Mita in Hellenistic times, and then changes in the cult practices indicated by the absence of terracotta figurines in the Roman period. The Mita sanctuary on Molla Mustafa Tepe, to which we will turn now, corresponds to the image of the Great Mother as a mountain goddess. The site stretches over the western summit of a prominent, approximately 110 meters high hill, rising from the Caicos Plain. A rectangular niche cut into a freestanding rock points in the direction of the Mahmud Kale sanctuary, which must have served as a point of reference for the cult of Nietzsche in the microregion. A second conspicuous rock formation on Molla Mustafa Tepe was transformed into a simple shrine by the addition of two niches, a rubble stone wall, and a roof. Numerous clay figurines of Mita were deposited there, which corresponds typologically to the finds from Mahmud Kale. In this respect, the common relief-like depictions of the goddess in her naiskos is particularly revealing, since it probably reflects the cult image at Mahmud Kale. In addition, dances, eros, and etis are attested by a few fragments. The pottery found in the sanctuary attests to activity from the late classical period to the 1st century CE. Very little is known about the Mita sanctuary on Ilias Tepe, a 260-meter high steep hill immediately to the east of the Pergamon city. A small excavation in the early 20th century revealed walls and some terracotta figurines, among them one image of Mita. A recent survey could add two small rectangular niches and, most important, a rock-cut throne oriented towards the shrine of Mahmud Kale. Such rock-cut thrones are known throughout Phrygia, but also in the Cybele sanctuary at Samos. Pottery finds indicate a usage in the late Hellenistic period. The sanctuary at Capelcaia, 5 kilometers northwest of Pergamon, combines the natural scenarios of mountain and cave, which are both suitable for Mita. Below the summit of a prominent rock, a monumental boulder rests on a rocky outcrop. Together, they form a cave-like space, which has been artificially shaped by a set of steps, a water channel, and probably a basin. The water only flows in after heavy rainfall, but could be artificially strengthened by a second basin behind the grotto. Terraces had been cut into the rock next to the grotto. Only the western one with banks for seating has survived. It is closed at one side by a flattened rock face, providing space for a big niche, probably for the cult image. Several smaller votive niches are integrated in the adjacent rock face. Such a niche wall, which is a common feature in many natural sanctuaries in Phrygia, Western Anatolia, and in Greece, is unique for the Pergamon microregion so far. The attribution of the sanctuary to Mita is beyond doubt, thanks to an inscription on a stone vessel and by the ensemble of terracotta figurines that is dominated by Mita. She was accompanied by female figures, probably dancers, eros, and naked seated women. All clay figurines seem to belong to the Hellenistic period. The image of Mita show again significant similarities with the votive offerings known from Mahmud Kale. A remarkable parallel with the Babik Cave Sanctuary is the great number of Hellenistic oil lamps. The pottery includes vessels for cooking, eating, and drinking, and hence point again to ritual feasting at the site. According to the chronology of the finds, activities at Capelcaia must have started in the late 3rd or the early 2nd century BCE. In Roman times, a building with podia had been erected close to the grotto and was used until the 4th century CE. It has been identified as a mitraeum by the excavators, but the general interpretation as a room for ritual banquets seems to be more appropriate. We leave the rural landscape of the microregion now and move to the inner urban natural sanctuaries at Pergamon. The upper northern slope of the upper northern zone of the eastern slope of the city hill, where the terrain is strongly fragmented by valleys and rocks, seems to have been a focus of cultic activities. The so-called Great Rock-Cut Sanctuary East stretches over 4 terraces and is crowned by the postament for an under-life-size statue enthroned on a rock and oriented toward the sanctuary at Mamutka. A spacious basin served as a reservoir for an artificial water installation, reminding us of the situation at Cappaea. Together with the postament mentioned above, several fragments of terracotta figurines of Meta point to the Phrygian goddess as main recipient of the cult. She was accompanied by dancers, Eros, seated naked women, and a bearded male god. The pottery is Hellenistic. Characteristic Roman forms are entirely missing. Only 100 meters to the northeast follows the so-called Grotto Sanctuary, whose temenos was limited at one side by the city wall. The remains of the complex consists of 2 grottos and 2 rooms on a rock-cut terrace in front of them, which hid the grottos from outside view. While the southern grotto was artificially altered for culting purposes and resembles the grotto at Cappaea in many ways, the northern one was used as a water reservoir. After the sanctuary had been destroyed, probably by a catastrophic event, its inventory was intentionally buried in the northern grotto. This makes the Grotto Sanctuary a first-class source for the reconstruction of the cult, the related practices, and the actors involved. The pivotal study by Benjamin Engels, just published in the Pergamon, the Altertum of Pergamon, dates the sanctuary essentially to the 1st century BCE. The rich and well-preserved terracotta finds include Meta, but only as one deity among others. According to Engels, we rather have to assume one or more recipients of worship from the sphere of Aphrodite and Dionysus, whose range of function covers female sexuality and fertility. Other elements of the inventory, such as numerous oil lamps or the figurines of seated naked women, are well known from Meta sanctuaries too. Our pilgrimage through the Pergamenian natural sanctuary ends in the Great Rock-Cut Sanctuary West, which is situated at the foot of a conspicuous rock just below the theatre terrace. The postament combined with 2 small niches is an immediate reminder of the Great Rock-Cut Sanctuary East. The main area of the presumed shrine is characterized by a spacious rock-cut niche facing Cappaea. The terracotta assemblage consists of Eros, Pan, naked seated women, dancers, and the head of several goddesses, among them possibly images of Meta, etc. This corresponds to the spectrum known from the Grotto Sanctuary. Furthermore, the range of pottery is similar to and covers forms from the 2nd and 1st century BCE, but nothing significantly Roman. We hope not to have bored you too much with this tour de force. However, in order to point out the specific features of the local Meta cults in the Pergamon microregion, such an overview is indispensable. Concerning the placement of the sanctuaries in the natural landscape, remote, but at the same time exposed locations close to hilltops were clearly preferred. Cave and grottos were favorable places too, and in some cases both natural settings could be combined. This range of natural settings refer both to the characteristics of Meta known from her Phrygian homeland and to new aspects created in the contact with the Greek world. While it is not possible to group the sanctuaries according to their location, layout, and design, the spectrum of votive offerings allows the division into 2 groups. First, the places where Meta is clearly dominant, and second, where she is only one deity among others. The latter group is confined to 2 inner urban places so far. However, since they show significant parallels with the Meta-only sanctuaries, and since meter figurines are also present in the sanctuaries of Group 2, their emergence from the older meter-only shrines seems obvious. This is corroborated by the chronological sequence to which we will turn now. Both the duration of use of individual sanctuaries and changes in cult practices or even the recipients of worship have to be taken into account here. The most obvious evidence for the latter is provided by the ensembles of terracotta figurines. However, since it's hardly possible to establish a reliable absolute chronology of this material due to the persistence of traditional forms, we should be cautious with conclusions derived from the chronology of the terracotta figurines only. The use of Balik Cave and Mola Mustafa Tepe as sanctuaries of meter goes back to pre-Hellenistic times. In case of Kapakaya, the respective activities cannot be dated prior to the late 3rd century BCE. Ilias Tepe and the inner urban sanctuaries have provided late Hellenistic material from the advanced 2nd and 1st century BCE. For the inner urban sanctuaries, it can be assumed that they are post-Attalid foundations. In case of the particularly well-studied grotto sanctuary, this is almost certain. Differences are also obvious if we look at the end of activities. Balik Cave and Kapakaya have been frequented until the late Roman period, while the other places had been abandoned at the beginning of the 1st century CE. But even places with a long continuity, such as Balik Cave, Kapakaya, and the monumentalized sanctuary at Mahmutkale, witness fundamental changes in the cultic practices, and perhaps even in the recipient of worship, since the dedication of figurines, including meter, ceased in Roman imperial period. The same phenomenon has been observed in the meter sanctuary close to Metropolis too. The erection of a building for cultic dining, together with an increase in cookingware at Kapakaya, points to a fundamental transformation of the meter cult in the rural sphere during Roman times. While this has to be evaluated in the context of more general changes in religious beliefs and practices, the short lifespan of the inner city natural sanctuaries at Pergamon deserve a special explanation. Their occurrence not before the late century BCE is roughly contemporary with a general increase of building activities in hitherto non-systematically settled zones of Pergamon city. In the microregion, a significant reduction of fortified settlements has been observed during the same period. Hence, it has been assumed that after the end of Attalid rule, parts of the population of the microregion moved to Pergamon, either on their free will or even by force. Such a transformation, including the transfer of people from the countryside to the metropolis, and leading to the development of previously non-built-up terrain within the city walls, could well have created particular religious and spiritual needs, and hence might have stimulated the erection of the inner urban natural sanctuaries. Their abandonment only about a century later can be explained by a variety of factors. The end of the transitional period in the settlement history of the microregion, general trends in religious beliefs and practices, and possibly also natural disasters such as earthquakes. The chronological sequence and the hypothetical explanation for the creation of the inner urban sanctuaries at Pergamon point to their emergence from the rural shrines. This, however, shall not be confused with dependence. All sanctuaries appear as highly individual creation with a specific local character, but they drew from a shared pool of elements. This leads to the question if they might have been interconnected within the sacred topography of the microregion. We do not have any evidence for processions linking the sanctuaries of Mita and the microregion with each other. Keeping the long distances in mind, such pilgrimages do not seem very realistic either. But there were other expressions of connectivity. Current research could reconstruct various levels of the visual region that existed in the Pergamon microregion, and I'm very pleased that we have excellent comparisons now with Hierapolis. Apart from tumuli and other prominent features, sanctuaries played a significant role in this context too. However, the natural sanctuaries were no conspicuous eye-catchers for everyone, but were only recognizable for people who already knew of their existence. The mapping of the respective visual network shows how inner and extra-urban shrines connected with each other, and how the Mita sanctuary at Mahmudkale served as a point of orientation for them. In such a framework, the shrines contributed to the creation of bonds between the local population and their individual environments, and at the same time integrated them in a greater Pergamon microregion. We do not know if Philetairos was already aware of this potential of Mahmudkale when he decided to monumentalize the hitherto modest but probably popular shrine. He was definitively successful in creating a regional point of reference in the worship of Mita. However, before we can fully access the role of the Atelids in the diffusion of the Mita cult in the Pergamon microregion and beyond, we would need to know more about our official shrine at Pergamon, which still is an enigma. However, Mita appeared probably twice on the frieze of the Great Altar, as Rhea Cybele in the Gigantomachia, and as mountain goddess in the frieze of Telephos, the legendary forefather of the Attalids and founder of Pergamon. The statues of Mita and Attis found next to the Great Altar added to the strong presence of the Great Mother and created further opportunities for visitors from the countryside to link their own local shrines of Mita and the surrounding landscape with the Acropolis of Pergamon, a seat of gods and rulers. Supported by the Attalids, Mita played an important role in the integration of city and countryside in the Pergamon microregion. But we should not see this as a one-dimensional, top-down process. It was rather mutual interaction of local traditions and religious belief with royal policy and benefaction. The evolution of this interaction has proceeded along milestones, such as the architectural embellishment of Mahmudkale under Philetairos, or the erection of the Great Altar about a century later. But it was local initiative that led to the establishment of the modest natural sanctuaries, where we have no evidence at all for external manufacture. The fact that the Attalids embraced Mita so emphatically could have contributed, together with her prominence in the Pergamon microregion, to the popularity of the Phrygian goddess in the extended Attalid territories too. This has been assumed in case of Metropolis, allegedly city of Meter in Ionia, for instance. However, the influence of the Attalids and more generally of royal religious policy should not be overestimated here, because the peak of the spread of natural sanctuaries of Mita in the Pergamon microregion falls in the 1st century BCE. This is already the post-Attalid period. In this phase of transition, the first changes in cultic practice and associated beliefs can be observed with the beginning of the departure from shrines exclusively for Mita and her inner circle. During the Roman imperial period, this development gained further momentum. However, these phenomena need to be examined on a much broader material basis than it is possible here. Above all, it takes us further away from Phrygia, which is why we close here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your amazing presentation of all new to me, I'm sure not to the audience, data sets about the different Mita in the region of Pergamon, so the amazing Mita great urban town and then the countryside. I had many questions, but you answered them all already in the procession of visualization and above all, thank you for putting everything in history. Several, as you said, we need still to do many, many more stories to understand the critical example, but this is already a milestone, I would say. Our story time is silent, so I don't know if we have.
I think not.
I'm afraid we don't have time for a discussion. Of course, we will visit you and rewrite it. So thank you again. Okay. With Alberto Gandhi, our adjunct professor of history, who is going to present Memory to Motion, reconstructing which a memory space of Greek Roman time.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. So the paper I'm going to present will be all about cultural memory, and particularly I will try to provide some insights as to how geographical and spatial representations affected the way in which ancient societies remembered the past. At the same time, I will try to analyze how these representations can reflect the social and political concerns of the environments they stemmed from. By past here, I mean the distant Phrygian past. That is to say, I'm going to see how Greek and Roman authors tried making sense in spatial terms of the old Phrygian world, a world they used to set in mythical prehistorical times. Otherwise stated, my aim will be not so much that of reconstructing the Greek-Roman imaginary on the old Phrygians in a broad sense, as to focus on some elements of the geographical imaginary on the old Phrygians. I shall try to answer questions as: where are Phrygian tales located? How did locations change over time? And how did historical events contribute to shaping the geography of the ancient Phrygian world? I will be here mostly concerned with the literary works which were composed throughout Greco-Roman antiquity and mostly from the archaic to the Hellenistic period. It goes without saying time constraints require some drastic choice as to the extent of present research paper. And in what follows, I will articulate my speech, as you can see from the slide, in 4 main sections, each of which will be dedicated to a major setting of tales on the Phrygian past: the Sangarius River, Kelainai, Gordian, and finally Pessimus. So now, moving on to our first section, Sangarius the Great. An obvious starting point for our discussion could be Homer. Homer was no geographer, even though in later periods of antiquity, ancient scholars long thought of him as such. That still can provide us with some hints as to how the Phrygians were thought of by Greek peoples in the early centuries of the Iron Age. And in the Iliad, Homer mentions the Phrygians, either the Phrygians or Phrygia 8 times, and they are described as powerful allies of the Trojans, living somewhere above the Troad. And what is more, in 2 occurrences, a strong connection is established by Homer between the Phrygians and the Sangarius River. I'm going to talk about some of the texts Rostislav Oreshko talked about earlier. And in book 3, the Trojan king Priam recalls the time when he fought alongside the Phrygians against the Amazons along the banks of the Sangarius River. And the text is most renowned and runs as follows. Before now,
I have journeyed to the land of Phrygia, rich in vines, and there I saw in multitude the Phrygian warriors, masters of glancing steeds. The men of Atreus and godlike Mygdon were then encamped along the banks of Sangarius. And again, in book 16, mention is made of the Phrygian Asius, Priam's brother-in-law, who is said to live in Phrygia by the streams of Sangarius. Okay, that's. And to this Homeric evidence, one could further add a passage by the 7th century epic poet Hesiod, who lists the Sangarius within the catalogue of the divine rivers born of Okeanos. And there it is recorded as Sangarian Megan, Sangarius the Great. And now, this special place accorded to the Sangarius River in the collective memory of archaic Greeks fits perfectly with what we know about the centrality it basin had for the Phrygian peoples of the early Iron Age. But quite the contrary, apparently we have only one text dating to the classical period, 5th, 4th century BC, mentioning the river as a landmark of cultural or historical significance. And it is a tiny fragment by Xanthus, a Lydian local historian, writing somewhere in the mid-5th century. And according to Xanthus, near the river would have stood a sanctuary of Demeter of the mountain, or a Demeter. And clearly here, Demeter of the mountain should be taken as a Greek interpretation of the Phrygian mother goddess. And so, owing to this lack of evidence for the classical period, it could be surmised that during that period, very little awareness existed as to about the special significance the Sangarius Basin had for the ancient Phrygian civilization. Now let's move on to our section 2, Kelainai, place for myths. King Midas. King Midas was a well-known figure of the Greek collective imaginary already in the archaic period, and he's notoriously mentioned as a figure of semi-mythical standing by the 7th century poet Tyrtaeus, who knows him for his extraordinary and already proverbial wealth. And beginning from the 6th century, scenes related to Midas' stories start being a common subject of Greek figured painting. And overall, 3 main stories seem to have been soon associated with him. The one about his proverbial wealth and his golden touch. The one about his unfortunate acquisition of donkey's ears following a judgment on occasion of the musical contest between Apollo and the satyr pipe player Marsyas, and the one relating to Silenus. And the king would have staged an ambush to capture Silenus. He would have poured wine into a fountain, and then would have got Silenus drunk. And that's the scene depicted on this famous wine jar dating to the end of the 6th century. And it goes without saying, myths were fluid, so the 3 stories often came to overlap. And for instance, the ambiguity as to the nature of the divine Silenus contributed to his common identification with the satyr and ultimately with Marsyas. And as for the setting of these 3 stories, starting from the end of the 6th century, one notes a growing readiness by Greek painters to characterize the location as exotic. And we've already heard something about this yesterday. As one may easily guess, in figured paintings, neither geographic precision nor ethnographic consistency are needed. So to get a more precise setting for Midas' myths, one should look for longer narratives which become available for us only starting from the classical period. And so a pivotal text is, in this sense, Herodotus' histories. And Herodotus is the first author to provide information about the location of the mythical contest between Apollo and the satyr pipe player Marsyas, a contest that ended in the final flaying of the satyr by the hands of Apollo himself. While relating Xerxes' passage through the Phrygian city of Kelainai in the upper Meander Valley, mention is made by Herodotus of a wineskin which lay suspended near the city's agora. And allegedly, according to a local tale, that would have been the very skin of the Silenus Marsyas. Now, it's worth remarking that Kelainai is, to the best of my knowledge, is the only historical city which during classical times came to be insistingly associated with tales of the distant Phrygian past. The only historical city. Beside Herodotus' testimony, one could think of Xenophon's eyewitness, dating to the years of the Anabasis of the 10,000, so around 400 BC. And firstly, Xenophon touches upon the local legend about Apollo having the satyr flayed in a cave near the city. And secondly, he establishes an etymological connection between the mythical episode and the river springing below the cities, the Marsyas, which would have been named after the victim of Apollo. And reference should be made also to a fragment of a lost work by Euripides, claiming that Marsyas would have dwelled in, quote unquote, widely famed Kelainai in the farthermost region of Ida. At first consideration, this strong association between Kelainai and Phrygian myths may come as a surprise for a city lying on the southwestern fringes of the Anatolian uplands, some 250 kilometers far from the core of the Phrygian Iron Age state. And as a matter of fact, a recent archaeological research has shown that the site of Kelainai experienced a long continuity of settlements, was seamlessly inhabited since the early Bronze Age, and was a major center during both the early and the middle Phrygian period. And this continuity was due to an extraordinarily favorable position, since the city lay at the main crossroad joining the southwestern corner of Asia Minor to the inner Anatolian plateau. And on top of that, its region was characterized by an exceptional abundance of water, owing to the presence of the Meander River and its first tributaries, among which the aforementioned Marsyas. And this geographical position and the well-watered landscape also account for the importance the city had under the Achaemenids, when it was the seat of a royal palace, and apparently that's the only Persian royal palace we had knowledge of for Western Asia Minor. And when it became, during the Achaemenid period, the center of the satrapy of Greater Phrygia or High Phrygia. Drawing now on recent research, I'm thinking of works by Johannes Nollet, Astrid Nun, Peter Solman, obviously. There is no reason to cast doubts as to the local origin of the myths relating to Marsyas, who in all likelihood had been a native fluvial god or a demon of the Phrygians inhabiting the upper reaches of the Meander Valley. As a matter of fact, owing to its karstic nature and its striking contrast with the treeless plateau that stretched eastward above it, the region of Kelainai must have looked like a wondrous natural environment to ancient observers, and one for which religious interpretations of natural phenomena would have been very much needed. To this end, it may be worth recalling the late testimony of a 2nd century author, the rhetorician Maximus of Tyre, who attested to the long continuity down to his time, 2nd century AD,
of cultic honors, sacrifices for the rivers Meander and Marsyas. Incidentally, a 2007 essay by Jan Brenner suggested that Hittite ritual object, the kusha, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, the kusha, could lie at the very origin of the wineskin of Marsyas hanging in the center of the classical city of Kelainai. And in Greek memory, the figures of Marsyas and Midas were closely intertwined. Still, despite this, an association between Kelainai and King Midas is explicitly suggested only in scanty and quite late sources of the Hellenistic and Roman period. Owing to this, at first glance, we could be led to interpret such an association, Midas Kelainai, in terms of a later literary elaboration by sophisticated authors. But at the same time, there are grounds for arguing in favor of the antiquity of this association, Midas Kelainai. Tellingly, already in the first half of the 12th century, Xenophon attests to the existence of a fountain or spring of Midas in Thimbrion, which is a minor town somewhere in the upland plateau east of Kelainai. And the spring is related by Xenophon to the story of the ambush of Silenus, but it would be difficult to deny its being a landmark of local origin, since Thimbrion was some 300 kilometers far from the Greek-speaking world of the coastlands. And possibly a further confirmation of the cultural significance the region of Kelainai had for the Phrygian civilization may come from another passage of Herodotus, and here I'm making reference to the same passage that Grazia Semeraro has touched upon before, so the stele that the king Croesus had inscribed in the lower end of the Lycus Valley. So just quite, it is quite known that in later periods, it became quite a commonplace to say that there are no easy borders in Western Asia Minor, so Strabo insists on this. But here we have a clear statement that there was a border around the mid-6th century BC between the Lydian world and the Phrygian world, and that was the Lycus Valley, so 100 kilometers west of Kelainai. The city was around in that area, the southwestern corner. And now let us turn to Gordion, the center of the world, maybe. Gordion is, without contest, the great absent of, in the Greek memory-scape of old Phrygia. In fact, one has to wait until the first decades of the 4th century to find mention of it within Greek literature. That's a passage of the fragmentary historical work commonly known as the Hellenica of Oxyrhynchus. Within the context of the campaign led by the Spartan king Agesilaus in the heart of the satrapy of the Hellespontine Lower Phrygia, 395 BC, we are told of the attack Agesilaus launched to Gordion, and an attack that ultimately failed owing to the fierce resistance opposed by the Persian forces in the citadel. On this occasion, the historian of Oxyrhynchus describes Gordium in these terms. Agesilaus arrived at Gordium, a place built on a hill and well equipped. What strikes my attention as a modern reader is the very generic phrasing of the Greek text, which shows no interest for, or rather no awareness of the historical significance of the city put under siege. Apparently, in the eyes of the Greek historian, Gordium was no different than any other place of continental Phrygia reached by the Spartan army. At best, reading the passage, one could get the sense of the strategic importance of the site. On this grounds, it could be surmised that the impressive silence of Greek classical sources on Gordian is to be ascribed to an effective loss of knowledge as to its historical role in previous centuries. Prior to Agesilaus's expedition, no Greek army had the opportunity to march inland Hellespontine Phrygia as far as the Sangarius River. And it stands to reason that the Persian presence had limited the extent to which information on inner Anatolia could reach the Aegean world. It is no coincidence that the very discovery of Gordian and its local myths, so Phrygian myths, I'm referring obviously to the story of the Gordian knot and so Alexander and the Gordian knot, the wagon of Midas. The discovery of these myths and of the city coincided with another major inland campaign, that of Alexander, 334 BC. Almost all we know about Gordian and its local traditions comes from what remains of the historians of Alexander, since in the Hellenistic period, the Sangarius Basin was not subject to any of the Macedonian kingdoms, and as a result fell again into the shadows of Greco-Roman history. The only other occasion on which Gordian came onto the Greek and Roman historical scene was the military campaign led by the Roman consul Manlius Vulso, 189 BC, against the Galatians, the Galatian War. Now, it seems noteworthy that the historians relating the campaigns both of Alexander and Manlius Vulso provide similar information about one aspect of the geography of Gordian, its centrality in the Anatolian world. Cassius Rufus says that Gordian is equally distant from the Pontic and the Cilician Sea, while Titus Livius states that it has 3 seas about equidistant from it: the Hellespont, the sea at Sinop, and the shores of the opposite sea where the Cilicians of the coast dwell. Clearly, what grounds both of these statements is a long-established and long-standing geographical tradition. One is first attested in Herodotus and is still visible 5 centuries later in the natural history by Pliny the Elder. According to this geographical tradition, the Greek colony of Sinop on the Black Sea and the Cilician Gulf would be the opposite ends of a tiny isthmus, which would physically mark the transition between the continental Asia to the east and a small Asian peninsula to the west. And it is commonly held that this tradition reflects an Eastern, maybe Persian point of view on Asia Minor, and that only secondarily it was received by the Western Greek world. There is no reason to question this view, but maybe there is more in it that has been thought so far. We know that Gordian lay at a key junction of the ancient Anatolian route system, as it was located at the core of the Sangarius Basin and controlled one of the easiest crossing routes from inland Anatolia to the western coastlands. And as Brian Rose recalled in one of his essays, still today the main railroad line connecting Ankara to Istanbul passes adjacent to the ancient citadel mount of Yassiyük. Now, would it be too much to hypothesize that the idea of Gordian's equidistance from the seas could be traced back to the old Phrygian past and thought of as an element of old Phrygian common sense geography? Or, in other words, what if this alleged equidistance was a long-rooted geographical notion, a notion whose origins lay in the time when Gordian could be considered actually the center of the Anatolian world? Section 4. So far, we have considered 2 strong cores of the Greek and later Roman imaginary of the old Phrygian past. That is, the Trojan epic on the one side, and the mythology revolving around the figures of Midas, Marsyas, Silenos on the other side. A third main core can be identified in the traditions associated with the figure of the mother goddess, Cybele, a divinity that the Greeks knew by many names and many variants, and had soon identified with the Olympic Demeter or with the goddess Rhea. The cult of Cybele had been widespread throughout the Greek world since the archaic period, and for centuries the goddess had been vaguely associated to exotic Phrygian or, broadly speaking, Asian barbarian settings. In fact, it was only quite late that she came to be associated with a specific center, the sanctuary of Pessinus, lying well into continental Phrygia near the river Sangarius. The first appearance of the city of Pessinus in the record of literary sources can be traced back to the work of the historian Theopompus of Chios, that is slightly coincidental with Alexander's expedition. According to a fragmentary passage of Theopompus's main historical work, the historian tackled the issue of the origin of the sanctuary of Pessinus and regarded as its founder no less than Midas. We cannot be sure about the date of the composition of Theopompus's work. We don't know if the Chian historian got to know about Pessinus and its sanctuary before or after Alexander's campaign. But what we do know is that Pessinus is absent from the extant Greek texts of earlier periods, and that by contrast, starting from the very beginning of the Hellenistic period, it came to gain an absolute centrality within the Greek imaginary on the Phrygians. Of course, this resulted from political events, and specifically from the importance the sanctuary acquired as late as the beginning of the 3rd century, also in the domain of international politics. And so it is no case that Strabo, writing around the year 0, recalls the prosperity the sanctuary had enjoyed in earlier periods, when it had been the center of a priestly principate and had enjoyed the patronage of the Attalid kings of Persia. What's more, we know that the Pessinodine sanctuary was controlled by a priestly elite of local origins, of Phrygian origins, and that also after the takeover of the region by the Gauls in the 270s, this local elite managed to retain an important role in the running of the temple, and arguably in the way in which the cult was performed and its traditions were shaped, handed down, remembered. This comes with consequences, since what we gather about the origins of the Cybele cult at Pessinus, based on later Greco-Roman literary speculation, is likely to be seen as a learned and intentional rewriting of some kernels of the native mythology of the Phrygian sanctuary. One could think of the place that in these later foundation tales is left to Mount Agdistis, to monarchical figures such as that of Midas, to the river gods Sangarius and Gallus. At the end of the day, it was thanks to this Pessinodine priests that the river Sangarius could finally find a way back in the noble domain of Greco-Roman literature. Now, let us turn to some conclusive remarks. Pessinus became also the object of the erudite attention of Greek scholars that tried making sense of the geography and the politics of the present by reference to the myths of the ancient past. This way, the cultic black stone for which Pessinus was so famous, that allegedly had once fallen from the sky, could be reinterpreted and possibly associated in some later traditions with the Trojan Palladium, a likewise famous and mysterious state of Athena that had fallen from heaven and was kept at Troy to guard the city from its enemies. Other authors preferred to explain the origins of the sanctuary by resorting to another tradition, whereby Pessinus had been the location of a mythical battle between the Phrygian Ilus and the Lydian Tantalus. Broadly speaking, starting from the Hellenistic period, with well-known Greek myths, such as the myth of Ilus or the myth of Tantalus, had myths that previously had been attached only vaguely to Asia Minor or Phrygia, and that were for the most part related or relatable to the Trojan saga, came to be precisely located in a Greek-styled Phrygian geography. This process of rewriting of Greek and Phrygian tales at once was particularly the work of Hellenistic historians, or Hellenistic scholars, not historians, but more generally scholars, acting out of their philological approach to Homeric geography, their penchant for etymology, their keen interest on the remote causes of natural, social, historical phenomena. And arguably, it was also at the prompting of the old and newly founded Greek-speaking cities of Hellenistic and Roman Phrygia that a growing emphasis was laid on elements of the past that could be claimed as both local and Greek. To this end, the Phrygian Greek-speaking cities tried matching Greek mythological traditions with elements of the local landscape that could be transformed in new, meaningful landmarks. And as a result, over time, this migration of myths would have allowed for a growing Greekness of the old Phrygian memoryscapes. I thank you all for your patience and your attention.
Thank you, Anna. So we are running beyond schedule of book time. So we kind of we kind of started 5 minutes. And also for this type of conference, which brought together so many important relations and many more new data and a lot of considerations. We have time for, at this point, for one question for the last paper and one question for this very last paper. So I invite the audience, those who are left, to participate, to the debate. Come on, Talasa, 40% of the debate. So we are going on for I guess if the organizers allow, maybe the debate and conversation take place in a moment after, following this. And so I would like, at a personal level, to thank everyone for joining today, and I will call in now the organizers responsible for this event here in London.
Yes, for me, just a very quick last word. Thank you all for having come from over the corner of Phrygianness to real and today's Phrygianness. I learned a lot, and I'm also tired and without voice, as if I were there with each and every one of you. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you everyone very much for coming. This was amazing. We had great contributions, papers, posters, attendees, support. So really, we thank all of you. Expect a follow-up email in the next week, information, requests for forms for those who have avoided signing, and with some more information about the proceedings that we hope to push forward with. That's it, I think, for me. Just for information, we had roughly on average 20 people on live stream at any given time, with it going higher, a little bit lower during certain hours. But on average 20 people, which I think is a pretty impressive amount for a public audience. There's a lot of them not scholars, a lot of these people just interested in your work. So I think there's a credit to the work we're doing that is drawing in an audience like that. So thank you very much. You're free.
We do. Thank you. Thank you.